Good morning, everybody. Bright and early. It is 5:50 a.m. here on the Pacific Coast. Thank you for being a little patient with me. It took me a couple more minutes to get here than I thought, but I badly needed my tea today. So we are going to be continuing with the cross-examination of Julie Albert. This has not gone well for her so far. If you were watching yesterday, really, I thought she was holding up pretty well. Didn't really have any problem with acknowledging her close relationships with the Alberts, the Proctors, just kind of the other people in the story, including the investigators involved in this case. But then when it came to her phone calls with Courtney Proctor, who is Michael Proctor's sister, the lead investigator, for some reason, she was happily going down the primrose path of how they had known each other since childhood. They're close friends. She's been to their pool. Their kids have hung out together. They text all the time on the phone. And then it came to the phone calls. When asked if they talk to each other on the telephone, she says very rarely. She says very rarely. Why would you say that very rarely when you know it's not right? Because that just gave Mr. Yannetti brilliant opening, and like the outstanding lawyer that he is, he really capitalized on it extremely well by signposting clearly to me, clearly to the jury, clearly to the whole audience. What you said rarely. So we knew something was coming, and what was coming was her telephone records showing 67 phone calls between the day that Karen Reed was arraigned or arrested and sometime later in September, about 7 months later. So not quite, 10 phone calls a month. I mean, people telephone differently and stuff. I don't know about you guys. 10 times a month, honestly, is more than I call my mom. Sorry, mom. I know I should call more. I'm just bad about that kind of thing. I really am. I always have been my whole life. And so that just really blew up. It did not make her look good at all to be, for some reason, you're minimizing these phone calls when you didn't feel the need to minimize everything else that you had with your relationships with these people. And David Yannetti was there, ready, waiting to deliver a very brutal counter. This is a nice over the top. She's doing well. Boom. He's right in there. Stung her, man. She felt that one. That got her attention. So I suspect we're going to see a bit of a more cautious, bit of a more careful Julie Albert today. But we'll see. I mean, sometimes those lessons are kind of hard to learn. It's kind of hard to adjust on the fly. And, the problem, if you're being evasive, if there's something that you're trying to hide, is just that it's difficult to be on that all the time. It's difficult not to just have a moment where you relax into whatever it is that's normal, whatever it is that you would kind of default to, were you not trying to hide this thing. So I'm not saying yet any of this means Karen Reed was framed. Any of this means they're involved in a cover-up. But I am saying this sure is consistent with the defense theory. It doesn't help at all. And this is just our first look at the people that the defense alleges are involved in this cover-up. The Proctors, the McAlberts. I call them McAlbert. I shouldn't say that. I've seen it online, and I think it's being rude. I'm not entirely sure. They're just Alberts. But for some reason, it stuck in my mind that way. Anyway, the Proctors, the Alberts, the McCabe's, these are like the core of the people that are alleged to be involved in this cover-up. And so Chris and Julie Albert were not even, they weren't even present at the house the night of. They tell us, and I think that seems to be consistent with what other folks were told as well. And so they were simply there the following morning. And we had a kind of strange explanation for that as well, where Julie Albert told us the following day was her nephew Brian's birthday, and they had a tradition where she would bring him 6 donuts and a card and leave them there for when he woke up. So she woke up Saturday, the morning of the 29th, about 8 o'clock, went to Dunkin' Donuts and got the donuts and the coffee, and then drove them over and was going to leave them in the car before she was waved into the house and informed that John O'Keefe had passed. So, is it the most incredible thing I've ever heard? No, but does it sound all that viable? There's a blizzard going on. The Commonwealth has gone to a lot of trouble to show us all of these videos of the road conditions, and it's a blizzard out there. And you see Jen McCabe's car also in the driveway. You know she's there, so probably people are up. Why did you not just go to the house to take them the donuts? Why are you going to leave the donuts in the car in a blizzard? Not saying it didn't happen, just saying it's kind of a strange explanation to me. That's odd. So if the oddities continue to add up with this witness, then I'm going to suspect she's going to have a hard time with her credibility in front of the jury. So it looks like they are getting ready to get started. I'm going to try watching this on NBC 10 today. That was recommended to me the other day. It doesn't have all of the law and crime junk on it. So we get the fan so far, at least. I'll just keep it up so that we know when something starts to happen. So yeah, we're 23 witnesses in, about to close day 9, week 2 of this trial. And I'm still waiting to see really anything that would tend to prove that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with a car. This seems to me, pardon me if my expectations are a bit too high, but this really seems like step 1 of a homicide trial is prove how the guy died. There's different ways to do it, I'm sure, but I'm just not really feeling this method of presenting everything really but the meat of the case. If this is a burger, we have gotten the sesame seeds on the outside of the bun, and we're halfway into this case. So it's not making a lot of sense to me how they're proceeding. I put myself in the shoes of the jury. I imagine that I have, I've had to take all this time out of my life. I'm away from my job. I'm not getting paid. I have to stay here in this courtroom. I may or may not like any of these people that I'm around. Probably nobody really likes sitting for all of these hours on end, but you can make up for a lot of that if you feel like what you're doing is important. You're doing your civic duty. It really matters that you're there because there's this important dispute that you need to decide, and you need to help these people figure out what the truth is. Well, I don't feel like this jury is probably feeling like that. I feel like this jury is probably at this point wondering, why are we here? What are we even deciding? Is it in dispute that it was snowing in the morning? Is there some reason why it's going to matter that John O'Keefe drank Bud Light out of a bottle as opposed to in a draft? There's just this flurry of details about everything insignificant, and none of the important stuff has been brought out so far. So, as a strategy, I don't think it is one, but if it is, it's a really bizarre one because you have lost the attention of the people that matter most to why you're doing this in the first place, the people that are going to be deciding it. They're going to have an awful hard time continuing to pay attention and to focus on you. If you think you're going to leave all of your juicy stuff to the end, they're going to already be checked out by then. A lot of people, and I am one of them, have talked about the role of primacy and recency in a jury trial. It's just a psychological phenomenon that what you're most likely to remember are the things that you hear first and the things that you hear last in a any given sequence of events. And so you always want to start your trial off strong. Start them with something that hooks them, that tells them, I need to keep paying attention. This is extremely important. And we got none of that here. We've got nothing like that in this case. Just repetitive, apparently meaningless information from witnesses who I'm not sure why they even needed to be on the stand, because so many of them have not helped the Commonwealth's case at all. And all they've done is open the door for the defense to come in and score points by showing inconsistencies, by showing problems with their recollection. So I really just remain baffled at where this case is and where it is going at this point in time. So I do want to warn you guys, when we go to the morning recess, I am going to have to break with the court real quickly. I have a lot of living things around here. I'm going to need to go feed my dogs. I'm going to need to go water my bonsai trees. And then I'm going to have to go let my chickens out. This is a little bit chaotic in the morning these days. The chickens are new, the others are not. We're starting to get into the hot season, and so it's the time of year when bonsai trees can go from absolutely thriving in the morning to a completely dead twig by the end of the day if you don't time your watering correctly. They are the most demanding pets I've ever had. The chickens are currently living in a dog crate. We are in the process of building an enormous, spectacular chicken castle of a coop. I mean, it's going to be quite amazing, but we're not there yet, and they cannot be out at the same time as the dogs. We're slowly, gradually gaining trust here, but not unsupervised trust. We are definitely nowhere near that level yet. So I got to get the dogs in before I can let the chickens out. Anyway, that's what I'm going to have to do during the morning break. So I won't be able to comment during that time, but yeah, I will do my best to get back. Got my tea ready, got my coffee ready. So yeah, wonder what we're going to get today. So I expect we're going to finish with Jen McCabe, this morning, certainly. Don't know how long the court is going this afternoon. Am I crazy? Or when they were originally telling us the trial schedule, was there not going to be court on Fridays? I thought there was not going to be court on Fridays, but here we are. So I guess that's not going to be a thing. Maybe they are realizing this is going to take more time than perhaps they had hoped when they were setting the trial schedule. But so yeah, I don't know if we're having a full day. I don't know if we're having a half day. I don't know if we're getting through this witness and going home. Don't know any of that. So we'll see. We'll see how that ends up going. I am planning to cover the whole thing today. So may particularly be a good one, maybe a bad one. We really don't know at this point. Do people hate the fan on the screen? I kind of like it just so that it's catching my attention. And so when it changes, I'm not like, but I realize it is a little hypnotic. I'm getting kind of sucked in. I think there's something kind of calming and soothing about it. Okay, the first comment I see is I hate the fan. You have spoken. We will not watch the fan. I'll do my best to catch it out of the corner of my eye when they go live. So, I mean, I don't even know what else to say about where this case is at right now. A lot of people who have followed the pretrial process a lot more closely than I did know a lot of these details that are coming. I don't. So the only thing that I've really seen that suggested that may be coming through this witness is a parent communication between Courtney Proctor, who is the person with the 67 phone calls with Julie Albert, the witness. Courtney Proctor communicating to Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, that when all of this is said and done, Julie Albert wants to give Michael Proctor a gift. And you can infer what meaning behind that you want. Is she just really glad that John's murder is going to be solved? Maybe. Is she glad that he's going along with the party line? Kind of seems possible too. And apparently, Michael Proctor's response doesn't really help that impression because it's something along the lines of, well, make sure she gives it to you and not to me, for purposes of propriety, I guess. I mean, a gift altogether to the investigator of the case that you're involved in is probably not that proper at all. It doesn't matter if you kind of try to use a straw gift, if you know what I mean. Like you're going to kind of launder this gift through the telephone of the person that you talk to very rarely 67 times. So that stuff does not look very good. I'm, got to have some confidence that Julie Albert is going to be asked about that. What her explanation is going to be remains to be seen. Probably can't go super hard on it because it's not her communication. So he can't confront her. He can't, it's not her prior inconsistent statement. So it would still be hearsay at this point, and he can't use that to impeach her credibility on something. He might be able to try to refresh her recollection and see if she remembers any of that. Because refreshing is different than confrontation. With refreshing, you're not actually admitting the item into evidence, and people can be refreshed with anything at all. So it doesn't matter what it is as long as it's sufficient to help you remember what it is that you're being asked about. So he could theoretically refresh her with those texts and then see what she has to say. My guess is she's either going to not know anything about that, don't know what they're talking about, or doesn't remember that at all, or she'll have some kind of explanation that is hopefully a better explanation than I was leaving donuts in the car at 6 a.m. in a blizzard, or 8 a.m. in a blizzard for, why she was offering a gift to Michael Proctor. I did a poll on, well, here we go. Here we go. Good morning, Judge Bev. She always looks so cheery in the morning. So we need to pre-deal with something, some kind of artillery that is coming, would be my guess. No sound. They're having a sidebar. Let's see if this fixes it. They're having a sidebar at David Yannetti's request. So that means I'm anticipating he's got something coming that either the Commonwealth has kind of noted their objection to, or he's suspicious that, Judge Bev is going to, as she has kind of done a little bit, interfere in a way, kind of take on a little bit of the role of the prosecutor in kind of, she's not objecting for them, but she is interjecting a little bit to keep things kind of proper as she thinks that they should be. So whatever it is, David Yannetti is needing to deal with that before we go forward with this witness. That gives me some hope, some kind of warm feelings that we're going to get something a little exciting in here. This has got to be getting hard on the family too. I have to say, whatever they think about the case and about what happened, watching this train wreck of a prosecution, it's just got to be gut wrenching. This is your son, and that's how they did this investigation. This is how they half-assed it. It's you know it's pretty sad. Someone asked in the comments about murder versus manslaughter. You know, I I I don't know why we're at a murder charge here. I mean, I can't tell you. I haven't even seen yet why they think that Karen Reed hit his car. And the circumstances can have a lot to say about whether a situation is a murder or whether it was an accident. If it's if the mechanism is some kind of freak thing where she's backing up slowly and like accidentally catches his foot and then rolls over him. Okay, well, that's going to show you one set of things. If the evidence is going to show she like deliberately hit him like high speed and there's massive damage and he's thrown a long distance and he's got all these crush injuries and things like that, that's going to show something a little more nefarious, right? So we haven't even gotten to these basics. I don't know how any of this is going to fit in. Uh, it seems that the Commonwealth wants me to think that they had relationship problems. They haven't been very good at establishing that so far. I've heard that they fight about normal things like a normal couple, uh, and that he thought she spoiled the kids. She was too nice to the kids. She fed them stuff that he didn't think they should be eating. I don't think this gives motive to murder somebody. Just me. Just me. If we haven't established that she is like, some baby reindeer Martha level lunatic, don't think that's really going to show motive for me. But the problem is, even if you show motive, lots of people have antipathy for other people and don't murder them. So I don't know why we're having a murder charge here. To me, it looks like it should be, we should be talking about manslaughter. We should be talking about whether there was something accidental that happened, because I don't see how you're going to prove something intentional. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's also the thing that was kind of peculiar is when I looked at the Massachusetts statute, there is a sort of grave indifference for human life kind of type of murder, second degree murder. And so you can prove it. You can prove murder under that scenario without showing intent. You're just basically showing like grave disregard for the consequences of an act that's likely to produce death. I don't know why they didn't charge her under that. I mean, that to me seems to fit a lot better than what they did charge her with, which is intentionally assaulting him with the intent to murder him. That's a pretty hard bar to clear. It's a high standard to prove, specific intent. You deliberately meant to kill him. I don't know why we're there. I'm gonna be. I've got this whole list of things that I'm working on for my Substack, and I want to try to get a bunch of that out this weekend while we're not caught up watching the trial. But one of the things had to do with the lesser included instructions, the possibility that this is just one of those scenarios where the state charges the highest thing they can because, one, they want to see if they can coerce a plea deal from her, which clearly didn't work in this case. But then, two, because they can always take the fallback position at trial and just ask for a lesser included instruction. And then they might even get that as a compromise verdict from the jury if the jury doesn't necessarily think there's like great evidence that she's guilty, but they don't want to let her walk altogether. But so I started looking into this, and I'm looking at the pattern jury instructions for Massachusetts on the lesser included, and it looks a little bit weird too. It does not look like a situation where they can just prove any type of manslaughter as a lesser included. It looks like there are only specific kinds of manslaughter that can be proven. And so, for example, heat of passion manslaughter is kind of this common law lesser to murder, where essentially the jury is saying, yeah, we think that you murdered him, but there are extenuating circumstances that make it slightly less bad. And so kind of the classic heat of passion example that you hear about in law school is like, oh, the spouse catches their spouse in bed with somebody else and then they freak out, heat of passion, they murder them. Very bad, don't do that, but the jury understands. So you don't get murder for that, you get manslaughter. Maybe that's a bygone era and people don't feel that way anymore, but the law is slow. As I've talked about on this channel many times, doesn't often keep up with society very much at all. So that's heat of passion, manslaughter. It's one of the ways that they can do it. Sudden combat, excessive use of force in self-defense or defense of others. So these are situations where heat of passion by sudden combat, just a variation on the other one. You're not catching your spouse in bed. Somebody attacks you randomly. And so you're taken by surprise and maybe you overreact. And that's similar to excessive use of force in self-defense. You've killed somebody. You've claimed that you did it to protect yourself, but the jury's like, you went a little bit overboard. A good example of this is the rafting case that was just tried in Wisconsin, where and now everybody is leaving. Yikes. All right, everyone hates the fan. I'll get the fan back off and we'll see when we're done with the fan. So it's a good example of the excessive self-force. Could potentially be that case in Minnesota where the guy is rafting and he gets kind of surrounded and he's getting beaten up by, this group of young kids, and he pulls out a knife and starts stabbing them. He ends up getting convicted. And a lot of people, I think, were kind of unhappy about that because most of the thing is on video, most of the altercation. And it seemed pretty clearly that he was in danger. There's really no question that he was in danger. And so my personal perception of that case is that it probably kind of came down to, well, but was the reaction excessive? Was stabbing people kind of, willy-nilly that were near you at this time, was that a reasonable and proportionate response to the threat that you were faced? Seems the jury probably thought not. And I don't know if they have a lesser included, type of manslaughter option like that in Wisconsin that might have been available. So I don't know those details about the case. But for purposes of this case, that is one of the forms of manslaughter that's available as a lesser included to murder. These do not appear to be implicated in this case. I don't know what sort of theory would give us a heat of passion type of argument here. They would need to have some kind of indication of like a really bad argument in the car. And as far as I know from the statement of facts, what they seem to have is some kids who were picking up people who'd been there with Brian Albert that evening, picking them up and leaving at the same time that Karen Reed was getting there with John in the car. And they drive by and their description is seeing a female in the passenger seat with her hands on the steering wheel, staring straight forward. Staring straight forward does not look like a heat of passion thing to me.
You are unmuted.
And I guess we're back.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. Vouchsafe the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you, may be seated. Morning, Your Honor.
Morning. All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I appreciate you all being here, ready, willing, and able to start. We got an awfully lot done in about 5 or 7 minutes over here at sidebar. So we made you wait, but in the long run.
Yes, you did. You didn't need to announce that. They know that.
So we appreciate your patience. Those same 3 questions have you all been able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you all able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
One thing I did want to say to you folks is, if you can't hear a witness or a lawyer, or you can't see something, I don't know that unless you raise your hand. So if you raise your hand, the court officers don't have the power to say to the witness, please answer that again and speak louder, but I do. So if you raise your hand, court officer will come over and let me know, and we can make sure that happens. All right, so I remind counsel to keep their voices up, and you've been doing a great job of moving out of the way of the jurors toward the end there, so please continue to do so. All right, is Ms. Albert here? Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
See if she has her gum again today. Or did she realize what a bad look that was?
Okay, I'm just going to remind you, keep your voice up, please, Ms. Albert,
I will.
okay? All right, Ms. Giannetti?
If you're a Washington homeowner and have a
Nice.
utility meter like this on the side of your house, you can go solar for no.
Way to go, YouTube.
Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you will recall yesterday, I broached the topic with you of how often you and Courtney Proctor speak to each other over the phone. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And when I asked you to describe the frequency of those phone calls, I didn't put any words in your mouth, did I? I didn't suggest how frequently they were. You came up with the word.
I don't really.
Well, let me put it this way. When I asked you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
I'll see if
What
I
was
can
the
turn
word
up
that you chose?
audio. I don't know if I can.
Not often. I don't remember.
How
Very
about
rarely.
Rarely. Yes.
That was your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't really recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall telling this jury yesterday that when I asked you about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
I don't remember.
What is your definition of rarely?
Oh boy. He's going to turn the knife a little.
Not daily. Not daily. Not. Yes.
Once in a blue moon?
No.
Rarely doesn't mean to you 67 phone conversations within a 7-month period, does it?
A 67 time period in how many? 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
It's not a lot. I wouldn't
A
think it's
month
a
isn't
lot
a lot.
in 7 months.
3 times in one day? Is that rarely?
No, but I'm not. That wasn't every day. I would.
I would assume. You better hope.
When you left the stand yesterday, did you log into your account or check any old bills to confirm those 67 calls?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Lally about those 67 calls after we broke yesterday and before you took the stand today?
I don't believe so. No.
Did you call Courtney Proctor in one of those rare occasions yesterday?
Zing.
No, I did not.
This morning?
No, I did not.
Were you curious as to whether or not you had actually called her those 67 times?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. In any case, regarding all of those 67 phone calls from February 1st until September 6th, do you maintain that during none of those calls or any portion of those calls did you and Courtney Proctor discuss the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
I do not remember.
Do you deny discussing that investigation?
I don't deny, but I do not remember.
All right. Well, you admitted yesterday, after having seen the records, that you spoke with Michael Proctor's sister for 12 minutes on February 1st of 2022. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the conversation. No, I don't. It was a long time ago.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your answer.
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Okay. But my question is, after seeing the records, you saw the phone call for over 12 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And you also remember that that was the very day that the police arrested Karen Reed for this case, correct?
Correct.
The arrest of Karen Reed on February 1st was pretty big news in Massachusetts, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had seen that arrest all over the news, correct?
Correct.
So you certainly, given the day and the fact that it was February 1st and my client was arrested that day and you're talking to the lead investigator's sister, the subject of Karen Reed's arrest had to have come up, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You certainly mentioned my client's arrest with Courtney Proctor on the very day that she was
No.
arrested and you were talking to Courtney, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we broke for the day yesterday, I had also asked you about the 3 phone calls that you had with Michael Proctor's sister on the morning of February 2nd when my client was arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And you recall that her arraignment was televised publicly, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You saw her on the news being arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And one of those phone calls after, well, strike that. With regard to the 3 phone calls before the arraignment, you knew at that time that my client had been arrested the day before, correct?
Correct.
And you knew she would be arraigned in court that morning, correct?
Correct.
Certainly, when you were talking to Michael Proctor's sister on February 2nd, before her 9 o'clock arraignment, you were discussing the 9 o'clock arraignment, correct?
Can you repeat the end of that, please?
Sure. On February 2nd, the day that my client was scheduled to be arraigned in Stoughton District Court, we're talking about the 3 phone calls that you made to Michael Proctor's sister before that arraignment that very day. And my question is, certainly you were discussing the fact that she was about to be arraigned, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Did the subject of Karen Reed's arraignment come up in any of those 3 calls on February 2nd, the day she was going to be arraigned, before her arraignment?
I don't remember exactly.
What about the 27-minute phone call that you had with Courtney Proctor at 10:58 a.m. that same day after my client was arraigned in court? Did you discuss the arraignment that had just happened?
I do not remember.
You had already testified that by 2022, you were no longer babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids, correct?
I wasn't babysitting regularly like I was before.
So is it your testimony that you happened to be talking about babysitting on February 2nd for 27 minutes, the same day that my client was arraigned in Stoughton District Court?
I don't remember what I was talking about. It could have been about the kids. It could have been about anything. I don't remember.
Sure. And certainly it
Sure.
could have been about the publicly televised arraignment that had just occurred, correct?
Objection.
So I'll allow this and then let's move away from this, okay? Can you answer that?
Yes, it could have been. Yes.
Did you tell Courtney Proctor during any of these 67 phone calls that you were a witness in her brother's case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you were at the Waterfall on the night of January 28th, correct?
Yes.
And you also went to 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th.
Yes.
Yet, as of the date of these phone calls that we've discussed so far, the February 1st and the February 2nd, multiple phone calls, Trooper Proctor still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's farm, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Were you worried that one of
That is the
Trooper
person.
Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No.
All right. In any case, you were interviewed at 5:30 p.m. on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
Where did that interview take place?
At my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki.
Michael Proctor agreed to interview you and your husband together, correct?
Objection.
You and your husband were interviewed together, correct?
Correct.
Did either of these troopers, including Michael Proctor, suggest that maybe the two of you should be separately interviewed?
I don't recall.
Where
I don't
did the
remember.
interview take place within your home?
In my family room?
Were you sitting on couches?
Yes.
You're comfortable?
Yes.
You were not in a police interrogation room, correct?
No, I was not.
And it wasn't particularly lengthy, correct?
What do you define lengthily? I don't recall. I don't remember how long it was exactly.
It didn't go into the evening, correct?
No.
And then Michael Proctor and the other trooper left, correct?
Correct.
Then at 6:17 p.m. that same night, shortly after you had been interviewed, you called Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
He's got
I
it.
don't remember.
I may have a moment.
She gonna get refreshed?
You didn't bring your cheaters today. Oh, you did? Good. Okay. May I approach your honor? This is the same guy. I'm going to hand you one document. There's an orange sticky on it and you can ignore.
Okay.
But right above the orange sticky, there's a date of February 10th. That's what I'm directing your attention to. You could look at those two phone calls, ma'am, and look up at me when you're done. If I may approach. Did that refresh your memory about those two phone calls on February 10th?
I mean, I just read them, but I don't remember.
Okay. You called Trooper Proctor at 6:17 p.m. and it appears to be a 5-second phone call. Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you recall that Trooper Proctor called you back that same day at 6:21 p.m. and that you spoke for about 4 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you deny speaking to Trooper Proctor for 4 minutes when he called you from his personal cell phone on February 10th of 2022 after you had been interviewed that day?
No, I don't deny it, but I don't I don't remember it.
When did you get his personal cell phone number?
Good question.
Don't remember.
Years ago?
I'm sure, yes.
Because you've known that family for a long time.
Yes, I have.
And as you testify here today, you can't remember what that phone call would have been about, correct?
No, I do not remember.
Okay, I'd like to contrast your relationship with Karen Reed versus your relationships with Jennifer McCabe and Courtney Proctor. You would agree with me, and I think you testified yesterday, that Jennifer McCabe is one of your best friends.
Correct.
And you call her Jen, correct?
Yes.
And Courtney Proctor is also one of your best friends, correct?
She's not one of my best friends, no. She's a good friend. She's not one of my best friends, no. She's my sister's best friend.
Gotcha. Okay, so your sister
My
Jill,
sister Jillian, yes.
Jillian is best friends with Courtney Proctor, and you're close friends with her, but not best friends.
Correct.
But you really only knew Karen Reed as John O'Keefe's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
She was just an acquaintance of yours.
Yes.
There are no photos of you in a hot tub together, right? You and Karen Reed?
No.
There are no photos of you with your arms around each other at the beach, correct?
No.
You've never been to a baby shower with Karen Reed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't have any contact with Karen Reed while you were growing up, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was definitely not from Canton, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow this and then you can.
No, she was not.
No, one more question. She was an outsider, correct, to Canton?
She didn't live in Canton.
But after she started dating John, you would see her driving in and out of the street, correct?
Yes.
You'd see her taking groceries in, correct?
Yes.
Because you were neighbors with John.
Yes.
And it was the fact that you'd see her around, taking groceries in and out of the house and being outside with the kids that led you to believe that she was not only connected to John, but also to his house on Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And you would see her interacting with the kids outside, correct?
Yes.
She would be participating in family type activities with the kids outside.
Yes.
And you'd see her enough that you assumed that she was living there, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that you had known her or seen her for maybe about a year and a half or so. Is that a good estimate?
Yes.
And in all the time that you saw her in the neighborhood or had any contact with her and John, you never saw the two of them fight or argue, correct?
No.
You never heard them fight or argue, correct?
No.
And you had been out with them in a group setting a handful of times, correct?
Just a couple of times.
And during those times, they always appeared to get along, correct?
Yes.
And you knew of no problems in their relationship, correct?
No.
And you were particularly impressed with the time Karen spent with John's adopted children.
Objection.
Were you?
Can you repeat that once more, please?
You were impressed with the amount of time that Karen spent with John's children.
I didn't know the exact really amount of time she was there a lot. Yes, she was. So yes, I would assume that she spent a lot of time with them. Yes.
Now, on Friday, January 28th, you had plans with your sister-in-law, Nicole, correct?
Yes.
You are close with Nicole.
Yes, I am.
You picked her up at her home in your car.
Yes.
You drove her to the Waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And the two of you went for dinner there.
Yes.
Your husband, Chris, came later.
Yes.
Brian Higgins came later.
Yes.
And you knew Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Christina, I'm going to stop you for 1
Yes.
second.
Don't know why we're pausing here. If Judge Bev is getting on them about repetition, that's going to be annoying.
All right, thank you, Mr. Daly.
No, thank you, Ron. I believe you testified that you knew Brian Higgins at that time, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He is a friend of my brother-in-law.
And your brother-in-law would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, when I just asked you that question about how you knew Brian Higgins and what his relationship was to Brian Albert, you didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
it was very clear that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct?
No.
Karen and John came sometime after that,
I believe shortly after that. Yes.
and they walked over to your table.
Yes.
And then John kind of came up from behind you and sort of in a joking way, dug his finger into your shoulder
Correct. Yes.
and essentially said, what's up? And that was about it. And he went on, correct?
He said, "What's up?" and made a joke. And
And the joke was, given the fact that you and your husband moved from the neighborhood, they decided to hold a block party. Correct?
yes.
And John was the same jokester he always was, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you had some contact with Karen while you were at the bar before you had to leave because of the migraine, correct?
Correct.
And she was just very bubbly that night, correct?
Correct.
That's just her personality as far as you could see, correct?
As far as I knew, yes.
You didn't know her that well, but that's how she always was, correct?
Correct.
And you left the Waterfall at around 11 o'clock, your best memory?
A little after 11.
And it was a particularly bad migraine that night?
Yes.
And the loud music didn't help you out at all?
Not at all.
And you drove home?
Yes.
Now, when you got home, your son Colin was not there, correct?
Correct.
He was not out with you at the Waterfall.
Correct.
He was out that night, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he stops by your sister-in-law Nicole's house quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
He's very close to Nicole and Brian's kids, correct?
Correct.
He's also very close to his aunt and uncle, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Correct.
So you would have gotten home maybe shortly after 11:10 p.m. approximately?
Around 11. Yep. Around that.
And that was when you entered an empty house, correct?
My son Dylan was home.
Oh, Dylan was home.
Yes.
But Colin was not.
He was not.
And Colin did not come home at 11:30, correct?
Correct.
He did not come home at 11:45, correct?
Correct.
And when the clock turned midnight, he still wasn't home, correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, your husband Chris came home, correct?
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
That's what time I believe he did. Yes.
Okay. That 12:10 a.m. time,
Kind of precise.
did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
No.
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time at 12:10 a.m.?
No.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the Waterfall Billy video. I think it's Exhibit 53, just that portion.
Great setup.
Okay.
Did you coordinate that with your husband? No, of course not.
We may just have a moment, Your Honor. I'm going to allow my colleagues some time to find this, and I'll move on with my questioning in the meantime. We can have the lights on again.
Tech problems. I feel you.
Now, I believe you've testified that the Waterfall is very close to D&E Pizza, correct?
Correct.
But your house on Maple Street is about a half mile away from the Waterfall. Would you agree with that?
About that. Yes. Maybe a little less, but about that.
All right. Would you agree it's a 7 or 8 minute walk home from the Waterfall if you're walking? I realize you were driving, but if somebody were walking, it would be about 7 or 8 minutes?
Maybe a minute or two less.
Okay. So
Some fast walkers.
7 minutes would be a better estimate to cover that half mile?
Depends on how fast you walk. Yes.
And it was snowing that night, correct?
Correct.
The ground was a little bit slippery.
Yes.
And your husband is kind of waddling a little bit, not doing so well with that weight loss challenge. We saw him waddle to the door, okay?
If I could have the lights dimmed again. This is the exhibit I'd like to show you, ma'am. And if you can pause for 1 second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video? Does that appear to be the waterfall?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the time? Do you see the time, 12:13 a.m.?
Yes.
We're going to watch him waddle again.
You can run that, Mr. Bates. Can you pause it there? I am going to direct your, do you see where it says CH3?
Yes.
And you see the timestamp up the top, correct?
Yes.
Between those two markers on the video, you're going to see somebody walking by. I'd ask you to pay attention for the next, 6 seconds or so. Right. Stop. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe it's my husband.
Okay. If you can run that. Stop. Okay. Would you agree with me that your husband left the waterfall at about 12:13 and 46 seconds?
Well, yes. I mean, that's what it says on the screen.
Okay. So it was closer to 2:14 than to 2:10. Would you agree with that?
12:14, you mean? Two?
You know what? You're right. 12:14, then 12:10.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So if he's leaving at around 12:14, and by your testimony, it would have taken him he was walking home. You knew that, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, he didn't have a car that night.
he did not.
And if it took him 6 or 7 minutes to get home, and by the way, let me strike that question. You had said it takes 6 or 7 minutes. Did you factor in the fact that of the weather that night for your estimate about a 6 or 7 minute walk?
Objection.
Can you answer that question? Is that what you said?
Yes, I didn't factor in the. I don't know.
All right, so your testimony would be you don't know if it would have taken him a little bit longer or anybody.
Anybody, everyone walks at a different pace.
Right, but whatever pace they walk at,
Mhm.
Given what you saw of the weather that night, is it your testimony that maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the estimate? Because
It
of the
could
weather?
have.
Okay,
I
but
don't
in
know.
any case, let's leave it at 6 or 7 minutes. That puts your husband coming home at around 12:20 or 12:21, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that 12:10 estimate that you had, you made that estimate before having the benefit of the video, correct?
Correct.
Now, where were you within the house when your husband came home?
In my room,
Bedroom?
upstairs in my bedroom.
All right. And you share a bedroom with your husband.
Yes.
And when was the first time that you saw him within the house?
He came up to the bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the bedroom and you see him appear in the bedroom.
Correct.
Did you hear the door open way down on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have taken him maybe about a minute to get upstairs. It wasn't very long.
It wouldn't be very long, no.
Okay. And when he got upstairs, you noticed that he was in wet clothing, correct?
Yes.
He appeared to be cold.
Yes.
And he got undressed, correct?
Yes.
Did he brush his teeth before bed?
I think he got right into bed.
Okay, so you didn't see him brush his teeth or wash up.
No.
And were you in the bed when he came into the bed to go to sleep?
I was sitting up in bed, yes.
Were you reading or watching TV?
I was just sitting up in bed praying for my headache to go away.
Oh, okay. The migraine was still really
Yes.
bothering you, and you were suffering at that point.
Suffering, I had a headache.
Well, yeah, but a migraine headache, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
It was a headache, but I took medicine and I was waiting for it to get
waiting
better.
for it to kick in.
Yes.
Okay. And that's sort of what you were concentrating on. It's really kind of hard to read or watch TV or concentrate on anything when you have a migraine, right?
Okay. Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that your husband Chris was asleep when Colin came home, correct?
Correct.
And as a mother, you couldn't have gone to sleep until you knew your kids were home, correct?
Correct.
And Colin was the remaining child who was out there, which when he came home, that would given you license to go to sleep.
Yes.
Now, at the time that Colin came home with Chris sleeping, it's fair to say this was just an ordinary weekend night, correct?
How do you?
Well, in other words, you didn't know that anything tragic had occurred or was alleged to have occurred, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't like you were paying attention to the clock at that point and recording your memories as best you could because you knew you'd be testifying later, correct?
Correct.
Which also explains the 1210 estimate, right? I mean, you're being asked about, times that things occurred, and it was just sort of an ordinary day, right? So it's difficult to pinpoint times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the next morning, you missed a phone call from your best friend, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that phone call, I think according to your memory, yesterday came in at 5:55 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, 5:55 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was the time that you gave Mr. Lally when he asked you the question on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to recall that time nearly 2 years later, correct?
Yes.
But regarding the 67 phone calls between you and Courtney Proctor that happened after that, you're not able to recall any of those, correct?
I just don't remember them.
All right, in any case, January 29th was your nephew Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
That's why you went to 34 Fairview at 8:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you pulled into the driveway, there was nothing unusual to you, correct?
Correct.
This was just your brother-in-law Brian and your sister-in-law Nicole's house with snow around, correct?
Yes.
There were no police on scene.
No.
There was no tent protecting the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
No crime scene tape stapled anywhere or taped anywhere, correct?
Correct.
Nobody appeared to be standing guard over the front yard, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any shard of glass, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't see 45 pieces of tail light strewn about the lawn, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't see any pieces of tail light, correct?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And you didn't suspect that 34 Fairview was a crime scene, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There was
What's wrong
nothing
with
that
that?
prevented you from walking all over that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
It was still snowing out.
Yes.
Brian Albert, when you approached the house, he opened the door, correct?
I approached the car, not the house.
Oh, okay. You approached, whose car was it?
My nephew Brian's
Brian?
in the driveway. Yes.
All right. And then Brian Albert opened the door of the house.
The side door of the home. Yes.
All right. So can I have Exhibit 8, please, with the court's permission?
Yes.
we zoom in just a little bit? That's good. I am so bad at this stuff. Jeez. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. All right. That I'm highlighting now is the front door to the house, correct?
Yes.
And if we move along Exhibit 8 to the right, is that the side door?
Yes.
And that's the door that Brian Albert appeared from?
Yes.
And you were able to see him from the outside of the house, correct?
Yes.
And you were over to this area?
Yes.
Do you recall, is it one of those two cars that's in Exhibit 8 that you approached with the Dunkin' Donuts?
I can't make out what the cars are.
Okay. But it was either one of those two cars or a car that was parked in one of those two places.
Yes.
All right. And then did you go in that side door to go into the house?
Yes.
Fair to say that family has lived there for quite a while, correct?
Yes.
You knew that prior to Brian Albert and Nicole, I'm sorry. That's really bad form to block the jury. I am so sorry. It's good I didn't trip. The door that is the front door, having been familiar with that house for a long time, you've gone in that front door before, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when you go in the front door of that house, you come into a little foyer area, correct?
Correct.
And then almost within arm's distance to the left is the door to the basement, correct?
Walking in the front door, arm's distance to the left.
Yes, in other words, you walk into the house.
Yep.
And then the door to the basement, going down to the basement, is right there on the left, correct?
That's incorrect. To the left is a library.
All right. Where is the door to the basement?
You walk in the front door, you step to the right, walk a few steps towards the kitchen, and the basement door is on the left before you enter the kitchen.
All right, but the kitchen's off to the left, correct?
No, when you walk in the front door, the library is on the left. There's another room on the left.
Okay,
So you walk in, you immediately see a staircase in front of you,
yeah,
and to the left is the library.
right.
If you
And
go to the right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you go to the right, you can go into the part of the kitchen where the kitchen table is, or you can not go to the right, you can walk straight, and as you're walking, there's a door on the left, and that's where the basement door is.
Okay, so I think we're getting to what I was getting at. If you walk straight ahead, there's a door to the left that goes down to the basement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
We can have the lights on. And when you were walking toward that side door, you didn't see any emergency or police vehicles outside, correct?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see any first responders other than Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
There were no lights flashing outside the house, correct?
Correct.
And inside, you saw Nicole Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
How long did you spend at the house that morning?
I don't remember exactly, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
And the 7 of you were discussing what had happened, correct?
Yes.
At some point, it was decided that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police, correct?
Objection.
If this witness knows independently.
Can you repeat that once more, please?
At some point, it was decided among the 7 of you that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department.
I don't remember who exactly Jennifer decided. Yeah, I don't remember exactly the discussion.
You knew Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
And at 8:53 a.m.,
Jen
you
decided.
sent to Jennifer McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
And did you then see Jennifer McCabe delete that text message from you?
Objection.
Ooh.
I'll sustain.
Did you see it? There's nothing wrong with that
You were
question.
contacted by the Massachusetts State Police this year about your phone, correct?
Correct.
They left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024?
The state police
Yes?
about my telephone?
Well, they left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024. You've had contact with the state police this year.
Yes.
And they left you a second voicemail on March 25 and then called you again on March 28.
Yes.
You told them that you were sick and you would speak to them on April 1st, correct?
Correct.
And then the state police called you on April 1st, but you did not pick up. Do you recall that?
Ooh.
I do not.
They called you again that same day and you didn't respond, correct?
I don't recall.
But you did learn that they had called your husband on April 1st looking for you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right.
Oof.
After speaking with your husband, you texted the Massachusetts State Police on April 1st, correct?
I think around that, I don't know the exact date.
All right. And you finally met with the Massachusetts State Police on April 3rd of 2024, correct?
I would assume, I don't know the exact date, but yes.
And during that meeting, the state police looked through your phone for contact that you would have had with Mike Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Did they seize your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that they had a search warrant for your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they take it back saying that they had to give it to some experts to do an extraction?
Objection.
Sustain.
They just looked through it after you handed it to them, correct?
Correct.
Then they gave it back.
Yes.
Now, with regard to your contact with Karen on January 28th, it was clear to you that Karen did not appear to be under the influence, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her stumbling, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her swaying.
Correct.
She was not unbalanced.
No.
She was not slurring her words.
No.
She was not talking gibberish.
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation.
Yes.
And she held the conversation perfectly fine.
Yes.
She appeared to be under control, correct?
Yes.
She was affectionate with John that night.
Objection.
I didn't come in contact with them like that.
Well, the two of them certainly were not arguing.
No, not that I saw.
You didn't see any tension between them, correct?
No.
And I mean, given your family's connection to law enforcement, you would not knowingly let someone drive a car if they were under the influence, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
There's nothing wrong with these questions.
Everyone appeared to be having a good time that night, correct?
Yes.
And that included John and Karen from what you could see, correct?
For the 10, 15 minutes I was there, yes.
Okay. Now, after you left the Waterfall, it's fair to say that you didn't know precisely where your son Colin was that night, correct?
I knew where he was.
Where was he?
He was at his friend Michael Leonetti's. He left Michael Leonetti's to stop to say happy birthday to my nephew Brian at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And you learned that from him, correct?
Yes.
So you had learned that Colin was at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
January 28th. The Friday.
So is it your testimony that you know that Colin left on Friday night as opposed to after midnight on January 29th?
I don't understand what you're asking.
What just occurred is I asked you whether you knew that your son Colin was at your sister-in-law Nicole's and your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house on January 29th, and you just corrected.
I'm sorry, it was after midnight.
Okay.
So I got confused. I apologize.
Not a problem. So the answer to my question is you learned that he was there on January 29th, correct?
Yes, after midnight.
And you now know that that is the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead that morning, correct?
Yes, I do.
And one last question. You were interviewed by Trooper Proctor, and it's fair to say you never told him that Colin was there that night, correct?
I don't recall my interview.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
That's it. Well,
Yeah.
very convenient memory lapsing.
Morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Now, with reference to, you were asking a question about 67 calls over a period from February to September, correct?
Correct.
That's about 7 months, is that right?
Yes.
And roughly about 210 days or so?
Yes.
Do you have other friends besides Ms. Proctor?
Yes.
And versus some of your other friends, as far as those phone calls, 67 times over 210 days, is that more so, less so, or on average with?
Less so.
Less? And at no point in time did you speak to Ms. Proctor that you recall about this case or talk to Proctor outside of that interview?
Correct.
In the interview that you had with Trooper Proctor, there was another trooper present, correct?
Yes.
And you would just ask some questions about meeting with some other troopers this year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay, fair to say none of those troopers was Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And it also wasn't the trooper that was with Trooper Proctor when you spoke to him.
Correct.
And they asked you questions. You had at least 2 interviews with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And you voluntarily went to those interviews?
Yes.
You answered their questions?
Yes.
They asked for your phone?
Yes. When I was sitting there, they looked at my phone. Yes.
So they asked for your phone, you provided your phone?
Yes.
Voluntarily, nobody threatened you with a search warrant or anything like that?
No.
You were asked some questions about timing, and I promise there's no math that I'm asking in this, but you've had to walk outside when it's cold outside, correct?
Yes.
You tend to walk faster or slower when it's cold outside?
Faster. Me personally.
When you went over to your in-laws' house on the morning of January 29th to drop off donuts for your nephew, you weren't expecting to go inside, correct?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to be standing around talking to people about a friend of yours potentially having died at that point.
No. No.
Nothing further.
May we approach?
Okay.
He thinks the door's been opened. Yeah, I don't know how credible that came off with the, remarkable memory for the 12:10 a.m. arrival home of Colin Albert and not remembering anything at all about 67 phone calls with Courtney Proctor, including multiple the day that Karen Reed was arraigned. I'm sorry, nobody is going to buy that you didn't talk about Karen Reed and what was going on with that arraignment. I just don't think anybody is going to find that credible. What else were you talking about? I mean, you're gonna try to say you were talking about kids or something. Well, wouldn't you remember if something important was going on that necessitated multiple phone calls with your kids? That seems like something that would stick in my memory. If you can't even go to sleep until your kids come home at night, if something is going on that you have to coordinate with your the person you're babysitting for. I just don't know about that. The sound is bad in the court, guys. I don't think there is anything I can do about it. It sounds like what's happening is that the attorney at the podium is not mic'd, or the mic is not picking up very well. Because the sound is coming in from the courtroom at all kinds of different levels. So like we can hear the witness fine, we can hear Judge Bev okay, we can't hear the lawyers really at all without kind of straining into it. Oh, and the stuff that she didn't remember from the beginning of April. You don't remember anything about the Massachusetts State Police trying to get a hold of you over your telephone. You don't remember anything about that. That does not help the credibility with the lack of recollection. I saw somebody had asked in the comments, it's a way back now, so I can't pull it up, but somebody had asked about if the judge...
You're actually complete. Your testimony was up. It's complete.
Thank you.
All right, so but let's let the jurors go first, because we're doing something that may take a little while, so we got you coffee and bagels. So it'll be a little bit longer break for you, okay?
Rise to the jury.
All right,
Fold your
so
notebooks up, please. Fold your notebooks and leave them on the chair, please.
Julie is done, but we are doing an extended sidebar.
Jury coming out there.
So we will wait patiently. Unless we're going to have a whole conversation.
You can step down, you can just fall. You can just fall.
We'll see if we get to hear this or not. If the jury's being let out, probably we're going to have a long conversation outside of the presence of the jury. But maybe not. So anyway, somebody had asked in the chat if the judge can hold somebody in contempt for multiple I don't remembers. Yes, it is not impossible. They can find that the lack of memory is false, that's not truthful, and that because of that, the person is not complying with their, oath to answer the questions truthfully. It's going to be extraordinarily rare, of course, that happens, though, because, it's got a lot of implications for the judge to be making that type of determination. You're stepping on the toes of the jury a little bit. It's the jury's job to decide who's credible and who isn't. But yes, at least in theory, it could get to the point where it's just so not cooperative, evidently so that the judge could hold somebody in contempt. I would expect that that's probably rarely happened with anybody who is not the actual criminal defendant in the case, just because, it's by and large easier for judges to pick on the defendant than it is anybody else. So we're not staring at the fan here, but I don't know, the courtroom isn't necessarily a lot better. I don't particularly want to be watching Grant there. So pardon me, guys. I'll pull it back up when they get back in. So what did we learn from that? No police on the scene when she got there. No indication that anybody was standing guard or trying to secure it. Didn't one of the officers try to save that by saying, oh, yes, we had posted somebody there to keep guard over the scene after they left? But it turns out, nobody else testified to that. And if she didn't see it, then probably that did not happen. What else did we get here? I wouldn't have minded a little bit more follow-up on that missed call from Jen McCabe. I like what Yannetti did there with the, you remember that, but you don't remember the 67 phone calls that you had with Courtney Proctor. I thought that was a nice touch. Who remembers a random missed phone call? You remember a missed phone call from early in the morning if it's something significant, right? Because that's something that is out of the ordinary. You don't normally get phone calls at 5:55 in the morning. And so I would have liked to have seen a little bit of exploration about why didn't you follow up on that? Do you normally get phone calls from Jen McCabe at this early? don't you normally expect when you get a phone call from somebody at a late hour of the night that, something is maybe amiss that you need to check in on? I mean, that's why it stands out in people's memories, because it's unusual. It's odd to me that she is maintaining that she didn't follow up on that, didn't know anything, didn't consider it significant at all. I mean, if I wake up and I got a missed phone call from somebody in the morning, yeah, I'm probably at least going to text and be like, what's up? Is everything okay? Did you need something? And then maybe they'll tell me, oh, it was a butt dial, or, I was drunk, or whatever, my bad. But, it just seems to me like you would at least follow up. So the fact that she didn't do that and just apparently completely ignored it, that's sort of where we're at in the testimony. She got this phone call at 5:55 and she ignored it. And Jen McCabe coincidentally happened to be at the Albert's house, so they were able to connect then. But it just doesn't really add up to me. So this I'm aware too from just what I've seen floating around about this case. This is one of the issues because she had apparently told Michael Proctor, he documented in his original report that she had said this 5:55 a.m. call was how she learned from Jen that John O'Keefe had died. And she has subsequently changed that and apparently said, oh, well, Michael Proctor got that wrong. That's not what I told him, which kind of underscores the importance of why you record witness interviews. Hello. Unbelievable that all of these interviews are not recorded. Just another example of the falling down on the part of the law enforcement investigating this case, and just the absolutely terrible job they did in eliminating any kind of reasonable doubt about what happened to John O'Keefe. So, I mean, the problem, the reason why if she had made that statement, she would need to back away from that is because 5:55 a.m. is before Karen Reed found John O'Keefe's body on the front lawn of 34 Fairview. So if that's when she found out that John O'Keefe had passed away, well, that's before anybody else ostensibly knew that. So how did you know that? How did Jen McCabe know that to communicate that to you? That would certainly be a problem. So it looks like, an issue here. The whole circumstances make it look like a cover-up. If Michael Proctor testifies, yes, that prior report is going to come in, or at least the fact that he made it. And, that's, again, part of the reason why you should record interviews and not just be dependent on the memory and credibility of an investigating officer to tell you the details of what they said. This stuff is not reliable, guys. I'll just tell you a little war story. It was not very long ago at all. I won a case on appeal. What had happened was this detective had interviewed my client, who is a Mexican immigrant, a Spanish-speaking guy. And the detective is bilingual, he tells us. And so he conducts this interview with my client in Spanish. My client's defense attorney never gets, the trial attorney, she never gets a translation done of this interview. And it goes forward to trial. And at trial, the police officer is just on the stand testifying to his recollection, his sort of version of events of what the client told him. So I get this case on appeal, and the client is insisting to me, I didn't do this, and this isn't what I told him. So I make a motion to the Court of Appeals. Please approve me getting funding to be able to get a translation of this interview. It may be relevant to, the issues that are pertinent on appeal. So I get approval for that. I get a certified translation of this interview. And I read through this, and it is not at all what the detective testified that this guy said. You listen to the detective, he's saying, oh, he admitted this thing, and then he changed his story this way, and he said this and he said that. And it's not accurate. The guy consistently maintained his innocence throughout the entire series of questioning. He gave the same explanations every time he was asked for why these accusations were being made against him. So I won this appeal on ineffective assistance of counsel grounds because the Court of Appeals agreed with me that, yeah, had you gotten a translation of this interview, you would have known that what the police officer was saying on the stand about the interview was not true. You would have been able to impeach him with that. You would have been able to cross-examine him with that. And without having done that, you didn't have a basis to be able to challenge him. And the jury, is naturally just going to accept that as credible, accept that as true because you didn't contest it. So it happens all the time when police officers get on the stand and they testify about what they're told. They editorialize it. They don't just give you, a straight script of what happened in the interview, a verbatim transcription like you get when you watch a video recording or you read a transcript or something like that. They tell you things like, oh, he shifted around and then told me such and such. They'll tell you like, oh, he changed his story is a real common one. Changing the story, this is like one of my big pet peeves, okay? Because this is literally part of the method of how law enforcement is trained to interrogate people. What they do is they ask you to very generally kind of tell them what happened. Just give me the broad outlines of what happened. Then they want to go back after they've heard that, and they want to follow up on details. So they walk you through it again, but then they'll stop and slow you down and say, tell me more about this, tell me more about that. And then they will speak it back to you and ask for, corrections. Did I get anything wrong, et cetera, et cetera. And so then what happens is very naturally in the course of telling a broad story to narrowing down to all of the refined details, the things you have said are different. The first time maybe you say I was, backing my car out of the driveway. And I didn't see the other car, and I just accidentally, I ran into them, but I didn't see anything, and it didn't matter. So then when they were walking you through this the second time for more detail, they're going to ask you, well, were you distracted by something? And you're thinking about it and you're like, well, I don't think so. I mean, I had the radio on. I might have been like checking the volume or something like that, but I really don't recall, because I checked my mirrors and stuff on the way out. Pretty sure I was just paying attention to my driving. That police officer is going to say she changed her story. The first time she insisted that she was paying attention and that she checked carefully and didn't see anything. But then on the retelling, she changed her story and said, well, she might have been fiddling with the volume buttons. So they literally set it up to be able to do that, to be able to make these kinds of claims that are really just their opinion about whether you're guilty or not, which is not something police are supposed to be able to testify to in court. Their opinion is not special. It doesn't matter. The jury's opinion is what matters. So, pardon my little my little moment of outrage there, but this is just something that has really gotten under my skin over the years of kind of watching this unfold, because it's just one of these examples of how the deck is so completely stacked against anybody the police want to accuse of having committed a crime. So that's why you record interviews, okay? Because you're expecting me to buy that you're not playing any of these games that I've seen a million times when you're getting on the stand, and you're just telling me, and your account is, well, trust me, bro, I don't need to be verified. Only the people I'm talking to need to be verified. It's this very white hat, black hat mentality that is very prevalent, unfortunately, in a lot of law enforcement. I want to be very clear. There's a lot of good cops. There's a lot of cops that I like. We have a lot in common. You know, we deal with a lot of the same people. We see a lot of the same stuff. We often have the same kind of dark humor. There's a lot of cops that I like. But the problem with this kind of just institutional structure that law enforcement has it is the way that it just tends to create this us and them mentality. You see it a lot more. Like when I practiced in small towns, you see the police integrated a lot more with the local community. And I think that really helps a lot, because when the cop is somebody that you know outside of their uniform, this is somebody that coaches your kids' little league team, this is somebody who goes to your church, it just helps humanize everybody and have a relationship that's a little bit different from, you know, you're the law, I'm the suspect, and we're all kind of on edge around each other. When you get into larger communities, that's much less common, and it's far more common for law enforcement to kind of congregate and hang out with law enforcement. And if you're not them, you don't go to their parties, you don't socialize with them. It tends to be a lot more segregated like that. And so related to that is this white hat, black hat phenomenon that I was starting to talk about. And it's just this idea that you can kind of categorize the world in terms of whether somebody is a good guy or whether somebody is a bad guy. And how do you determine that? Not based on what they do, what they say, the merit of their moral character, but simply what team are they on? Are they on my team or are they on the other guy's team? And so the reason why this becomes a problem is because, from my perspective, this is what's at play a lot of the time when you have bad cops on the force. And everybody knows that they're a bad cop. We all know, it's not secret. Everybody knows who the problems are. But a lot of the good cops will be willing to kind of make excuses for that, or overlook it, or just not take it real seriously because he's on my team. So he can't really be a bad guy. He's got to still be a good guy. It's a problem because cops that lie are not good guys. Cops that plant evidence are not good guys. And it doesn't matter that they wear a badge. So, you know, that's part of what's at play when a police officer just has internalized that so thoroughly that they make this decision that, well, I don't have to interview. I don't have to record it. I'm the good guy. People are going to believe me by virtue of me being the one to tell it to them, because I'm the one with the badge. I'm wearing the white hat. It's the person I'm talking to that's the potential bad guy. This is how, you know, when you walk into a courtroom and you've been accused of a crime, the jury's going to be told you can't hold that against them. The charge is just an accusation. It's not evidence. You're entitled to be presumed innocent. But a lot of people that walk into that courtroom for their jury duty are going to look at that person and they're going to think, well, there's a reason why they're here. The cops didn't just come up with them out of the blue. There's some suspicion that they're going to expect the defendant in some way to have to dispel that. So this case is really bringing a lot of these feelings I have about just the structure of how this whole process works, the bias that works in favor of law enforcement and against somebody who's accused of a crime in these situations, and just the groupishness that people have, the desire to organize yourselves in groups of people, and the people that are close to me are good people. They're like me. I will project all kinds of good things on them, whether they're true or not. And the people who are not part of my group, they're outside, they're different, they're inferior. You're not from Canton. Oh man. Okay, I'm not from Canton, but I definitely have been to the kind of places where when you're not from there, you will never really belong there. Okay, you can be there for decades, but if you don't have one of those founding family names, you're never really inside the way that the true insiders are. So that's something that I can definitely relate to and sympathize with. I'm going to go ahead and check the super chats real quick. There are a couple here. And then if we still have a moment, I might take the chance to run out and feed my dogs real fast. So, never a fan of lesser included. Feels like the state gets more swings to hit the same pitch. It incentivizes the state to overcharge, in my humble opinion. Well, I agree completely. I think that it gives the state too much leeway. It creates the wrong incentives. It creates the incentive for the state to not charge what they think is the right charge, but to get the highest thing they can, because there's no penalty for that. There's no downside to it. There are some states, although I believe it is a minority, where the state is not allowed to request lesser included offense instructions. Only the defendant is. I think personally that should be the rule everywhere. If the prosecutor wants a conviction for a lesser included, then they should have to charge it. It should not be a situation where we can come in and yell murder and then backpedal after we've gone through this whole process and ask for ask for something less than we promised at the outset. Prosecutors don't like to do that. They don't like to necessarily charge all of the lessers in the alternative, because it makes them look wishy-washy, and I understand that, because I mean you are being wishy-washy. If you think you can prove murder, then you should stand by that. That is a heavy accusation to take against somebody, and you better bring the goods if that's what you're going to say. But it's not uncommon. I mean, it's not like it never happens that they go ahead and charge things in the alternative, where they have multiple theories of how it's possible that this happened. They don't necessarily know which one is correct. So they're going to put on all of the evidence, and they're going to let the jury decide which charge fits best. So I agree. It gives them more swings to hit the same pitch. It lets them use these aggressive techniques that are coercive. Okay, when you're facing a murder charge and you're thinking, even if I didn't do this, they're offering me a plea to manslaughter. I didn't do anything wrong, but if I go to trial and get convicted, I'm looking at 30 years in prison. And if I take this plea, I'll be out in 4. Well, that's a lot of inducement. That is a lot of pressure on somebody to go ahead and take that guilty plea, even though they didn't do it. And that's not justice, in my opinion. Why is a reason for the objection is not required? So this has come up a couple times, and this is specifically what Judge Bev told them to do with objections. She does not want them to state a basis. That was her specific instruction at the pretrial hearing. She didn't explain why her reasoning is, but my kind of extrapolation about what it is because she can be affirmed. Her rulings can be affirmed on any basis that the record would support. And so what this means is, if you have an appeal and the court of appeals is going back through and they're reading back through the trial transcript, they see what's happening, they see an objection. If they see a basis and say the trial court sustains that, then on appeal, it's argued that was wrong, that information should have come in. the court is going to be anchored by that initial ruling. The Court of Appeals is going to see that if it was a hearsay objection that was wrong, that should not have been sustained, it wasn't offered for the truth of the matter asserted, then chances are pretty good that's what the state is going to try to defend, is that ruling, and that's what the Court of Appeals is going to evaluate. If there's no basis stated at all, then the question is simply whether is there any type of objection at all that would justify the ruling that the trial court made. And that's considering that she has quite a bit of discretion in deciding what's appropriate evidence and what is not appropriate evidence. So it can be something as broad and nebulous as, well, I don't think this is strictly relevant. I don't like the form of this particular question. I don't think there was quite enough foundation to really ask it this way at this point in time. We don't know any of that in the record, but on appeal, the parties can speculate at will for pretty much anything they can conceive of for what would be a potentially good reason for that ruling to have been made. So I think that is generally the answer to why she doesn't want it done that way. Perhaps I am being unfair to the judge, and it could be simply that she doesn't want that type of thing being said in front of the jury, right? There's a bit of a spectrum between not having any basis at all, and then the very problematic run-on speaking objections that parties often do in courts that don't have a lot of control over this type of process, where you're saying a lot of inappropriate things in front of the jury about why you think the other side's evidence is trash and why they're trying to, do something inappropriate with it. You shouldn't be saying that type of stuff in front of the jury. But that said, the conventional countermeasure to that is you simply state the basis: objection, hearsay; objection, foundation; objection, authenticity; objection, best evidence rule. I mean, whatever it is, you just state it. That alerts the court to what you, the state, are concerned about, and they can go from there. Don't really think that would be inappropriate in front of the jury. I mean, these are legal rulings, and the jury is going to be instructed at the end that, and I think they might have had a preliminary instruction already, that the objections, they're not to consider them. These are legal rulings. Doesn't have anything to do with the facts of the case. The objections themselves are not facts. It just isn't something that they're supposed to pay attention to. Something I've noticed that the parties have been doing, particularly Mr. Yannetti, when I see him, that perhaps is it's just a consequence of the way that the judge is doing this, with the lack of giving a basis for the objection, is he's just re-asking the same question in slightly different terms, because he's kind of got some deniability about, I don't know what the problem is with this question. So maybe I can assume it's the form. Maybe I can, real quickly think to myself, oh, well, there's a potential, maybe it's sort of hearsay I'm asking for. So I'll ask her about her knowledge instead of, did this happen? And that is a little bit counterproductive if the point is for the jury to not be hearing this stuff, because now the jury is hearing the stuff repeatedly, even if it turns out that it's not admissible, until there's a flurry to get everybody up at sidebar and get that sorted out. So I don't particularly like it as a method of going forward. I think it's requiring the parties to guess. It's allowing the judge a little bit too much leeway to be inferring what the objection is, and that's inconsistent with the structure of the trial as an adversarial process. The whole point of having a prosecutor and a defense attorney both presenting their best case is that you rely on the parties to make those types of claims to assert their position, and then decide between them what's right and what isn't right, and based on that, what should come in, what shouldn't come in, what should be asked, what should not be allowed to be asked. And so by not having to state, the judge is having the opportunity to decide for herself, does she think something here is objectionable, and if so, what? And that's really not a great role for the judge to be in. So yeah, that's my thought about why it's not required. So guys, I am going to go ahead and pop out very, very quickly. Gonna let my chickens out. I will be right back, and hopefully they do not get started while I am gone. So give me a moment and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for accommodating that. Everybody is fine. The chickens did need water, so I'm glad I went out there to check. It's not quite hot outside yet because it's only 7:44 in the morning here still. Nice, comfortable 57 degrees outside at the moment. So, where are we at now? As you can maybe see, I am like an obsessive note taker. it's just a habit that I got into, from court. It's mainly because then I have a point of reference. If I'm going back and I'm watching the video, like I want to double check exactly what somebody said or exactly how it went down. Maybe I want to clip it or something like that. It just helps me kind of orient myself to exactly where in the video to look. Because I see, okay, I took this note, and then the thing I'm looking for is like 3 or 4 lines down, so it's coming up. So I end up with these pretty extensive, this is what I have for Karen Reed so far. I'm on my 5th yellow folder, yellow pad. Okay, we're back in court.
Matter.
All right, sort of a side issue in the Reed matter. So the defendant and her lawyers have been excused. Okay, so why don't counsel identify yourselves, please?
Sure. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sarah McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradel on behalf of non-party Aiden Kearney, who for the record is present in the courtroom.
Okay, does Mr. Kearney want to sit with you?
I think he's okay right there.
Okay.
If that's all right, Your Honor.
All right. So Commonwealth, so I do want to say a question before we begin. Commonwealth, in your motion to exclude an individual charged with witness intimidation in connection with this case from the courtroom during the testimony of certain witnesses. Before we
Okay.
begin, are you
It's about Turtle
advancing
Boy.
the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay,
Judge,
so,
if I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I
Sure.
do have what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
okay,
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of the motion.
sure, I'll hear you.
We could. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, so the record is clear, because we may need an appellate record in this case.
Okay.
But I was here in the Norfolk Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Kearney, my client, as you know, in the other matters. And I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus Tylee Curry for a motion to suppress. And that's-
Which is a case that I am in the middle of
Right.
that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. But I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I ask that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. On 15 minutes notice. I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than a half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can, but I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor, that the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press. Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court. So they can serve the AP 2 days ago, but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today on a completely unrelated matter, I might add. So there's some funny business going on
Yeah,
here.
that's shenanigans.
And, there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit from the Commonwealth on Mr. Kearney's matters. And here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel, from the Norfolk County DA's office. number one. Number two, Your Honor. Mr. Kearney has covered this case and written about 350 news articles on this case. He has developed evidentiary scoops on this case that have added to the quantum of evidence in the matter. He's never caused a problem. He wishes to be in the galley of journalists like everyone else and cover the case. There's never been a problem whatsoever. This is more personalized retaliation from the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Kearney. Another point, Your Honor, is that this matter, as far as the Commonwealth is concerned, is res judicata ×2. Judge Krupp in this very court addressed this exact issue about Mr. Kearney covering this matter, being in the courtroom with witnesses that had a stay-away order. All the same people that the government is trying to have another bite at the apple with here. All these people, this was adjudicated fully with the special assistant DA before Judge Krupp, and Judge Krupp ruled against the Commonwealth. Judge Krupp said that Mr. Kearney was able to be in the courthouse covering this case regardless of any of these witnesses in the stay-away order. The stay-away order was exempted from Mr. Kearney's presence in the courtroom, rather, was accepted from the stay-away order.
Okay.
So this is done. This has been adjudicated. It's been adjudicated again, Your Honor, by Judge Pomeroy across the street in the district court. One of these people associated with Mr. Kearney's detractors, Ms. Gattani, has taken up with the Commonwealth and sought charges and sought a restraining order against my client. And Judge Pomeroy recently, as recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we were across the street, Your Honor, seeking to vacate the order under the doctrine of unclean hands because this plaintiff keeps trying to contact my client while under a restraining order. Putting that aside, the ruling in that matter, Judge, was another ruling in support of Mr. Kearney's First Amendment rights. It was another ruling that said Mr. Kearney was not subject to the restraining order in any court of the Commonwealth. And the reason we brought that motion, Your Honor, was because these same witnesses that the government here is, again, trying to advocate for their own personal issues, those same witnesses somehow took up with this plaintiff across the street, Ms. Gattani, brought her to court here in prior Reed proceedings to kick out Mr. Kearney, because at the time she had an operative order against him. And Mr. Kearney, to his credit, got up and left and got out of here. And that situation was what we addressed across the street with Judge Pomeroy. He agreed with us and said, you can go to court, you can cover this case. So number two, litigation number two, this has been established. Mr. Kearney followed all proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with all of the rules and regulations that are in place. He's been harassed, and we have it on video, by other so-called journalists
Hi,
on
Grant.
this case at the steps of the courthouse. And he just wants to be here. He doesn't want to be an issue in this case. He wants to sit here and cover the case. He's done his job. He wants to watch the trial unfold. And he has an absolute fundamental First Amendment right to do so within the confines of this courtroom and within the confines of time, place, and manner restrictions. He's followed everything, and he's here. We've gone through all of these hurdles, Your Honor, and Mr. Kearney triumphed, as he should, because it's the First Amendment that needs to triumph here, not any particular person. And that's what he's doing. And there's absolutely no reason for the government to sneak behind my back to interfere with his First Amendment rights. It's outrageous. And on procedural grounds, I ask you to deny the motion for all of those reasons. And if the court has some hesitancy to do so with respect to these procedural issues, I ask that you set a date give me 7 days or so that I can properly respond to this motion on the merits of whatever's in these 6 pages of the motion that I haven't been able to look at. So thank you for hearing me, Your Honor.
All right, sure. And you wanted a response to your question from Mr. Lally on why you were not served, but the Associated Press was served.
That's correct.
So if you talk about that in the procedural part of this, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Simply put, Mr. Bradel, neither Mr. Bradel nor Mr. Kearney are parties to the case. I can't presume that Mr. Bradel's representation on one criminal case is going to extend to a motion of which he would be at best a third party on a separate criminal case. We are required under the SJC rules to serve it upon the Associated Press, which we did.
So I think that's your
Just
record
Sir
now,
Kearney?
Mr. Bradel.
Thank you.
Okay, on the procedural issue, okay? We have a jury out. I do want to address the merits of this as best we can. And Mr. Bradel, at the end of this hearing, whatever I end up doing, if you want to come back and readdress it when there's more time, depending on how I rule, I'll give you the opportunity to do so. But I have to get this trial moving at
Sure.
this point, one way or the other. So I'm going to hear the Commonwealth on their motion. Then I'll hear you, Mr. Bradel, to the extent that you can respond, okay? All right, Mr. Lally, I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, very shortly, very simply put, this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure of one individual. And the legal standard for that is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Kearney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case. He has confirmed statements indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial and to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to testify in this case, and what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom, not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded physically from the courtroom while those witnesses are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern. The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or their ability to recall. And for all of those reasons, the Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
Okay. Mr. Bradel?
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what? The witness's concern, where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter's been adjudicated twice. Mr. Kearney has the right to speak on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He is not in any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his presence here. And he's just trying to cover the case as best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Kearney. And, you know, this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First
He's
Amendment.
presumed innocent.
You know, this witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination. It is going to be struck down. It's just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Kearney. Now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your Honor. There's been
He's
absolutely
presumed
nothing
innocent. Please
advanced,
say it.
especially on an emergency
I don't think he's going
basis,
to.
which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice. There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Kearney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the Chestnut trial about published, it's something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Kearney wrote a story on a juror after the jury was discharged. There's absolutely no prohibition or problem or issue with that. And it is absolutely protected conduct by the First Amendment. And it is not in any way a grounds for this court or the Commonwealth to assert any wrongdoing against him.
So I can assure you, I am not considering that incident in this. You all know I was the judge. I
She's
am
gonna
not
kick him out.
considering that experience in this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr.
Nothing further.
Bradle?
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradle, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that 119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that. However, my role in this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, is to assure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial are honored and upheld. And because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's presence, I find, will have on the witness's testimony, I'm going to excuse him while the named witnesses in the Commonwealth's motion, Julie Nagel, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and Yuri Buchanek. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home. I'm going to excuse him during all of that testimony. Now, in my media order, if you have it, I'm sure your client has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial proceedings may lose their seat and may not be permitted re-entry unless there is available seating. That will not happen to Mr. Kearney. I will not take away his seat today. For other witnesses who are not subject to this order, that seat will remain empty. No other person of the media will be able to take that seat in his absence. Okay?
Your Honor, one last thing, if I may, just came to me as I was standing here. Extension in same regard as to Nicole Albert for the address would be Brian Albert Jr., son of Brian and Nicole Albert, lives
All
in the
right.
same address.
It's for the same reason. So Brian Albert Jr. All right. So those are my findings, Mr. Bradle. It should give you enough to seek appellate action if you wish. Okay?
Yes,
Thank
it
you for
is.
being here. All right. All right, so I'll take a short recess. We can bring counsel back in and Ms. Reed back in, and we'll proceed with the trial.
Court, all rise.
So that's going to be an issue, okay? Anytime you are going to impair somebody's First Amendment rights, you really need to make a very extensive factual record of why and what your basis is. And her factual basis here is simply finding that his presence would chill the witnesses. I don't think that's going to cut it. I really, really don't think that's going to cut it. You need to explain why his presence is going to chill the witnesses. You need to explain the basis for, why that would happen. You need to explain what the chilling effect is likely to be. You need to explain why removing him from the courtroom is the least restrictive alternative that you can come up with, given the significance of the First Amendment implications involved. So I don't think that's a particularly good record that she made. Now, she may very well follow that up with a written ruling that gets a little bit more specific. Of course, we haven't seen the motion at this point. At least I haven't. Don't know if it's floating around on the internet somewhere at this point. But she may write a written order where she details some of this stuff a little bit more thoroughly. It's very common for a judge to do that. So, yeah, sorry about the fan there. We'll come back when we're no longer in recess. And so they often take that opportunity to go ahead and kind of flesh out, their reasoning. A lot of times in those situations, courts will basically say, we just go by the written order. We don't care what sort of oral statements the judge made in the hearing. And to the extent they're inconsistent, we're going to conclude that whatever the judge put their signature on is kind of the judge's final say, final thoughts on the matter. So she may still have an opportunity to kind of do a little bit more to protect that. But if she doesn't, and this is what goes up to the Court of Appeals for the record, then I don't think that's I just don't think it's a particularly good one. We'll want to see this motion from the Commonwealth. Is the motion, they described it as a 5-page motion. What's the factual basis? Is this supported by affidavits, supported by any kind of sworn testimony from these witnesses as to why they would be concerned about Aiden Kearney's presence in the courtroom, how that would affect them if they were to testify? I really think something like that is going to be necessary to justify these findings. The court can't just pull out of the blue, well, I think somebody would be affected by a person's presence. Trying to think of if there's some kind of example. I mean, I'll just come up with something off the top of my head. You know, if a person is testifying as a witness and somebody in the audience is like maybe an ex-boyfriend, and I'm not talking about like, oh, there was, there's pending charges or anything like that. I'm just saying somebody you really don't like and really don't want to have around. Well, it's kind of too bad. They have a right to be there. And the fact that you might be upset about that, and that might affect you and the things that you say or don't say on the stand. That's almost a little bit like what they call a heckler's veto in the First Amendment jurisprudence, that you're in the wrong, but just by being kind of loud and obnoxious, you're able to shut down speech that you don't like. And it's kind of one of the premises of First Amendment law, First Amendment rulings like this, that you don't protect the heckler's veto. Everybody gets the right to speak, even if it's something that they don't like or not. So the effect on the witness, I mean, that's just not going to be enough without some kind of specificity. If the witness is coming to court and saying this person has threatened me, this person isn't supposed to know where I am, this person isn't even supposed to know that I'm going to be here. I'm terrified. I'm going to have to say things that may be personal, that this witness shouldn't, or this person in the audience shouldn't have an opportunity to hear. Specific things like that can potentially then justify a conclusion that, yeah, this is going to override the First Amendment right of the person in the audience to be present at this court proceeding. Not seeing any of that here. And, 6-page motion doesn't sound like that is probably long enough to include that type of information. And particularly because she's identified multiple witnesses here, like 10 witnesses thereabouts. I kind of lost track trying to write them all down. I'm going to have to go back. A good thing I put what I could in my notes, because I'll need to go back in the video and find that spot where she named everybody. Now I'll be able to find it. Findings for each one of these specific people. I find this particularly challenging for the state trooper, the Trooper Buchanan. You are used to testifying in court in front of people that are really unhappy with you based on investigations that you've done and conclusions that you've reached, recommendations for prosecution that you've made. And a lot of those people probably have quite a record of being substantially more, potentially dangerous to you than somebody like an internet journalist. So, I'm not seeing this as being particularly strong here. Now, of course, what Judge Bev has working for here is time. Appellate courts act very slowly. Now, this is probably going to be the type of thing that, they would likely take up on an emergency basis. So Mr. Bradel is going to have to go back to his office, drop everything, and immediately start working on what do I have to do to get discretionary review, or perhaps, some kind of writ against the judge in order to get this ruling overturned? And how do I get it done on an emergency basis? How do I get this in front of the court as soon as possible? Because although granted, at the rate we've been going so far, we might be weeks before we get through all of these witnesses, but it could be, conveniently the Commonwealth will line all of these people up in the next 2 days. The next person up will be, we'll start the list. And we'll run right through them as fast as we can, so that by the time Mr. Bradel can get up to court, this issue's been mooted. The witnesses have already testified. He's already been excluded. There's no more recourse that they can give. That is certainly one way that a judge's ruling can be insulated from review by a higher court. You just simply can't get to it in enough time to be able to provide an effective remedy. So that's going to be an issue. This is going to cost Mr. Kearney a lot of money to pay Mr. Bradel to be dealing with this for hours and hours over, however many days it's going to take. It's Friday afternoon. Is he going to be able to get it in by the end of the day? I mean, who knows? It's going to be an all hands on deck type of situation. Can't really wait till Monday. Is it possible to get something to the court on Saturday for an emergency thing? I mean, I suppose if you know the right people, maybe it can be done. Maybe you can pull the strings. I don't know that I would know how to do that. So really kind of sketchy move by the state here. And I noticed their explanation, the Commonwealth, I noticed their explanation that for the service, why they didn't serve Mr. Bradel, why they didn't serve the Commonwealth. Oh, well, we don't know for sure that his representation would continue over to the next case. So then why didn't you serve Mr. Kearney?
You are unmuted.
He is there in court. Why didn't you serve him? I don't know.
All right, jurors, once again, thank you very much for your patience. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Nicole Albert to the stand.
Witness number 24, Nicole Albert.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I just need you to speak nice and loud into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Nicole Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live?
Norwood,
And about how long have you lived in Norwood?
about a year.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live? Where did you live prior?
Canton,
How long had you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your move to Norwood?
34 Fairview Road,
And how long did you live at that house?
about 12 years.
And are you married, ma'am?
Yes,
What's your husband's?
Brian Albert.
Does he work?
He's retired from the Boston Police,
About how long was he an officer with Boston?
about 30 years.
And do you have children?
Yes, we have 5.
And how old are your 5 children?
My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a son who's 25. I have another son who's actually 23 today. And then I have twins, a boy and a girl, who are 20.
And your oldest daughter, what's her name?
Caitlin,
Your oldest son, what is his name?
Brian Jr.
And Brian Jr., does he live with you currently? Now, Your other children, do they live with you as well?
My oldest daughter lives with her boyfriend in Easton, and my son Brendan lives with us. He's just finishing up college, so he's graduating this month from college, so he's back with us. My twin daughter, goes to college, so she's home now for the summer, but she has an apartment in Bridgewater. And then the twin boy is in the military,
And which branches?
the Marine Corps.
Does that matter?
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. You recall that day?
Mhm.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday.
And at the time of January 28th, 2022, did you work?
Yes, I've been a part-time lunch lady for about 9 years.
And you since retired, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
You've since retired from that?
I haven't retired. I just didn't go back this past year, but
And around that date of, so January 28th, 2022, what, if any, significance was the next day of January 29th?
January 29th was my son Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday.
And over the course of that week, sort of leading up into the weekend, what, if any, plans did you make with reference to your son and his birthday?
He had mentioned he was going to get together with some friends on the Saturday night, the 29th, for his birthday. And I had said, okay, well, maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And coming up to that day of Friday the 28th, what, if anything, sort of changed in reference to those?
Well, the forecast was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously, doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
And had you, at that time, already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going out Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number of siblings, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And you know who the funeral was?
It doesn't matter.
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
And do you recall how he got there as far as how he went from
I
Canton to New York?
believe he may have flown Thursday to New York, and then the plan was to fly back Saturday, but that changed with the weather, and they didn't want to get stuck there. So after the funeral Friday morning, they drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that he drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to that date in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law, Julie, picked me up at my house, maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the Waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend, Tristan, were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., who, if anyone else, were one of his friends there at that
I
time?
believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the waterfall. When you get to the waterfall, where within the establishment?
We came in, walked in, I believe to the left, there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there, so we sat down at the table and we ordered food and just hung out for a little bit, had food and some drinks.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
God bless you. Now, later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's
The band
boyfriend
again?
Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planned to go home and just sleep, take a nap, because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that.
That wasn't the
he had
question.
left, so it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, a band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after you were moved over to the high top table, who, if anyone else, came in to join you?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in. I had texted her just saying I was there if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else. Did I want to come there? And I said, well, no, I'm already situated. The band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here. So she said, okay, maybe we'll come there. So maybe 9 as she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just to be clear, when you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined you?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband, Chris, came in. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So
If you have a utility meter like this on the side of your house, you could get paid to go solar.
and he was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And I just pushed him a little, oh, well, Katie's here. She, just come. She wants to see you. So he's like, all right, maybe I'll pop in. So I believe so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple. And then Chris came in. And then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And after your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband Brian and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And following that, who, if anyone else, came into the establishment and sort of joined your group at the high top table?
A little bit later, I think approximately 11, John walked in with his girlfriend,
And when you say John, who is John?
John O'Keefe.
And how did you know John O'Keefe prior to that night?
I didn't know him that well. I think I had only met him once, maybe twice through my sister. Brief interaction. I think when he first walked in, actually, I didn't recognize him. I think I said to someone, oh, who's that? Because they were kind of walking towards our table. And they said, oh, that's John O'Keefe. I said, oh. So they came in and they just kind of went to the end of the table where like my sister Jennifer and Matt and Chris and Julie were, because they knew them. I had never met Karen and I'd only met John once or twice. So they kind of just went to the other end of the table where Jen and Matt were, who they know, and Chris and Julie, who John had been neighbors with for a couple years. So they were all just kind of at that end talking.
And probably pretty well understood, but just to be clear, as far as the sister that you knew of John through, that was your sister that was there, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer.
And as far as you referenced his girlfriend, had you ever met his girlfriend before that night?
No.
So you had never met Karen Reed prior to that night, as far as you recall?
Nope.
And at any point in time, did you have any interaction, or what, if any, interaction did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or Mr.
At one point, John walked but towards me and my daughter at the table and said, "Hey, I'm going up to the bar. Did you guys need a drink or anything?" And we said, "No, thank you." I think he then kind of stopped and spoke with my husband for a minute, probably was asking him the same thing. Then John went back up to the bar, and then he went back down to, where he'd been standing. And that was the only interaction I had with him.
And as far as your understanding or your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, did you know what he did for a living?
Yes,
And what did he?
I knew he was a Boston policeman.
And was he somebody, if you know, that worked with your husband?
No, I don't believe he ever worked with my husband. I don't believe they ever crossed paths at work. I think they were in different areas of, the job.
Fair to say the Boston Police Department is a relatively large department, correct?
Yeah, it's like 3,000.
Now, with reference to Miss Reed, what, if any, interaction did you have with her that night?
I had none. I don't believe we spoke or we were introduced or anything. I don't think we spoke at all.
Now, turning back to Mr. O'Keefe just for a second, if you recall, what, if anything, do you recall him to be wearing as far as clothing was concerned during your interaction?
I believe he had a hat on, some sort of just sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers.
At any point in time that you saw him or while he was talking to you, did you see any sort of like winter jacket or big coat or anything like that?
No,
And as far as his clothing was concerned, did you observe it to have any sort of tears in it or any dishevelment, anything like that?
no,
And as far as his face was concerned or any sort of outward part of his body, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you observe with regard to injuries on him or anything like that?
nothing like that.
Now, as far as your home was concerned, was that somewhere that either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed had ever been to before?
No,
And over the course of the evening, what, if any, discussion was there that you heard or were a part of in regard to sort of what was going to do or where to go after leaving the Waterfall?
well, after the band wrapped up, I was getting ready to leave, and I just kind of leaned over to my sister Jennifer and said, "Hey, Brian Jr.'s at the house. I think he just has two friends there. He's going to be turning 23 at midnight. If on your way home and you wanted to swing by and say happy birthday, if you want to do that, come by and do that." And she was like, "Okay, And then I was just kind of gathering up my stuff, and I got ready to leave. It may have been mentioned at the table, but I had no idea, if anyone else was interested in doing that or wanted to do it. I had just said it to my sister.
And if anybody else had wanted to join or come along, would that have been an issue?
Oh, no, I would have had no problem if anyone sitting with us had come.
But as far as you knew, you just communicated that to your sister Jennifer, and whatever happened after that happened.
Yes.
And when you say sort of the band was wrapping up and the bar sort of winding down, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, about what time was that?
Like 12:45.
And about what time was it, if you know, about what time was it that you left the bar?
A little before 12-ish.
And who, if anyone, left with you?
It was me, my daughter, Caitlin, and my husband.
And how did you get from the Waterfall back to your house on this?
My husband drove the three of us back to Fairview Road.
And when you came outside of the Waterfall and were sort of getting into your car and about to drive home, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or what was going on at that point?
It was just starting to snow a little, nothing major. Just a little snowfall started coming down.
You could still sort of see the street and the blacktop.
Yeah.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the Waterfall to your house on there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his two friends and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, "Oh, hey, what are you doing here?" And he said, "Oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here." I said, "Oh, okay."
And let me back up just for a minute. So when you arrived there, your husband Brian was driving. Where does he park in relation to the house?
We pulled into the driveway.
And typically, is there sort of an order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car versus any other car?
Not really. No.
Recall on that evening which side of the driveway he pulled into, the left? or the right?
Believe it was in front of the left garage.
And when you come into and enter into the house when you were living there at 34 Fair, was there, how many doors are there sort of on the front of the house?
Well, there's a side door by the garage, and then there's like a front door in the front of the house.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. You know, initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off, stuff like that. But eventually the people just didn't want to, it was, quicker to walk in the side door for the kids, I guess. So they would just go in the side door. But I think that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I think I went in the front door so I could walk into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or whatever. But some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
It was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And that sort of interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time was that?
Couple minutes, not even, just a quick interaction.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then you come into the home, and again, I'm sorry, who was there sort of initially when you come?
So my son Brian and his two friends Julie and Sarah were just kind of sitting at a kitchen table in like the dining room area of the kitchen.
If you could explain to the jury sort of the layout of your home at Fairview. So you walk into a foyer, and then where is the kitchen related to that?
Well, if you walk in, if you go to the right, it's like an open doorway, and that's kind of like the dining room part of the kitchen. But then it extends to the back of the house where it's like an island and like the sink and the counters and the cabinets and all that. So it's just like long.
So as far as the dining room and the kitchen, is there any sort of like wall or structure? Or anything
No, it's
separating them?
open in between the two of those things.
And then if I were to go sort of further back within that home beyond the kitchen and the dining room, what's back there?
Well, to the right, there's like the family room.
And is there anything as far as the wall? Can you see into the family room?
You can. It's like an opening. Yeah, it's not completely open, but there's an opening.
So if someone was standing in the family room and you were standing in the kitchen, you could see them, converse with them, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And when you come in and your son Brian Jr. is sitting around the table with two girls, Sarah and Julie, what are they doing?
We're just sitting there.
Was there any sort of music playing or anything like that going on?
There may have been. I'm not sure if there was music playing at that time, but there might have been.
When you say at that time, was there anything that happened later on?
Well, later on, I remember that we had music connected to like a little speaker that we were playing.
KBL, like
Yeah, but when I first walked in, I don't remember if they had music going or not.
And you get back to the house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
So I come in, I assume I said happy birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing. I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
And I don't mean to minimize this in any way, but you basically did the mom thing where you go around and start cleaning up, correct?
Yeah.
That's what she said.
And is that something that you did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian and his two friends were already there. And then my sister Jen and her husband Matt came in maybe like 12:15-ish.
And so, Mr. Higgins, did he come in around the same time as you, or did he come after or before?
Yeah, he came in the same time. I mean, I think he might have pulled up to our house before us. But we got out of the car and went right into the house. So I assume he just came in, basically around the same time.
Do you have any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was driving that night when he came to your house?
I believe it was a Jeep.
Do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
Not something you were particularly paying attention to?
No.
And at some point after you and your daughter and your husband and then Mr. Higgins comes along, about how long a period of time is it between your arrival in the home and then when Ms. McCabe and her husband come?
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And as far as your nephew Colin, when he had left, was Ms. McCabe and her husband there yet?
No.
And when Ms. McCabe and her husband come, where is it that, while you're at your house, where is it that everybody sort of congregates?
They came in and they sat down at the kitchen table with Brian and his two friends. And then I believe my daughter, Caitlin, was sitting at the table as well.
And back at your home after leaving the bar, was there any drinking that was going on there afterward?
Yeah.
And about how long, skip forward to a little bit, people had left your home, about how long a period of time was it that people, from the time that you arrived back to the Waterfall to the time that people sort of left and you closed down?
By the time everyone left, it was probably close to 2.
And who was the last person that left?
My daughter, Caitlin.
And do you know how it was that she left, or who, if anyone, picked her up?
Her boyfriend, Tristan, picked her up because, like I said, he was going to have to get up anyways overnight to do the shoveling, plowing thing. So I think she didn't want to get stuck probably at our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you?
Okay, I'm going to end your answer there. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Prior to your daughter Caitlin leaving, let me ask you this. As far as people leaving from your house, what was sort of the order of how people left and when people left?
I believe Brian Higgins left first, approximately 1:30-ish. Then Jennifer and Matt and Brian's two friends left 12:45, 12:50. And then, 1:45, 1:50, I'm sorry. And then Caitlin was probably closer to 2.
And when your daughter Caitlin left, who, if anyone, was left downstairs and sort of awake between yourself and the other people that lived there?
Just me.
So your son and your husband had both gone up to bed at that point?
Yes.
And at any point in time, so you mentioned that there were a number of people that were sort of around the table in the kitchen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, sorry.
where did anybody else go sort of around your house during that time?
I know at one point, my husband and his friend Brian were in our family room. So I kind of went in there and was talking to them. We had some shelves on the wall that just had a bunch of pictures, old pictures from our wedding or when Brian was in the Marine. So we would just kind of look at them, laugh and talking about them. We stood in there for a little bit talking. And then eventually we just moved into the kitchen area where everybody else was.
And to your knowledge, had Mr. Higgins been over to your house at any point prior?
He may have been at our house for a graduation party, but I wasn't sure if he had ever been inside because the party was outside. It was a cookout. So I don't know if he'd been in that part of my house.
Now, as far as the outside of your house, at any point in time during the course of the evening, did you hear anything unusual, see anything unusual outside of your house?
I didn't.
At any point in time, did you go Were you aware of anybody coming to your house that didn't come in?
I was only aware at one point, I saw my son, I think, either looking out the window or at the door, and his friend Julie, she went out the side door, and I said, oh, to Brian, oh, is Julie leaving? And he said, well, no, she had asked her brother for a ride.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, so no conversation, and Mr. Lally's going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you saw your son's friend Julie go outside?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And,
So that has to be a
Sorry.
yes or no, okay.
Sorry.
and at some point, did Julie come back into the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it, if you know, that she was outside before she came back?
I don't think it was very long, couple minutes.
And over the course of the entirety of the evening, at any point, did anybody else, other than the people that you talked about previously, come into your house?
No.
And specifically, John O'Keefe or Karen Reed that you saw at the bar earlier that night, at any point in time on the evening of the 28th or the early morning of the 29th, did either of those people come into your house?
No, they never came into my home.
And at any point in time, even on that evening or that early morning of the 29th, were you aware that they were coming to you?
I actually wasn't. I think when I was in the other room with my husband and his friend, I had missed the conversations about Jennifer reaching out with John or her texting him and him texting her about where we lived. I didn't even realize that was happening, that they had any intention to come.
Let me ask you a little bit about sort of going back to the Waterfall just for a brief moment. Over the course of your time there, how would you describe sort of the tone or how was everybody at the Waterfall?
It was fine. It was a nice night. It was nothing out of the usual, just had a good time.
So nothing abnormal, no arguments, no fighting or anything like that?
No.
Same question as it relates to back at your house now at 34 Fairview Road. How would you describe sort of the atmosphere back there?
Same thing. We were just hanging out, sitting around the house talking, having a good time, nothing crazy.
Now, after your daughter, Caitlin, gets picked up and she leaves, what if any, how long did you stay up after that?
I think once she left, I just did my final cleanup of the kitchen and, shut the lights, and I went upstairs to bed.
And do you recall anything about locking the front door or any of the doors to your house before you went up to bed?
No.
Is that something that you would always do, typically do, never do?
It was type of thing where we have 5 kids, everyone's coming in and out at different times. Like the last person in was supposed to lock it, but then, we changed the doorknobs and immediately the keys got lost. It was just always a disaster so a lot of times the door was just kind of left unlocked.
And when you went up to bed, you share a bedroom with your husband, Brian, correct?
Yep.
And was he awake or asleep?
He was awake. He was just lying in bed watching TV.
Now, as far as over the course of that evening after you come up to bed with your husband, do you recall anything about him talking to anyone on the phone or any phone conversations or anything?
I do not.
At some point you fall asleep and then you wake up the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to later on that morning of the 29th. So you had gone to bed about what time?
Probably 2:30ish, somewhere around there.
And it's a little unclear for my question, but when you go up to your bedroom, about what time is that?
About 2-ish.
And so the 2:30 that you're talking about, is that sort of when you fall asleep?
Yeah, sometime around there.
And from that next morning, how is it that you wake up the next morning?
Well, at some point between 6 and 6:30 that morning, my sister Jennifer came bursting into my bedroom.
And I'm bursting into your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, how would you describe your sister Jennifer, and how was she sort of acting at that point?
Well, she came in, my husband and I just kind of sat up in bed, and she's saying, he's out in the snow. We found him out in the snow. We don't know if he's okay. And my immediate thought was just that something had happened to one of my children, something had happened to one of her children. I couldn't imagine why she was in my bedroom at this time in the morning. And I'm like, Jennifer, what are you talking about? And she's like,
Objection. You're set.
All right, next question.
Your Honor, if I may? Can we approach?
Okay.
Nobody saw anything, more timeline that gets Colin out of the house before anything happens. Don't know about Jen texting with John. Don't know about Brian calling anybody after they went to bed. Just some points that I suspect we are going to see a little bit about on cross-examination. She is remembering quite a bit in terms of the details, and so this is potentially going to be an issue when we get to cross-examination. If she suddenly doesn't remember anymore, it's going to raise questions. Why do you remember these little details, like the fact that you saw Colin in the hallway, in the foyer by the front door when you were just arriving, but you don't remember, XYZ detail?
Sorry, Your Honor, one moment. Let me back you up just for a second and I'll get back. As far as when your sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom, do you know about what time that was?
between 6 and 6:30.
And it's fair to say that's not a normal occurrence.
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she says some things to you, and then where did you go?
Well, I tried to ask her what was going on. What is she talking about? And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something had happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally was like, well, John, remember John from last night at the Waterfall? And I'm like, what do you mean? How could you be outside? And she's like, you got to get up. The police are here and they want to talk to you. So my husband and I got up. I think I threw on a sweatshirt and we started to walk down the stairs. As we walked down the stairs into that foyer area, Officer Link was walking in the house.
And so that front foyer area would have been the front door you were talking about before?
Yeah.
And when you get sort of down to the bottom of the stairs, is it just Officer Lank? Are there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Lank at that time. And the door was halfway open. I kind of pushed it open, looked out, and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to move on, Mr. Lally. The objection is sustained.
As far as when you looked outside, did you see any ambulance or fire truck or anything like that?
No, I didn't see an ambulance. I did see maybe 2 cruisers. I don't remember if there was a fire truck there. I don't think there was, but I'm not sure.
And as far as Officer Lank or any other officers, these are officers with the Canton police, is that correct?
Yeah.
And where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the same time Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come. I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt, and Officer Lang said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys? And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, well, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, sustain. Next question, please.
The table that you're talking about, where in the house did you talk about?
That same dining room area.
And without regard to sort of content of the conversation, but about how long a period of time did that conversation with the officer go on?
I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe. I'm not exactly sure.
As far as how the conversation ended, at any point during the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband or did anyone ever sort of end the conversation or tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No.
And you welcomed them inside once you realized what was going on?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe another officer had come in as well.
Now, after the officers leave from your home, what happened then?
So I believe they left and said that someone would be in touch with us, the state police or somebody. So they left and we were all just kind of sitting there in shock. I'm asking Jennifer, like, what happened? How did you end up here? Like, what's going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Your Honor, as far as, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
She's definitely got a different recollection than the officers, than Jen McCabe. Nothing about the Jen leaving and then coming back. 45-minute conversation is quite a bit different than Lank said. It was like 5, I think. Had it quite a bit shorter. Welcomed them in. I love that they're, putting all this stuff in about how cooperative they were. They had nothing to hide. And that is kind of compensating for the fact that nobody asked to look through the house or check out the condition of the house or see what you could see from various vantage points in the house. Show me around where people were congregating in the house, where they might have seen and heard anything. Implying they would have if the police had asked. They just didn't ask.
So, Ms. Albert, without any sort of specifics of your conversation with Ms. McCabe, you had a conversation with her, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long did that conversation go on for in this case?
With just her? I mean, we were all just kind of sitting around the table talking.
And just to be clear, when we say all, who is all at this?
It was me, my husband, and Jennifer and Matt.
And at some point later on, did other people come over?
Yes, at some point, my friend Brian Higgins, my husband's friend Brian Higgins, came over.
And do you know how he came to be at your house that morning?
I believe Brian called him to let him know. I mean, he had been with us the night before, and I think he had been friends with John and Karen, so Brian thought he should let him know.
And do you know about what time that was or how long it was after the officers left that Mr. Higgins came over?
Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I feel like he came somewhere around 7:38, and maybe the link had been done by 7:15. If he was around 6:30, I'm not really sure of the specifics.
And what happened then?
Then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Kerry, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30, I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway, and I saw her get out, and she was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was, because they had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts. and she would leave them for him. So I saw her and I said to my husband, oh,
Objection.
Okay, not what you said, not what you said to your husband. So wait for another question.
okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Weird how they all add these same details. Oh, it was a bit.
He went to the door because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave. And I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
And so your husband goes to the door, and at some point, your sister-in-law, Julie, comes in the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long period was Julie at your house initially that morning?
An hour or two. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, you're not sure. So as far as people that were over your house that morning, do you have any idea sort of how long people were congregating around your house after that initial Miss McKay bursting into your bedroom?
Again, it could have been between an hour and two.
And at some point, we mentioned that the Canton officers had indicated that you may be spoken to at some subsequent time by troopers from the state police, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when was it that you, if you know, when was it in relation to this date that you spoke to anybody from the state police?
I wasn't interviewed for a couple days later.
And do you recall where you were when you were interviewed?
I was at my house.
Now, with reference to, you indicated that on the way back from the Waterfall to your house at Fairview on the night previous, on the 28th into the 29th, it just started to snow, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, when you looked outside or opened the door for Officer Lank as he came into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather and how it had changed in the interim?
Well, to me, it was starting to look like blizzard conditions. It was very windy. It was snowing. It was, the snow was starting to come down a lot now, and it was probably a couple inches accumulated. And it was,
Now, at any point in time over the course of that day on the 29th, did you yourself, did you go outside from your house into the front yard or the driveway or anywhere else?
I didn't.
And anyone else from your house other than the people coming and going? The people that live there, did you observe them going out into the front of the house area?
No.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Albert, I'm placing before you a series of 8 photographs. I just asked you to look at them,
Mm-hmm.
review them, and then just look up whenever you.
Are these already in evidence?
They are not.
I can't wait to see what compelling things are going to be depicted in these photographs. Is it more snow? Maybe it's the house from different perspectives. The foyer, is it going to be a photo of the foyer?
And just to ask you, ma'am, in general, in those photographs, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay, what do you recognize those to be?
That's my front yard.
That was your front yard when you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of around the time of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Are we going to publish now?
You know, with the court's permission.
Hold on.
Oh,
We need to mark these.
So I'm going to wonder if anybody yet has learned that you need to close up your aperture to take pictures of snow or crank up your shutter speed. You have to underexpose the emitted image relative to the light meter if you expect to get a photograph of snow? Or is this just another blasted out white image somebody took with a potato? Am I the only snow snob here? I lived in Lake Tahoe for 3 years. So when I hear blizzard conditions and 2 inches, that's like an afternoon. That's
How
like
many were there, Mr. Lally?
you're at the ski resort for that. That's a powder day.
Thank you.
May I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Now that said, in Seattle, any snow at all, it will shut down the entire city. People have absolutely no idea how to cope with it.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
My first job was in Tacoma, Washington, after I got out of law school. So a couple of years after I'd lived in Tahoe, and I remember the first time it snowed, and no big deal. I hop in my little 4-wheel drive truck. I pop on down to the office, just like any other day, and I was the only person there the entire day. People
Jurors,
had
feel free to stand up.
abandoned their cars on the freeway. All kinds of chaos all over the entire region. And it was maybe 6 inches of snow.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
What I'm showing you here is what's been marked as exhibits 58, 59, 60, 63, and 64. And I'm going to direct your attention to this before you. It's a laser pointer. Just click on this button.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, first I'd just like to start with exhibit 58 on the screen.
Okay.
Let's see the snow. Show us the snow, Mr. Lally.
And again, Ms. Albert, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes,
And what do you recognize there?
it was my home at the time.
And from this photograph, do you see that front door area where the foyer is and the side door area that you were talking about on your house?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer in your hand, just direct the jury's attention to where each of those are and indicate where they are.
That would be the very front door, and then the side doors over here in between.
And as far as the sort of what's in the front portion of this photograph, do you recognize that as if I'm standing and facing as this photograph is your house, where you lived at 34 Fairview Road? What, if anything, do you have as sort of a landmark or an item that you observe in that sort of left area of the yard?
Flagpole?
Is there a fire hydrant there as well?
Yes.
And do you see anything as far as like a box or something like that?
Yeah, I believe there was some electrical box that I don't think we ever actually knew what it was or what it did.
So fair to say all the years that you lived there, it's not something that you utilized or even knew what it really did?
No.
Now, this particular area of the yard, in its relation to the house, was that a part of the yard that was used or utilized by the family all that much when you lived there?
No.
And that part of the yard where the fire hydrant, flagpole, that is, how close is that to sort of the next door neighbors abutting of the property?
It's pretty close. It's almost, I would say, on the, close to the property line.
Now, Now, as far as from the side of the road, in between sort of the curbing from the roadway and your front lawn, there's nothing there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that, is that correct?
Right.
And the curbing that's between sort of the roadway and the front lawn, how would you describe that? Is it a sharp curb, rounded curb?
It was kind of a rounded curb.
Kind of a rounded curb.
Now, with reference to your driveway, do you see that depicted in this particular photograph?
You can't really see it in the picture, no. But I mean, it's would be over here.
Thank you.
Yep.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that you have before you.
Mhm.
Please tell me if I can have that one up on the screen as well.
So we're seeing that the place where John was found has already been destroyed.
And again, Ms. Albert, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And this is just another photograph of your home as it was around January 2022 at 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And from this photograph, you see now sort of the driveway and where that is.
Yes.
And if you could just indicate to the jury sort of where in this photograph that would be.
Oh my
The
God.
driveway was right here. The two garage doors, and then there was driveway right along here.
Now, in reference to that driveway, or in reference to your family at the time that lived at the house, about how many cars would there typically be when everyone's home parked in the driveway?
Could have been 4. Let me think.
Look at the flags just hanging flat on this flagpole. When was this
4.
taken?
And who would those vehicles be typically operated by, and what kind of vehicles are we talking about?
I had my car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. And then we had, I think, a Ford Explorer. And then the kids were driving a Ford Escape, maybe?
All sort of bigger cars, all sort of SUVs, is that
Yeah.
correct to say?
Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And just for the record, if you could read the number that's on that photograph now.
60?
And again, what's up on the screen, is that just another depiction of your home at that time?
Yes.
Now, when you open that door and Officer Lank is there and you invite him into your house to talk, you said that you saw some cruisers, correct?
Mhm.
Where in relation to your property were the cruisers when you opened the door and saw them? If you could direct the jury's attention to this photograph.
I believe they were right here. Somewhere here.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that's in there.
Yep.
And again, the photograph that's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Hmm.
And again, I'm sorry to keep asking
Yes,
you to do this, but
yes.
if you could read the number that's on the photograph.
63.
And so exhibit 63 up on the screen, if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of your property or abutting property are we looking at?
I believe our property
Probably
ended,
where the
you know,
trees are,
somewhere
roughly.
along here.
So right about in the general area of the electrical box and fire hydrant you talked about?
Yeah. Yep.
And that next door residence there, do you know offhand what the number was for that?
I don't. Maybe 36? I'm not sure.
Somewhere in the vicinity of your number 34.
Yeah.
And if I could direct your attention to the next photograph.
Mm-hmm. 64?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wrong page. So with respect to this photograph, as far as the sort of side door, do you see that in this photograph?
Yeah. The side door would be right here.
And there's sort of another door off to the right of the photograph, is that correct?
Yep. That door would go into the garage.
And typically, at least around this time, January or late January 2022, 2022 as far as the vehicles that you were talking about? Would any of those vehicles go in the garage, or what was in the garage?
The garage was a little bit cluttered, so if there was a storm coming, we would try to arrange things so we could at least maybe get one or two of the cars in there, but otherwise we didn't put the cars in the garage. Only if it was gonna, be a storm, we would try to get some of them out of the driveway.
And with reference to these specific dates, January 28th and the 29th, and this specific storm, do you recall anything as far as putting vehicles in the garage on those dates?
I don't, I'm not sure. Not sure if we had maybe put mine in there because I had gotten picked up that night. I'm not sure.
And I believe, is there one more photograph that we have to talk about?
58.
May I approach Ron?
Yeah. No. Okay.
I didn't see anything there that helped the Commonwealth's case, and what I did see seemed
Now,
unhelpful.
Christian, let me ask you this. At this time in January of 2022, did your family have any pets?
Yes,
And how many pets did you have?
we had one. We had a dog,
What was the dog?
Chloe.
And what type of dog was it?
She was a German Shepherd mix.
And how long had you had the dog at that point?
About 6 years, I believe.
And do you recall sort of when you got the dog, how you got the dog, or where you got the dog from?
We got the dog from a shelter in Texas.
And what type of, so shelter, or fair to say it's a rescue dog?
Yes.
And where did the dog typically go within the house?
It was when it was allowed anywhere in the house.
And as far as nighttime, would there be any sort of particular pattern of where the dog would sleep?
Yes, at nighttime when we went up to bed, it came up with us and it slept in our bedroom.
And at any point in time, during the time from when you returned from the waterfall to your home, where was the dog at that point?
Well, the dog had been up in the room, and I believe my husband, when we first got in, brought her down to let her out to go to the bathroom.
And when the dog went out to go to the bathroom when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, where would the dog go? How was that? Was it on a
Well,
leash,
she
or-
pretty much she knew the door where to go. So when she had to go, she would go to that door and she would just go out and run in the backyard and go and on her own.
So on her own, and someone would sort of stand at the back door?
Yes.
And the back door that we're talking about, what kind of door is that?
It's a regular door.
I mean, is it
Like-
a door that opens? Is it a sliding door?
Oh, yeah, no, just a regular door. And it had, I think, a storm door, behind it.
And the backyard area of your home at 34 Fairview, when you lived there in around January 2022, how was that enclosed at all?
It was fenced in.
So dogs couldn't get out if everything's closed up in the backyard.
Yes, as long as the gates were shut.
And as far as that particular evening, after you returned from the waterfall, you indicated your husband let the dog out. How long a period of time was the dog outside?
I believe it was pretty quick. She went, did her business, and came back in. I think she might have walked around the kitchen for a minute or two, and then I think you just brought her back upstairs.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe the dog, did Chloe go outside at any other point over the course of that evening?
No.
Now, at some point, obviously you've moved from 34 Fairview to North, correct?
Hmm.
And when about was it in relation to this incident of January 29th, 2022 that you moved?
We moved in April of 2023.
And what, if any, plans or discussions were there in reference to moving prior to January 29th?
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the specifics, but generally, not the conversation.
We had always planned to move, but it was in our plans that, what kids were starting to get older, we were looking to possibly downsize. So at the end of 2021, My husband's brother had sold his house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow that.
My husband's brother had sold his house and got a good deal for it. It sold pretty quickly. The market was really good at that time. So we just started thinking, hey, you know, the kids are getting older. A couple of them had already moved out. We weren't going to be able to stay in that house. You know, it's like a 5-bedroom house. Once our kids were gone, my husband and I wouldn't have been able to maintain that. Needed a lot of work. We couldn't afford it. You know, so we said maybe now's the time we should put it on the market and see what happens. So I think in November, December.
So hold on. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So you put it on the market, it sold, and then you moved it.
Objection, leading.
The objection sustained. Ask a non-leading question.
When was it?
First leading objection.
April of 23.
And as far as selling the house, what, if any, relationship did that have to what occurred on January 29th, 2020?
It had no relation to it. We had already had thoughts and plans of doing it before that happened.
When was it listed?
We had reached out to a realtor in the end of 21.
May I have one moment, Ron?
Yes.
Why the 1-year gap between listing it? It's not such a good market after a year, maybe.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Lally
Yeah,
is
Ms. Little?
not good at taking the sting out of the cross. Oops.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Hello.
You were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 29th for approximately 4.5 hours. Is that correct?
I was there from say 7:45 till about midnight.
So about 4 hours?
Yeah.
And you were there with a group of individuals, including Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Tristan Morris, and then were later joined by Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed joined your group around 11 p.m. Is that right?
Approximately.
Over the course of those 4 hours that you were there, did you see any sort of tension whatsoever between John O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Well, no, they were only there for an hour when I was there, but I didn't have really any interaction with them. But no, I didn't see anything.
So based on your observations, everyone appeared generally happy and in good spirits, correct?
Yep.
At any point while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, did you observe Karen Reed stumbling, slurring her words, or otherwise appearing to be under the influence?
I did not, but again, I never engaged in any sort of conversation with her.
Did you observe your husband and Brian Higgins engaging in sort of practice fighting techniques while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I saw them fooling around with each other, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could show just a screenshot of a video that's been previously marked.
A screenshot of it? Sure.
May I approach you for recording?
Yes. So can you take this down just until the witness has it, please? I thought you were just showing the screenshot. You want to show it up here?
Yes. if that's
Okay. So what are you doing
Should
with
we
it?
mark that as an exhibit? Or
I don't think there's a need to. I thought you were showing something to the.
There is a
showing that you were
need to
just-
mark it as an exhibit
if I could show you.
if you are showing it to the witness. What is the matter with you,
Mhm.
Judge?
All right,
even
so
if you
will
don't
mark
admit
for
it.
Oh,
Identification.
sorry.
Yes, mark it for identification. Thank you.
Ms. Albert, do you
So hold on, we need to, so we'll mark it for identification. So we'll take it from the witness for a minute, please.
Sorry.
We'll mark it for identification, but this is incorporated in what exhibit number?
I believe it's exhibit 53.
Don't mark
All
it.
right,
Don't mark
just so
it.
our record's clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now you can,
Your Honor, if I may, I haven't seen what the witness is looking at.
okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so you want to display it on the screen now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure, go right ahead.
Ms. Albert, do you see the two individuals sort of in the closest frame to us with their backs turned to us? Two males?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Who is the man that has just been zoomed in with the logo on the back of his sweatshirt?
I believe that's Brian Higgins.
Okay. And then the person with that sweatshirt is, you said Brian Higgins?
I think. Yeah. It's a little hard to
Can you
tell.
go over the other individual who's sitting right next to him? I know this is kind of hard to see because the number's blocking it.
Yeah.
But does that appear to be your husband to the left, kind of in a fighting stance?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often
So I'm
spar?
sorry, are we taking this down or keeping it up?
Yes, Your Honor, you can take it down.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often get into sort of these practice sparring, practice fighting stances? Is that common for him?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't think so.
So this type of behavior was unusual for him.
No, I think they were just fooling around. I don't think there was anything much to it.
My question was, is it unusual for you to see him sort of practice fighting?
I wouldn't call that practice fighting. I think they were just fooling around. And yeah, maybe I've seen him do that other times, but it was fooling around. They weren't practicing.
Let me put this a different way. You do know that your husband is a highly trained fighter, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
Your husband has no fighting experience whatsoever.
A highly trained fighter? No, he's not.
He has boxing experience, correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
This is an interesting technique that the defense has been using throughout this. It's a way of boxing in the witness with the extremes. So you're either a highly trained fighter or you have no fighting experience at all. If you don't agree with either of those things because you would put it somewhere in the middle, then you're saying no to both of those, right? And so that can potentially, make you look evasive.
The ball aluminum cup is disposable, done right.
Oh my God, don't do that. And they don't necessarily have to ask for the follow-up, right? It's on the Commonwealth to say, hey, if you want to explain something, why don't you go ahead and explain it? So they can really push the witnesses around quite a bit with this boxing in technique that they're using. Just something that I've noticed about a style that they all seem to share. I'm going to be interested to hear about this boxing experience, okay? Because it's legendary how many people make up their Golden Gloves record. If you meet boxers, you're going to hear about, how they won Golden Gloves and stuff like that. And of course, it's almost rarely, true. A lot of people do amateur boxing young, don't go very far with it. It's actually quite hard to be a good boxer.
Your husband has boxing experience, correct?
Yes.
He also has fighting experience from his training in the military, correct?
I don't know what fighting experience from the military means. I mean, he was in the Marine Corps. He was out of the Marine Corps in 1992.
But he had training through the Marine Corps and through the Boston Police Department with fighting and defensive tactics, correct?
I assume so.
Ms. Albert, you testified earlier that you left the Waterfall around, I believe, 11:45. Is that correct?
No, I said I think closer to 12.
Okay. Could I show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 53? Your Honor, could I have permission to publish Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Now let's mess up the timeline again.
At 5:14. If you could pause. This video,
No, I don't.
do you see the woman that's in the lower quadrant? Do you recognize that individual at all?
I don't. It's so I can't tell who that is.
I know this is not the best video, so I'll play a little bit more and see if you might be able to recognize it. You don't recognize who that individual is?
I mean, it could be me. I'm not sure. I can't really tell.
All right, so this is an instance where the video has to speak for itself, right?
Understood, Your Honor. You could play just for a little bit longer. Good pause. Did you recognize the woman that just sort of walked forward?
Yes. Now seeing the coat, I recognize that it's me.
Thank you. And did you see what was in your hand when you walked by?
She have a
I
drink?
don't.
You could play just a little bit more. Ms. Albert, do you see you appear to be holding something?
Yes.
Can?
Looks
And a
like a
white claw.
can.
And what time is that video taken?
11:58.
That would have been approximately the time that you were leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yep.
You guys had a fun night. It looks like you kind of grabbed the White Claw. You're about to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier that you got home.
So can we turn the lights back on and, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me switch gears a little bit. You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct? But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle. correct?
Yes. Yeah.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A
Oh,
black
is it?
Ford Edge,
Yes. Yep.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as I remembered it.
Because the plow guy saw a Ford Edge.
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge. correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
In your mind, a Ford Edge has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, can you answer that? Does a Ford Edge have significance in this case to you?
I've heard it talked about. Yeah.
And what you've heard talked about is that an eyewitness saw a Ford-
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to stop you on that. The objection sustained.
Ms. Albert, you know there's significance to the Ford Edge, and that's the one
Objection, Your
vehicle
Honor.
that you did not mention in your initial testimony, correct?
So I'm going to allow that question. Can you answer that?
I just was trying to think of all the different
I just
makes and
didn't
models. I
remember.
did not purposely say that.
Where did your husband strike that? You testified earlier that you weren't sure exactly where Brian Higgins parked that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence, correct?
Right. Yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or for something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection of what I'm pretty sure I remembered. He pulled in first. He backed out so we could pull in. And then I'm pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
So you haven't discussed that statement with any other witnesses in this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Don't remember.
You You testified earlier that when you arrived at 34 Fairview, your son, Brian Albert Jr. was there, Julie Nagel was there, Sarah Levinson was there, and that your nephew, Colin Albert, was also present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe sort of your interaction with Colin Albert when you walked in the door?
It was literally, I was coming in. I think we almost bumped into each other. I said, I didn't realize he was there. I said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I just come by to see Brian, but my ride's on its way. I'm about to leave. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, all right, I see ya. And he just kind of continued on. I think he must have went out the door.
So when you first testified, I believe you stated that you saw Colin seated at the table with Brian Jr., correct?
When I testified, when?
Earlier today.
I don't believe I said
And
that.
shortly after he got up.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You never said that he was initially seated with Brian Jr.
No, I'm pretty sure I said when I walked in, I immediately saw him.
So when you walked in the door, you're saying he was already leaving to go get his ride, correct?
He was standing and looked to me like he was getting ready for someone who was coming to pick him up.
Got it. And when you pulled up with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, that all happened around the same time, correct?
Yes.
And you have never mentioned seeing any other vehicle waiting outside the house for Colin when you arrived, correct?
No.
You didn't observe another vehicle outside the house.
No, I'm not saying he said to me, my ride's almost here. I'm leaving. So I didn't see anything outside about his ride.
And it was cold outside that night.
Yeah.
So he sort of walked out the door before his ride arrived.
I don't know if he went and stood and waited by the door. I came in the house and like I said, I immediately said hello to my son, his friends. I went and started doing my cleaning and I didn't really pay attention, but I assume he left because I never saw him again.
So you're not sure if he was sort of standing by the front door?
I'm not sure. I mean, he could have been standing there waiting. He said his ride was about to be there.
Okay. But you didn't see him.
I did not see him leave.
Good one, Elizabeth.
You testified that your German Shepherd, Chloe, was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Where's Chloe
she's a
now?
large German Shepherd.
Yep, about 70 pounds.
She's not great with strangers.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that it's kind of a poorly worded question. Would you say that she's good with strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers. Okay.
Yep.
She's definitely not good with other animals, is she?
No, she did not like other dogs.
Chloe actually has a well-documented bite history, doesn't she?
Objection.
Does she?
With dogs, a couple dogs, yes.
Ms. Albert, she also has a bite history with humans, doesn't she?
Objection.
Ask that differently.
Ms. Albert, Chloe has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
In one incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting with another dog, the woman who was dog it was tried to break up the two dogs. And while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
There are actually two individuals who were injured in that incident, correct?
Well, there was two women, but I believe just one woman, from what I understand, had an injury from Chloe. The other one may have fallen or something, but I'm not sure 100%.
There were two women who were actually taken to the hospital after that incident, correct?
Yes, a neighbor had called the police or called an ambulance just to make sure they were okay.
And you mentioned that Chloe had actually escaped from the backyard
Mm-hmm.
in that incident.
Yes,
And that happens from time to time at your house, correct?
it had happened a few times, yes.
And Mr. Albert let Chloe out when he arrived that night, correct?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
So is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont. And that previous testimony, that information has all been given. So if she was ever needed for anything, we know where she is.
Was that testimony given to the defense?
Probably.
Was I present at the hearing where you testified about this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Ooh, death look.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Nope. I mean, what a callous answer to your family dog. You don't have her anymore? Nope. I think, sorry, dog person here. Yes, my dogs, you might hear them moaning and groaning in the background here because the one is getting a little bit old. I'm sorry if I have to get rid of my dogs and I don't have them anymore. I am not going to be cavalierly saying nope. That death look she gave her right at the end with, was I present at the hearing when you testified about this? She didn't like that. So she's, displaying some of the same patterns that we saw from the Alberts with the evasiveness, the not liking the words that the defense is using, quibbling over these kinds of details. And again, some of that is skill by the defense attorney to box her in, highly trained fighter versus no experience whatsoever. But some of them seem petty. Well-documented bite history. Well, yeah, I don't know why you're struggling with that one. If this dog has bitten other dogs and human beings, the dog has a well-documented bite history. I didn't catch, if somebody could let me know in the comments, I didn't catch the time frame for when they got rid of Chloe. It sounded like they said May. So I can see that being related to this biting incident and not necessarily Mr. O'Keefe.
Ms. Albert, you're aware that we actually sought records regarding Chloe and her bite history, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Was it from this witness?
It was.
That's a yes or no from there. Yes or no?
Well, it was from a custodian.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right, Ms. Albert, I want to direct your attention back to the early morning of January 29th. You testified that everyone who arrived at your house just after midnight was sort of generally gathered at the table in the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening, you had never heard any sort of disruption inside, correct?
No.
You didn't hear a crash? Certainly
There
never
needs
heard-
to be an answer.
Sorry, no.
You certainly never heard any screaming or yelling,
No.
and you never heard the screech of any brakes outside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On July 20th, 2023, you testified before a grand jury, and Mr. Lally was not there, correct?
Ooh, the federal grand
Mr.
jury.
Walker was also not there, correct?
Okay.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were specifically asked during the course of that hearing where everyone was positioned around the table that night.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that sort of line of questioning?
Yeah.
And you explained that your sister Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr.
Objection. Is there a question?
We're getting that question, so go ahead.
You were very specific about kind of how people were seated at that table that night. Do you remember that testimony? You explained that Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr. and Matt McCabe was across from him. Do you recall that?
Yep.
But when you were asked where your husband and Brian Higgins were positioned at the table, you weren't able to place them there. Isn't that true?
Because I don't believe they ever sat at that table.
And what you told the grand jury during that hearing was that at least at one point, they had left the room and they were outside of your view, correct?
I'm not sure I said that.
Told the jury that you were cleaning and you weren't sure where they went, correct?
Well, initially, when I first came in the house and I was doing my thing, I don't remember exactly where
And
they were.
you told the grand jury that you don't recall seeing them at the table, but you don't recall where they went because you were kind of focused on cleaning, correct?
Right.
And there was one point at which you said that you joined them in family
Yes.
room. Is that right? But while you were cleaning, you said, I don't really know what they were doing, but they weren't there, correct?
Yes.
So you recall your husband and Brian Higgins left your view and went to some other place in the house that evening, correct?
They could have.
Ms. Albert, how many steps is it from the front door to the basement?
Ooh.
Steps.
It's a poorly worded question. I will rephrase it. When you open the front door of your house,
Uh-huh.
how many steps does it take to get to the door to the basement?
4 or 5.
You testified earlier that Brian Higgins left 3430 first, correct?
Yes.
Then Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel left together, correct?
Yes.
And the very last person to leave your house that night, you said today under oath, was your daughter, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And you said she left your house close to 2 a.m. Is that right?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, that's not what you told Sergeant Lank on January 29th, 2022, is it?
I don't recall what I told him.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your statement to Sergeant Lank?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
She's really getting irritated. You're starting to see it. She's got her chin up. She's like looking down her nose at her. She's not happy. Not happy.
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention to page 2 of the supplemental.
Would you show the prosecutor, please?
Just the Canton Police Report.
Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Okay.
So I feel like the tenor of this cross exam is doing a little bit more damage to her than the actual substance of it. The one piece of substance that I think they have really nailed her on is you didn't mention the Ford Edge. You specifically identified all the other vehicles, but you just called that one your husband's work vehicle.
Ms. Little, maybe you can clarify that.
Because the Edge was
Yes.
seen by the snowplow driver outside at about 2 something a.m.
And you don't need to read it out loud, but if you could read this very last paragraph here,
Down hit 7? Or,
actually, this section right here,
Okay.
the second paragraph to the bottom. And you
mhm.
don't need to read it out loud, just look up once you're done.
And are you going to clarify that, Ms. Little? Statement?
Oh, how would my approach, Your Honor? Ms. Albert, this is just a police report containing an interview that was conducted, correct?
Yep.
With Sergeant Lank on January 29th, is that right?
Yes, the morning of.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to?
Yes,
is
yeah.
your recollection- what? Excuse me, is Is your recollection refreshed?
Yep.
Isn't it true that you told Sergeant Lank that your daughter left at 12:15 on January 29th?
Do not recall saying that. I've maintained in every interview testimony I've had that she was the last to leave. So I don't know, it was very confusing that morning. Officer Lank was trying to ask everybody, where had you been? Where had you been? When did you get here? When did you leave? I don't know if somehow it was misconstrued, but I've always maintained that Caitlin was the last to leave.
His fault.
Understood. And that's because Sergeant Lank was talking to everyone at the same time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting around the table. It was a little, everyone was, we're all in shock and it was a little confusing.
And he didn't record it.
More of a conversation than an interview. Is that right?
I guess you could say that.
Yes.
Ms. Albert, do you deny saying that to Sergeant Lank?
I don't believe I said that. I think maybe someone was saying, oh, Jen and Matt got there at 12:15. He misunderstood. It got misconstrued later in his notes. But I've always said, and any other time I was questioned, that my daughter was the last one to leave. So I don't,
So you weren't trying to protect your daughter.
no.
You were forthcoming about always providing the troopers with information about the individuals who were present that night.
Yes.
Ms. Albert, you and your family discussed this case at length before your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you?
Of course, we discussed the case, but just everything that was going on, we were trying to figure out what happened.
And you testified that you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would be 6 days after this occurred. Is that right?
Yep.
And that's the very first time that you were ever interviewed by Massachusetts State Police.
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
Aside from that sort of conversation you described with Sergeant Lank.
Yeah. Yep.
When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022, you left a lot of names out of individuals who were present at your house on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure who was left out.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son, Brian Albert Jr., was home that night?
Was home the night of his birthday, or what do you mean?
Yes, the night of his birthday.
Well, yeah, he was home with his friends.
Did you tell that to Trooper Proctor?
I assume I did.
So if it wasn't in his report, that would have been his mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor your daughter, Caitlin Albert, returned home with you after the waterfall?
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me, it was who was there afterwards, hanging out from like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him. He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
Were you asked who was at the house that night?
I assume he asked that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part of the people that I was with when I got home.
You never mentioned Colin Albert to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
Ms. Albert, you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have to interview him, correct?
Objection.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection.
You didn't want your kids or your nephew to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
But you never told Trooper Proctor about Colin Albert?
I didn't mention Colin because I didn't consider him as part of the group that we were hanging out with after the waterfall, because he left as soon as I walked in. I didn't even think of him.
Didn't even think of him.
No.
Didn't think it might be important for the state trooper who is investigating this case to know the individuals who are leaving at the precise time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
What's wrong with that? Facts not in evidence.
Ms. Albert, what's the first thing you remember waking up to on the morning of January 29th?
My sister bombing into my bedroom.
Okay. Your Honor, if we could approach.
Okay, approach sidebar, or you, okay.
Yes.
Didn't mention him because you didn't consider him part of the group. Yeah, I like too how she was setting up that Lank got it wrong, misremembered. Proctor must have got it wrong, misremembered. So everybody misremembered what she told them. It's them, not her. If it's different than what she told them in the reports, that doesn't have a lot of high credibility. Although, that said, in this case, the law enforcement have beclowned themselves so much already with the investigation here that maybe it's not that hard to believe that, yeah, they actually did get all this stuff wrong. Yeah, they didn't actually ask targeted questions like who might have been leaving at around the same time that John and Karen were arriving. You know, get it specific enough to be sure we're not just talking about the group that came home from the waterfall. We're talking about anybody who was actually present in the house in and around the time of these events. I mean, I suppose that's the minor upside of how badly they messed up this investigation.
So Ms. Little, we're going to mark what you have in your hand for identification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert, I'd like to show you a photograph which purports to be.
Just show her the photograph.
Ms. Albert, do you recognize that photograph?
Yep.
What is it?
It's a picture of my house.
Does it appear to be generally to scale?
Yep.
Do you recognize sort of the flagpole in the yard,
Yes.
the house,
Yep.
the driveway?
Mm-hmm.
And that looks
Yes.
accurate. And that looks accurate in terms of scale, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Sure.
Hasn't been admitted, but Judge Bev is all over the place with these technicalities.
Ms. Albert, where is your bedroom located?
Want me to show it?
Yes, if you could explain.
It's the corner closest to John.
So your bedroom is in that upper left-hand quadrant, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The far left window, that's your bedroom window.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. The two of them.
So on January 29th, you had two bedroom windows on the left side of the house that were facing the front lawn where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Ms. Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts arrived outside your property around 6:04 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Did you hear any fire trucks that morning?
I did not.
Did you hear any ambulances?
I did not.
You didn't see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles outside your bedroom window?
I did not. My blinds were shut. My curtains were closed. I did not see anything.
You testified the very first thing you remember was Jennifer McCabe waking you up in your bedroom.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, just to keep track, are we going to take this down now, Ms. Little? Or we can keep the lights on? I just want to keep track of that.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
How drunk were they to sleep through all that?
What time was that?
I thought it was somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
May I have a moment?
Sure.
If I told you it was around 6:45 based on video surveillance footage, would you quarrel with that?
If that's what you say.
Okay. Does that sound about right to you?
Yep. I initially from the beginning just said 6:30. I wasn't quite sure.
Ms. Albert, what about the 2 calls that you received from your sister at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m., which were answered?
I
Ooh.
never answered any phone calls from my sister that morning.
You're aware that the Celebrite records indicated that you answered 2 calls from your sister.
Objection, Your Honor.
The,
7 and 6:08 a.m.
the objection sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
You could take a look at this.
She's looking defeated now. That rocked her.
Ms. Albert, you received
If I could just see what's being shown to the witness before. Thank you. May we approach?
Okay.
Gonna have a little chit chat about that because it must be pretty good. Oh man, she just looked deflated. Like all that energy came out of her. A direct lie that can be disproven, that's not going to be so good. Is this another mistake by law enforcement? Now, this time it's Celebrite that got it wrong. Is that what the explanation is going to be? Maybe she left her phone downstairs and somebody else answered. Who's the mystery of the answered phone call? I'm just kind of shocked because, you know, we're getting hints at stuff that came from the federal investigation, right? The attorney made the reference to your testimony in front of a grand jury where Lally wasn't there. She is signposting this is the federal investigation. All of these phone records and stuff came from the federal investigation. I don't know how Lally did not prep the witnesses for this. How do you not present this to them and ask them, what's up with that? Are you interested in eliciting the truth of the situation or not? When you identify an inconsistency in the witness's statements, you need to ask them about it, not just because you know defense is going to ask them about
All
it,
right.
because it's
So
the right
let's
fucking
mark one
thing to
for
do.
identification, please, Ms. Little.
Thank you.
Okay, and you can give it back to Ms. Albert,
Thank you.
and you can go back and ask a question, and let's see where we go with this, okay?
Ms. Albert, do you recognize this document?
Recognize it?
Do you know what it is?
Well, yeah, I see what it is.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the 2 calls you received on the morning of January 29th?
It says here 2 calls were
With-
placed.
Okay, don't read it, but you were asked a specific question. So if you could answer the question, please.
Does that refresh your recollection to the 2 calls you received from your sister on the morning of January 29th?
She may have placed those phone calls to me, but I never answered them.
You received a call from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th at 6:07:42 a.m. that lasted for 9 seconds, correct?
She may have placed a phone call to me. I never answered it. I never spoke to her that morning.
You also received a second call from your sister at 6:08:17 a.m. that lasted for 7 seconds, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that.
It says that, but I never answered a phone call from my sister Jennifer that morning.
You're aware that cell phone companies have what are called tolling records, correct? That show if there's a voicemail or something of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, it's your testimony here today that you never spoke to your sister that morning.
I never spoke to my sister on the phone that morning.
Who else was in your bedroom that morning?
Me and my husband.
You and Brian Albert were the only two individuals who could have answered those calls that morning, correct?
We're the only two people in the room, besides the dog.
And at
The dog did
6:07
it.
a.m., someone had a 9-second call with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, sustained. And you've got more for this witness, I imagine, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll take the luncheon recess, folks. It's 1 o'clock.
Taking lunch. It's 1 o'clock. Oh boy.
Sorry.
Goodbye.
Well, this is getting a little spicy. This is a little bit better than I thought it was. Going to be. I took Karen down already, but she seems pretty happy about how this is going. Man, are they going to show her again? No, probably not.
I do, but I don't.
She was having some smiles with Mr. Jackson there. Mr. Jackson looks pretty pleased with how this is going.
Madam Court Reporter, do you need me for anything? Okay.
All right, confirming that they are going off the record. Whew. Well, I feel like Ms. Little has handled that quite well. Judge Bev obviously doesn't want this to get in at this point in time. It's funny to me how she is really super technical about the evidence rules and proprieties at some points, and then at others, she's quite fast and loose. This is not the first time that there has been back and forth about how the exhibits are to be marked, about exhibits being published to the jury before they have been formally admitted, which kind of defeats the point of having a formal admission of evidence anyway, right? That's how you signify the jury is going to get to see this. So there's been all of this fuzzy stuff around the edges with the technicalities. But then when it comes to like very specific things like the form of the question, Celebrite records aren't in evidence yet. She wouldn't have personal knowledge of the Celebrite records. Those types of things she can be quite nitpicky about. Well, a 9-second phone call and a 7-second phone call at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m. We already know that the defense has their cell phone expert, Celebrite extraction person on their witness list. So, I mean, we know it's coming. We know this is coming, and they're clearly just setting the stage. So they're going to be able to come back after the fact and maybe even ask that particular witness. I don't think you probably can. It's probably too much because witnesses don't get to comment on the testimony of other witnesses. So you can't ask your Celebrite expert. So if, Nicole Albert said nobody answered that phone call, would that be a lie? You don't get to actually ask that, but you're going to be able to argue that in closing in a way that makes that conclusion really pretty crystal clear. And frankly, they might be able to get to that a little bit around the edges anyway. You can't come out and specifically ask, is it a lie? But you can ask, is it possible that this is an error? Is there some other explanation? If somebody testify or somebody explains this in a way that's not consistent with the phone being answered, which is more likely to be correct, the record or the memory of the person. I mean, that might be getting a little bit too close, but something along those lines, man. It's going to come out. She knew it. She saw it. She deflated like a balloon on the stand. All of that combativeness that she had been showing with, obviously her body language, the chin up, the, kind of expression that was a bit confrontational, and her answers as well, this fighting back over the details of the words chosen, the specific language that's being used, man, that just all went out of her in a heartbeat with that set of questions. And Lally didn't see this coming. He didn't see this coming. He didn't think I need to give my witness a chance to clear this up before the defense gets a hold of her when she makes that initial statement. This guy is either incompetent or he doesn't care if what they're saying is true or not. I'm just going to put that out there. That's my take on it. A prosecutor, this is why, you know, bad cops and bad prosecutors get under, I think, a lot of people's skin so much, and not just mine. It's because they have such enormous power. And with that power comes great responsibility. You are there as an agent of the people. You are there to do justice on behalf of the people. And that is supposed to be a process of presenting the truth, of allowing the community to see all the evidence and to be able to form a judgment about what happened here and is anybody to blame for it. Okay, putting the label of criminal on somebody, this is a big deal. This is not just you know, oh, you're gonna get some kind of you know, some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, it's 10 already, and I've been up for not quite 5 hours. There's a word I'm looking for that when you get like admonished or something like that, you know, a little bit of a wrist slap. Oh, you bad person, but now it's okay and we're going to move on. A criminal accusation, a criminal record. This is an extremely serious thing. It has significant consequences. This is a class issue. Okay, we are going to now put you in the criminal underclass of people who are dehumanized, people who don't enjoy the same rights as citizens as everybody else, people who are subject to oversight and monitoring and scrutiny. And now we get to put them in that other category, right? We're talking about the white hats and the black hats. Well, everybody knows criminals are black hat people, right? Pretty much doesn't matter where you stand. Frankly, even a lot of criminals point to the other people. Those are criminals. Those are bad hat people, which is often kind of funny to see. But the point I'm getting at here is that this is such an important responsibility that you have, and the trust that the public puts in you to be able to carry that out responsibly is so substantially undermined when you don't seem to give a shit if what your witnesses are saying is true or not, as long as they're telling the story that helps you win the case. That's a problem. A good prosecutor who gets these phone records from the FBI and sees these are inconsistent with the story that you've told the police, that you've told me, your official line, you need to explain that. Why? Because I, the prosecutor, should care about the truth of what happened. And if there is an inconsistency here, it matters to me, not just because I might lose the case, because obviously the defense is going to see this and make hay out of it, but because that's the fundamental nature of what I am supposed to be doing as a representative of the public, is presenting the truth in a court of law. So when they don't care, when they seem to just brush this over, it's of no concern to them. He hasn't brought it to her attention. She hasn't explained it. This is a prosecutor who is either incompetent at his job or he doesn't care about the truth. I mean, it's appalling. It's really appalling. It's really appalling. And we're still kind of left at this point where, yes, somebody in the comments said reprimand. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Reprimand. All I could think of was reprobate. It's not reprobate, but it is reprimand. It was just close enough. We're at the point where I still don't know if Karen Reed did anything at all. And I can't say definitively she didn't. I'm just saying, I realize we're in a trial. It's the prosecutor's burden of proof. They have to show me that she did. But even if I were gonna say, well, maybe she did do something hypothetically, it is 100% on the Commonwealth that we're having all of this problems with their ability to present their case. They have fallen down on this so hard. And I just got to go back and reiterate that the people who I feel the worst for in all of this is the family of John O'Keefe, because this is what they get: a prosecutor who can't be bothered to get to the truth of what happened, police officers who can't be bothered to record their interviews, who can't be bothered to collect evidence in a way that is like, I mean, even remotely consistent with the basic standards for doing that type of thing. They don't document, they don't secure the crime scene, they don't get themselves out immediately when they realize that there's a conflict. No, they bring her car into their Sally Port and continue to involve themselves in the process. It's John O'Keefe's family that is going to suffer the consequences of this. And the reality is, even if Karen Read did it and she doesn't get convicted, that's on them. That is 100% the Commonwealth's failure, the law enforcement's failure. And if I am the family of that victim, I am furious. Okay. I am furious at what I'm seeing here. I don't know how they could possibly see it any other way. I cannot imagine that they are sitting in this courtroom day after day after day, watching this unfold and thinking, yeah, this is going really well. I feel really good about what's unfolding in front of me. I feel confident in this charge and in this prosecution, and that the truth is being elicited here. I'm so baffled. I'm so baffled. Oh, guys, we got just a couple of chats here that I'll go ahead and take up. Good stuff. Your analysis is excellent, especially for a transactional attorney who has never litigated anything. Well, you know, I've got to tell you, transactions are tough. Okay. I have been through enough transactions, you know, personally and assisting clients and things like that, that I got to tell you, the people who can close a complex transaction they are super impressive to me. There are just so many details you have to track, so many things that you have to get signatures on, and disclosures that have to be made and stuff like that. In Washington, we are not one of the states that require attorneys to be involved in a real estate transaction. That's pretty uncommon as far as I understand it. Most states like to review title, maybe even to put together a title report, to draft a purchase and sale agreement. These are all classic legal transactions. Normally you would have lawyers do them. Washington, no legal professionals do any of those things. Okay. The agents write the contract. They're not licensed. The title company produces the title report. They're not licensed. It's entirely up to the buyer and seller if they want any attorney to review that title report and give them opinions about whether there are problems with it. So it's completely option. At no point in time does a lawyer have to step into that transaction. And then closing is typically done by the title agency, by the title company. So again, another person who is not a legal professional, but has, you know, gotten some type of training about all the gazillions of disclosures and sign-offs and just things that have to be coordinated in order to close something like a sale of real estate. It's so complicated. You have to, you know, prorate all of the utilities up to the date of closing. You have to coordinate with the mortgage company. If something goes wrong and that day gets shifted, closing gets shifted by one day, you have to go back in and recalculate all that. So this is all just to say, I really appreciate you transactional attorneys and everything you do as well. So please don't underestimate yourself. Ian Kinsel bombshell testimony. Don't know exactly what this is referring to, but it came up during Nicole Albert's cross or during her direct exam. So I don't know if this was being facetious at the time, but as it's turned out, yeah, maybe, maybe it turned out to be a little bit more of a bombshell than I expected. Certainly was heading off on direct to be just another kind of nothing burger, another person who didn't really see much, didn't really remember much, is just kind of there establishing a timeline. But again, once again, kind of the ongoing theme of this case, nothing that is helpful to the Commonwealth in terms of tending to establish that Karen Read murdered John O'Keefe. So in a material sense, she did not move the needle on this case at all. Nothing that establishes any of the elements of second-degree murder, of operating under the influence, any of that stuff. And yet, look what's happening now. Look at the points the defense is able to score on this cross-examination. You know, when Judge Bev said early on, I think at the pretrial conference, she had asked, it came up about Michael Proctor and some of this impeachable stuff that they have against him, the internal investigation, the internal affairs investigation, stuff like that. And Judge Bev had asked, well, what happens if the Commonwealth doesn't call him? And the defense says, well, then we would call him. And at that time, a lot of people, that comment from the judge, it caused a little bit of a hubbub, right? That got people's attention. Well, what does she mean? How is it possible that Michael Proctor could not testify? And you know, the simple answer is that a smart prosecutor, a seasoned prosecutor, one that seems to know what they're doing and doesn't appear to have like just put on their JV squad jersey that morning, that prosecutor is going to be able to anticipate where the danger areas are in their case. And so if there is a witness who is a danger area, there is something impeachable, there is an inconsistency you don't want in. If they don't have anything critical to add that you can't already get in through other witnesses, then you simply don't call that witness. It's just basic common sense. Okay, this is not like a high IQ, have to think this through type of process. It's pretty basic. Don't call a witness who has nothing to add and can only hurt your case. So is that going to be the case with Michael Proctor? Are they going to simply not call him? Well, this is why I qualified that statement with, if you're not an attorney who's just put on their JV jersey that morning, of course you wouldn't. But look at what we're seeing here. I mean, this is just an ongoing pattern of harm after harm after harm with absolutely nothing gained. So I'm not convinced that this ADA has the foresight or the knowledge or the experience to be able to make that kind of judgment call. He really seems to be just sort of caught in this script of, here's the names that he has, and therefore he needs to call all of these people. Regardless of what it does or doesn't add to the case, regardless of how it might hurt him in the long run. And so I've seen a suggestion that, well, he's just, you know, he doesn't maybe necessarily want to try this case. He just drew the short straw, knows he's going to lose. He's just going through the motions, that kind of thing, doesn't really care if he wins or loses. He's just going to put it all out there and let the jury decide. If he doesn't really care if he wins or loses, he has no business prosecuting this case. Okay, you have no business trying to tar somebody with a criminal conviction and to deprive them of their liberty and their status as full citizens, able to participate in their community. You have no business doing that if you don't have confidence that you're going to be able to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. So I don't buy that at all. And all of this stuff around the edges that the objections that he's making, the motions in limine trying to keep things out and stuff like that. No, sorry, this is a guy who's trying to win a case. He's not just letting it all be out there and letting the chips fall where they may. I don't accept that type of explanation. So this guy looks bad to me. I'm just saying, this guy, he looks bad. Not happy with this prosecutor at all. Guys, I'm going to pause for a couple minutes just because I'm going to need to go grab something to eat real momentarily. I promise you I'll scarf it real fast and then I'll be back while they're at lunch as well. Don't think anything is going to happen in the meantime, but I will kind of keep my ear on it in case something comes up. Please excuse me, and I will be back momentarily. Okay, guys, I'm gonna pop back in now. Had myself a nice little quick bit of tuna salad and got my trees watered. It's already shaping up to be a hot one here. It's 10:37 and we're just getting up to 70 degrees now. If you haven't been to my side of Washington State, okay, east of the Cascades, we are nothing like you envision the state of Washington to be. You are imagining the Emerald State, the beautiful Pacific Northwest, the Puget Sound, the lush forest, rainforest on the Olympic National Park over on the peninsula. Yeah, over here on my side, we're called the channeled scablands. Okay, the Cascade Mountains are a very effective rain protector, I guess. They catch most of the moisture coming in off of the Pacific. And so we're basically desert over here. We get on average about 6 inches of rainfall a year. It gets extremely hot, extremely arid, extremely windy. So it's quite a challenging climate for things like, bonsai trees. Not very Kyoto-like here. So we're getting to the point where, I gotta kind of jump out and check them 2-3 times a day. When I said these trees are the most demanding pet I've ever had, I did mean that. Just real quickly, because people asked about my chickens, I saw a couple in the comments. This is the first time I've had chickens. I have plenty of family members who have had chickens before, but I never have myself. They're my first birds. We got 4 Wyandottes, 2 Lavington Orpingtons, and 2 Plymouth Rocks. And I think one of the Orpingtons is going to be a rooster. Hard to say still. They're still pretty young, about, what are they now? Maybe 6 weeks. But he's getting a lot more of a comb and like a red wattle under his chin. He's looking pretty rooster-like, but that's the only one that is looking roostery so far. So I have struggled for a long time with getting chickens because I don't eat meat. I haven't eaten meat for almost 20 years. I don't really want to cull them, don't want to kill them. It's not the point. I'm having them for eggs. And so I'm, at a conflicted point now with this rooster. What do I do with this rooster? I don't want to kill him. I guess I'm going to have a rooster around. It's not really that big of a deal. I guess you gotta candle the eggs if you're kind of late eating them to make sure you're not getting balut instead of a nice fresh egg. Or just eat them all real fast, right? But I do think because the chickens are gonna be allowed to roam around the yard. It's possible the ladies will be a little bit more comfortable with a rooster around, and then that way a predator comes in. Hey, it's more likely to get the rooster than the hens. The hens are gonna go running. The rooster is gonna try to protect the flock. So I'm gonna roll with it. He's a cute little fellow so far. So we'll see how that goes. But the biggest thing about having chickens so far, the impression that I've really had all these major flashbacks to Watership Down when, which is one of my favorite stories, by the way. It's just such a great little universe, great epic tale about the rabbits. And so at one point, the rabbits, they have found a hurt seagull, Kihar, and they are nursing Kihar back to health so that he can help them kind of be a spy from the sky to keep an eye on other things. And they are disgusted at how foul this bird is, how he fouls his own nest, and they have to clean it, and he doesn't seem to mind it at all, but it's just completely disgusting. I feel kind of like that about the chickens, okay? They're pretty gross, guys. Chickens are honestly a little bit gross. But we had to have them inside when we first got them because it was too cold to be outside in a brooder. So we had them inside, in this dog crate with a light in there, in this back porch area that's kind of enclosed. And they were there for maybe 4 weeks, and just the amount of dust that these birds put out is just insane. It was getting all over my house. Like the door is closed, but it doesn't matter. It seeps through, it gets in the air, and it's on everything. I'm coughing, I'm sneezing. And that's before we even get to like the whole whole other issue with the chickens and how dirty they are. Yeah, they're kind of gross, guys. Not a real cuddly pet. I did already know you're not supposed to, like, kiss your chickens and stuff like that. They got salmonella, people. Bird flu, like major vector for human disease. So while I maybe am not super affectionate with the chickens, nevertheless, I don't want to kill them. It's not my goal, not really my thing, not something I find particularly pleasant and enjoyable. So we might have a rooster around. We'll see. Well, I had a couple things I thought I would talk about while we're on the break. And so I'm going to go ahead and pull up on my screen a couple of things that I can share here. Let me get it on. So the first thing I mentioned is I did a poll on Twitter. I haven't seen anybody trying to argue the Commonwealth has actually put on much damning evidence against Karen Read yet. The opening didn't give me much to look forward to besides witnesses are coming. So what's going on with this case 2 weeks in? Option 1, they don't have a case. Option 2, smoking guns are coming later. We're at about a 9-to-1 rate of response on this in favor of they don't have a case. Take that for what you will. There's always selection bias in polls like these, of course. It's not like there's a, sample. This is not like a valid sample of anybody really, except for the people that are likely to see a poll coming from me. Most of my supporters that follow me on Twitter do seem to be more in the Free Karen Read camp. There have been a few that are not, that are in the Albert camp. And that's fine. I never have any issue with debate, informed, respectful debate on my page. I love it. That's, the kind of thing that we have these platforms for. I don't really like name calling and abusive behavior and just generally being an asshole. That might get you blocked. And so that's why I don't have, for example, Jennifer Coffinduffer is not going to be seeing my page. And so probably a lot of her followers are not as well. That's going to skew my sample a little bit. But anyway, I thought that was still a little bit remarkable that it's that overwhelming at this point in the case. The bottom line is they don't have a case. So another thing I wanted to show you, some stuff I've been thinking about. So I've been trying to get through, to sort out what the hell is going on here and where are we going? And like I said, I'm not as familiar with all the pretrial processes that a lot of people are that have been following this case. I know there has been a lot of testimony. There have been a lot of other statements, conversations about evidence that's coming and stuff like that. I just kind of know drips and drabs of that. But I have gone back for the kind of 10,000-foot view to this Commonwealth's statement of the case multiple times. And so this is something that they filed back when she was originally indicted. And this is supposed to be kind of the broad outline of what happened, the January 28th to January 29th. And so there were a couple things in this that really grabbed my attention that I wanted to point out. They just kind of go through, finding out about it, who they interviewed, people that they talked to, stuff like that. There's a couple things, though, that are this is weird. Okay, this is strange. And I'm going to start here at the bottom of page 6, where they're talking about troopers interviewed Mr. Ryan Nagel. Mr. Nagel's sister had been at 34 Fairview the evening of January 28th, visiting with the Albert son for his birthday. Mr. Nagel stated he had been contacted by his sister asking for a ride home. His friend drove. He has these various observations where he sees they basically follows another SUV into the area. It stops along the curb to the left side of the property, basically in front of them. He waits while his sister comes out, invites them in. He declines. Sister decides to stay. So as his sister returned to the house, Mr. Nagel observed the black SUV pull up an approximate 1 to 1.5 car lengths to the far left edge of the home's property, where the flagpole was located along with some bushes. He stated that the SUV's driver did not appear to place the vehicle in park at any point. He observed it as the rear brake lights were illuminated throughout his observations to include the third top center light. Mr. Nagel reported hearing no noises coming from the interior of the SUV, so no like loud fight or anything like that. Mr. Nagel indicated that as his friend pulled away from the side of the road when they were leaving, they drove past the black SUV and he observed the interior light within the vehicle and a Caucasian female operator seated inside the vehicle, holding the steering wheel at 10 and 2, staring straight ahead of her. So first off, this is what I was mentioning at the very beginning of the stream today when I was talking about the lesser included instructions and how they seem to be quite limited in the types of manslaughter that the Commonwealth is going to be able to argue. And among those are things like heat of passion, sudden combat, things like that. And so this does not seem consistent with some type of theory that they had a fight in the car out of nowhere, and she freaked out and backed into him, and so it could be murder, but because of the provocation of the circumstances, it would be lowered down to potentially a manslaughter case. She's sitting there staring straight ahead. Does not sound like heat of passion stuff. But that's not actually why I wanted to point this out. I just wanted to point this out because I find this extremely strange with how it's written. Because why are we talking to Mr. Nagel when Mr. Nagel's sister is the one who is there? And moreover, we never learn Mr. Nagel's sister's name throughout this entire process. Her name isn't stated here anywhere. And to me, the person who was in the home at the time that this happened and came outside is probably going to be a more significant person to talk to than the guy who happened to be sitting in the car. I don't know why we wouldn't identify what her name is. And then similarly, it's his friend that's driving. His friend is also not named. Don't know who this friend is. What did the friend see? Did what the friend see? Is that consistent with what Mr. Nagel saw? I just don't know why they are selectively choosing to tell me who some of the people are and who some of the people are not, when they all seem to be reasonably similarly situated with respect to their ability to be able to see what was happening with this SUV out front, to provide information about it. And then plus the sister has this, potentially extra information about what was going on inside the house at the time. So that looks a little bit odd to me. Now, however, something that I think is far more significant, I'm going to go ahead and scroll down to that. Let me just find it. So they have seized her car. They find a sneaker located outside the house on the later search by the CERT team. Didn't see that the first time, but now they find the sneaker, and then they find 2 pieces of red plastic and a piece of clear plastic. This is not the leaf blower search, okay, where they cleared it down to, as he said, bare ground and didn't see it at that time. Later in the day, after more snow, I mean, this is all just a little bit strange. But again, that's not what I'm getting at either. What I'm going to get at is here. Bottom of page 14 is where it starts. On February 1st, these troopers, Buchanan and Keefe, went to CF McCarthy's, spoke to the manager, got the surveillance video and the receipts, and they set out these very specific timestamps of what they observed, and very specifically at the points and times in which the bartender hands the defendant a cylinder glass containing this, and then hands her another glass. Then she receives a shot glass with clear liquid into it that she pours into her cylinder glass at these 4 other occasions. And then, another time where the bartender gives her this tall cylinder glass and a shot glass for a total of 7 drinks. Okay, this is where the Commonwealth is getting she had 9 drinks in the bar that night, because these troopers say that they saw that on the video beginning at CF McCarthy's. And then similarly, surveillance video and receipts from the Waterfall, where they say they show her walking in with a drink in her hand, consuming on video 2 additional drinks, a shot and 1 mixed drinks, for a total of 9 between the establishment. What's weird about this? Why haven't we seen any of this video? This is the video from the Waterfall that and from CF McCarthy's that seems to be actually relevant and pertinent to some of the issues in the case. Whether she was intoxicated, driving under the influence, this is actually an element that the Commonwealth is going to have to prove for 2 of these, I think 2 of the 3 total charges, if not both of the other 2, at least one of the other 2. And so seeing her on video drinking is potentially quite pertinent to that. Why haven't we seen any of that? This is just absolutely mind-blowing to me. We've seen all of this video of where people were standing, where they were sitting, what time they came into the bar, where the band was, like all of this stuff ad nauseum. Is this the high top table that you were sitting at? All of this stuff that doesn't matter, we've seen. The stuff that does matter, where is it? You gotta understand why I'm gonna have some pretty significant questions about here about whether this even exists. Is that why we haven't seen it? Because there is in fact no such video. I'm not getting it here. Now, you'll remember that at least some of this video and the receipt from the Waterfall, we got in through the bartender at the Waterfall. Why would we not introduce this video of Karen Reed getting drinks and drinking them at the Waterfall through this bartender? Who is going to be the person most likely to know what Karen Reed was drinking that night besides the person who served her the drinks? This is incomprehensible to me. I don't know why we haven't seen this already. CF McCarthy's is a little bit trickier because they didn't call the bartender, but you had Michael Camerano there and you asked him about what he saw Karen drinking. He doesn't know. He doesn't remember. You can show him this video to refresh him. Does that refresh your recollection that Karen Reed had 7 drinks, according to them, in the approximately, 2 hours, 3 hours that she was there? When did she get there? She walked in at 8:51, so just before 9 o'clock, and they leave at 10:40. So according to the Commonwealth, she had 7 drinks in just under 2 hours, okay? Nobody has seen any effect on her. Nobody seems to be corroborating that she was behaving consistent with that. Me personally, looking at Karen Reed on this court video, she looks like a fairly petite woman. She's pretty small. I am not a small woman, guys. I'm 5'10", fought at welterweight. I'm a lot bigger than Karen Reed. And I can tell you 7 drinks in an hour and a half is going to put me down. It is going to be messy. That is going to be ugly. I can't even hang like that anymore. I'm way too old for that. I'm going to be in so much pain the next day if I even can get through this night at this rate. So this is a little hard for me to believe. And for a woman, by the way, with MS, okay, alcohol and MS do not go well together. MS is an inflammatory type of condition. Lots of things associated with it. But, one of the protective steps that you can take to avoid having an MS flare is you don't consume alcohol. So this all seems, pretty inconsistent to me with what I can see and, just what sort of makes sense to me with what I've heard and how life works with things like alcohol and drinks. So I want to see this video. Why haven't we seen this video? At this point, the only real avenue we have to get this video in is going to be, if they call the manager of CF McCarthy's and, somebody else from the Waterfall, I guess they could get it in through them. Otherwise, they're getting it in through these troopers. Okay. And I mean, is Trooper Buchanan going to testify? Is Trooper Keefe going to testify? I don't know. I don't know if that's a mistake when it says Keefe, if they just accidentally meant to say, they confused it with John O'Keefe and this is supposed to say Proctor, or if there is in fact another Trooper Keefe. I don't know. But that's pretty much going to be their avenue to get this in at this point. So I'm just filing this away for future reference, because if we don't see that, if we don't see these specific portions of the video when these troopers testify, that is going to lead me to conclude it does not exist, and that the stuff that is here in the statement of facts, it cannot be substantiated. So that's just a little preview, and we'll see how that goes. That's really all I had from the statement of facts at this point. I'm going to go ahead. Guys, I guess I'm being told I'm lagging on YouTube, so I'm going to go ahead and exit real fast, and then I'll come back to the studio. Okay, and now I'm back. So let's see if that is going to help anything. This happens because I am a little bit of a, I'm not going to say cinematographic snob, but I'm a little bit of a snob about stuff like this. I use a DSLR camera to film. I just like the quality you get. You get a little depth of field, right? You can see how my fish are a little bit blurred in the back. It helps with the lighting, the capture of the image. It's a very good image quality. I'm picky about that type of thing. But it's a real pain when it comes to integration with the web streaming. And I don't know exactly why that is. It's just something, I think, with how the data gets processed. So I do lag sometimes. I can usually fix it when I pre-record a video. I can fix that in the editing process. But with these live streams, it seems get pretty bad. So if you're watching on YouTube and you see me lagging really badly and it's annoying to you, it annoys me when I see that. I can't stand that on a video. It drives me nuts. So if it's driving you nuts, please drop it in the comments. I'll do my best if I see it. I'll do my best to pop out and pop back in at the earliest opportunity. So I'm told I'm still lagging, but it's better. I don't know. Well, I did what I could, guys. Sorry about that. It's just what it is. Yeah, audio is out of sync. That's the issue. My voice doesn't line up with the movement of my face. Can't stand it. I'm sorry, guys. I really apologize for that. Maybe I need to get a different camera just for purposes of streaming and not try to be so picky about my image and stuff. So gosh, what else is going on? I'm going to run and see if there's any news real quick that we could talk about. I see Dr. Turtleboy, Aiden Kearney, is talking about his exclusion from the courtroom, that ruling that we watched Judge Bev make earlier in the day. I don't blame him. I'd be pretty upset myself. And if you're going to insist on making him part of the story, then, lean into that. Be part of the story then, I guess. I did see a couple questions when that hearing was happening, people that aren't familiar with that side of the story. So, again, just take this with a grain of salt, because I am not like the person who is like followed this the closest. I'm just aware of it, kind of in the periphery of paying attention somewhat to what's going on with this case. And so Aiden Kearney, that we heard about earlier, he goes by the name Dr. Turtleboy. He's a blogger, journalist, writes on his his online site. I think it's Turtle Daily News or something like that. And I believe he's local to this area of Massachusetts. So this is the type of thing that he covers. So he has been kind of at the forefront of questioning the official narrative of this case, calling into question sort of what's going on with the things behind the scenes, the inconsistencies, the FBI investigation that we have learned about, that we don't know a lot of the details again, but just know that there is something that's happening. I can talk about that in a few minutes too. But so anyway, he has, I mean, like they mentioned in court, he's been pretty close to this case for quite some time. He's, himself generated some of this evidence. Just over the past couple weeks, he has, I think, been the source for some of the things like the impeachment photographs of Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert, in their swimsuits and drinking beer and stuff like that, having a good time at the beach. That's the type of thing that that Aiden Kearney has been sort of producing in this case. Now, having said that, he's also clearly taken a position, that Karen Reed did not do this. He firmly believes this is a cover-up. He's been covering that part of the story, presenting sort of what he sees and what he's uncovered through his reporting that would seem to support that interpretation of what happened. And now, having said that, he's engaged in some tactics that the Commonwealth and a lot of these witnesses, they don't seem to like, because he has been very firmly advocating for this prosecution to end. The free Karen Reed can really, I think, be the origination of that can really be pointed to Aiden Kearney. And so he has arranged and been present at a whole bunch of demonstrations, protests, things like that. He's got quite a few followers that are doing this stuff as well. And they've been picketing, basically, and they've been picketing things like outside some of the witnesses, like the Alberts, the McCabe's, outside their places of work, outside their homes, outside the courthouse. This is the reason why Judge Kearney adopted the 100-yard, I think, or 100-foot, the buffer zone around the front of the courthouse. That's a no protest zone, because she's anticipating that the free Karen Reed supporters are going to be there. And, again, have everybody has a constitutional right to demonstrate and picket. But that has to give way to not tainting the jury as they are coming to and from the courtroom. And so she's put that buffer zone in place. I saw that the Massachusetts Supreme Court did uphold that fairly recently, said, yes, that's a valid time, place, and manner restriction on the right to picket. So because of these activities with the picketing, the witnesses don't like that, clearly don't like that, and have complained about this to the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth has responded by accusing Aiden Kearney and charging him, formally criminally charging him with witness intimidation. He spent quite a bit of time in jail before he was able to be bailed out on that. I want to say it was in the ballpark of like 2 months. So a pretty good stint in the jail there. And this is all arising from the allegations that his picketing activity was, I guess, intended to interfere with their testimony, prevent them from testifying, be threatening or something like that in case that they did. Now, there's obviously very significant First Amendment, implications with this type of activity as well. It's not against the law to advocate for somebody that you think has been treated unjustly. Absolutely not. And it's not against the law to picket. It is against the law to harass people or to, threaten them and intimidate them. But the problem is when you're looking at is something harassing behavior, one of the key considerations there is, does it have any legitimate purpose? Is this just something that you're doing to be obnoxious, to get under their skin because you want a reaction from them? or is there some valid purpose for doing it? And in this particular case, it seems to me like he's got a pretty strong argument that yes, he's got a valid purpose. He's there to try to get them to tell the truth. He believes these witnesses are not telling the truth. He wants to pressure them to come clean. He wants them to be held accountable if they are not, forthcoming with the information that they know. And so I think it's going to be hard to square this type of conduct with what you have to show the type of conduct that can get you into trouble for speech related activity. With things like harassment and intimidation, the way that they get around the First Amendment implications is by focusing on it as a course of conduct, not the content of what you said, not necessarily that you said something that in and of itself was problematic. It's basically the way that you behave. Did you do it in a menacing way? Like the specific words don't matter. It's just the fact of what was communicated and how and what was the purpose of it. So it can be a very fine line, very gray area when it comes to that distinction. So that's sort of the background on Dr. Turtleboy and where we're at with this case. He is, like I was saying during the stream, he has not been convicted. He is still presumed innocent. And so to the extent that Judge Bev is, relying on allegations as justifying some kind of finding that the witnesses would be alarmed by that. I just don't know that is real consistent with the fact that he's not been proven to have done anything wrong at all. So that is a little bit of a challenge that's going to come, I think, in the course of dealing with this order that the judge decided to give. Saw some comment, a report that an officer, a Boston police officer, was thrown out of the courthouse because he deliberately bumped into Karen Reed out in the hallway. Well, here's a great example of conduct versus speech, guys. You want to harass somebody? Why don't you kind of assault them? Oh, not a good look. If that's true, that is not a good look at all. What else do we have? I think everybody is pretty much on break here. Saw a comment about the Streisand effect, right? Lally has now achieved the bringing of Aiden Kearney to nationwide attention through this motion and the coverage that he got on his reporting, and that it was so significant he needs to be excluded from the courtroom. Well, that's just going to cause people now to run to Dr. Turtleboy's channel and see everything that he has posted about this case, a lot of which is not particularly helpful to the Commonwealth. So maybe a little bit of an own goal there. And we're still waiting for lunch. We're going a little bit late today, it looks like. Are we? Oh, they are up. Watch it.
Sure.
Do we have S as in Sam, or X?
Identification.
S as in Sam?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, it wasn't today?
Why don't you come to sidebar, folks?
And we're back and going to go straight to sidebar. Got to make sure we get these technicalities absolutely to Judge Bev's pleasing for this particular thing, even though we already just showed a video that was of an exhibit that was not admitted. Yeah, I just continue to get a little bit baffled by that. Comment: graphics card, computer graphics card. Is that relating to my lag? Is that the comment about my lag? I thought I had a pretty good graphics card. I have this gaming computer, but I gotta admit I don't know much about that stuff. I just had to upgrade my computer. God, a couple of weeks ago, my old one, it had some kind of cancer. It metastasized very suddenly. It was quite alarming. Things just suddenly like stopped working, started shutting down like out of nowhere. I can't use Adobe Acrobat anymore. It doesn't work. Other programs just start sort of randomly failing. It was very strange. Weren't able to figure out how to deal with that. So ended up getting this new computer, which I thought was pretty good so far, but folks saying no lag, great. I'm very glad.
Stipulated that Exhibit X is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview,
Yeah, not a photo.
not a photograph.
Okay, sure. Now you can approach the
Graphical
witness if you.
representation.
Oh, you just want to put it into evidence now?
Your Honor.
Okay. So that will be our next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
You actually need it.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Albert, you testified that Jennifer McCabe woke you up around 6:45 a.m., correct?
I believe I said between 6 and 6:30, but could have been
That
6.
was what woke you up, correct?
Yes.
She obviously had access to the house.
Yes.
The door wasn't locked.
Nope.
That's sort of a typical practice for you.
Yeah, it was just sometimes with the kids, the last one in, supposed to lock it. They didn't, it just wasn't always locked.
And inside your house, you've had plenty of blankets and other items that could have been comfort to a man laying in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor.
So as to that form, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask the question a different way, Ms. Little.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets inside of your house that could have helped someone who was freezing outside.
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask a shorter form of that question.
Going to be very picky about the form.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets in the house, correct?
Yes.
You were also lying next to a first responder
Objection.
that morning, correct?
You can answer that.
Yes.
And neither you nor your husband came outside to help Johnny, correct?
We did not go outside because we had no idea what was going on outside. We were sound asleep until my sister came into my bedroom.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're on redirect.
With regard to phone calls from your sister Jennifer McCabe that morning, shortly after 6 a.m., did those phone calls wake you up?
No,
Did you answer those phone calls?
no,
Did you speak to Jennifer McCabe on the phone prior to her, or at any point on that morning prior to her coming into your room?
I did not.
And you were shown something that's a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
And not just that specific one, but have you ever seen any Cellbrite extraction report before in your life?
No,
So fair to say you don't know how to interpret the data that's on there?
no,
Fair to say that you don't know whether or not an answered call or something that's listed as answered was something that was actually answered or went.
correct.
The report was wrong.
Now, with regard to your dog, Chloe,
Hmm.
following that incident in May of 2022, what, if anything, did you and your husband do with regard to the person that had been bitten?
Well, we had gone over to their house to apologize for what had happened and, offered to pay any bills, that they may have had for any injury to the dog or anything. And then after that, we just decided that we thought the best thing to do would be to try to rehome it because I just didn't want something like that to happen again.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what are the steps that you took in the process of rehoming your dog?
Well, initially I had called a bunch of shelters and they were pretty much telling me that it would be hard to rehome her if she was dog aggressive, and they would probably have to put her down. I didn't want to do that. The family, you know, we love the dog, and so I did not want to do that. So I reached out to the woman in Texas who we got the dog from to see if she could help. And she said, you know, she couldn't take it back, but she would try to help me out. So she ended up finding a woman who lived in Vermont. I think she lived alone. She had big property. It seemed like a good fit. She wanted to take Chloe, and we made arrangements. And I went and met this woman halfway, and I gave her Chloe.
And what, if any, conversations or contact have you had with that woman in Vermont since rehoming your dog?
For a few months after I,
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the substance of it, but
Have you had contact with the woman in Vermont?
yes, I did for a few months, back and forth.
Now, with reference to Chloe, when your sister Jennifer McCabe comes into your bedroom hysterical that morning of January 29th, was Chloe in the room at the time?
Yes,
You were asked some questions about the evening or the early morning when people had come from the Waterfall back to your home, correct?
mm-hmm.
And at some point, you were cleaning and Mr. Higgins and your husband were out of your line of sight, is that correct?
Yes.
How long a period of time were we talking?
I don't, wasn't very long, a couple minutes. Wasn't watching where everybody was and what everybody was doing.
Fair to say, relatively short period of time.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
okay.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay. So you need to take this down, sir. Thank you. There was something that was just up there. Go ahead.
Ms. Albert, you never received any voicemails from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th, did you?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also have never produced, pursuant to our request, any documentation about the whereabouts of Chloe.
The objection sustained. I'm going to strike that question. Disregard the question. Well, questions aren't evidence, so we can leave it on
Yeah,
the record,
Judge.
but the objection sustained.
You've never turned over any information about the location of Chloe since the pendency of this case, have you?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection.
Have you ever provided information about the whereabouts of Chloe to the Commonwealth in this case?
Yes, I believe I have.
You have.
You have.
I believe so.
When did you do that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yeah. Commonwealth, what did you know and when did you know it? And why didn't you turn it over? Those are the questions we're going to be getting at. It's getting really, really hard to hear the attorney's questions. Something is going on with their microphone at that podium. So if you see me like straining, really, I'm trying hard to hear without blasting my volume over here, because I think that's gonna cause some feedback. I am not wearing my headphones today. I sorry guys, I hate them. I don't want to wear headphones for hours and hours on end. It's very, very uncomfortable for me. So I listen to it straight from my screen, and if it gets too loud, then we can get some feedback. I mean, as far as I know, I really vaguely remember that there were some pretrial motions dealing with this dog. I think it was. I mean, I remember they had to compel, or they got the animal control records, because I think the Alberts had first denied that Chloe had any kind of history of biting. The defense went out and got the animal control records that showed she had this history of biting. So I don't know if there was something maybe they wanted to follow up on or what exactly, but The suggestion here is to turn my mic gain or volume down. Guys, it's already down as low as it goes. I can't turn it down any further. Sorry about that. I know there is a big discrepancy between my volume and the court volume and the attorney's volume. So I'll just try not to yell in the mic any more than I have to. If somebody wants to check, maybe check the Law and Crime stream and tell me if the sound is better on that one. I can switch it over. I'd be a little bit surprised if it is, just because it does seem like this is coming from the courtroom. But if somebody wants to check that, that would definitely be helpful.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ms. Albert, you are all set.
Thank you.
And written ad.
Brian Albert to the stand.
Brian Albert, here we go. Let's rock and roll. Let's see if I can get this on. Come on, Law and Crime.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon to the jury.
Good afternoon.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian, last name Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
Okay, here we go.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in Norwood, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Norwood?
Approximately a year.
And who, if anyone, you live in Norwood with?
My wife, Nicole, and my son, Brian, and my son, Brendan.
Ask you just a little bit about your family as far as, let me start with yourself and your wife, Nicole. How long have the two of you been married?
Approximately 29 years.
And were you together for a period of time prior to getting married?
Yes, we've known each other since we were 13, 14 years old.
And do you have any siblings, sir?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 5 brothers and 1 sister.
And if you could, just as far as, are you the oldest?
I'm the oldest of 7, yes.
And as far as your brothers and sisters are concerned, what are their names? And if you could rank them sort of by age.
Sure. The next sibling after me is my sister Kathleen. Then I have a brother Chris, a brother Kevin, a brother Keith, a brother Brendan, and a brother Timmy.
And you and your wife, Nicole, do you have children of your own?
Yes.
And how many children do you
5.
have? And how old are they?
So my oldest daughter is
Again?
29. My son Brian is 25. My son Brendan turns 23 today. And I have twins, or we have twins that are 20 years old. Caitlin's 28. I'm sorry, I said 29.
Now, prior to living at your address in Norwood, where did you live before that?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately in the house on Fairview Road, approximately 11 years.
And in total, about how long have you been a resident in Canton before moving to Norwood?
Approximately 45 years.
And that address has 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship did that home or that residence have to your family before you and your wife and the kids moved?
My parents had lived at that residence prior to us.
So you had spent some of your childhood in that house as well?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
I retired now. retired.
What did you retire
Boston Police Department.
from? And how long were you a member of the Boston Police Department?
Approximately 30 years.
And within the Boston Police Department, were you assigned to any sort of specific unit or special duties?
My last assignment, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. My last assignment was the Boston Police Fugitive Unit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
The 28th, I believe, was a Friday.
And when you first sort of got up on the 28th, where were you at that?
On the 28th, I was in New York City.
And why had you gone to New York City?
So I went to New York for a funeral of a New York City police officer who was killed in the line of duty.
And about what time or what day did you go down to New York?
We went down the day before, so I believe that was Thursday.
Do you recall how it was that you got down there?
Yes, I flew to New York.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with you on that trip to New York?
I flew with a friend and a coworker named Eddie Hernandez.
So another Boston police officer?
Yes.
And down in New York at that funeral, were there other members of law enforcement that you knew?
I can't tell you how many of these I have, all
Thanks,
these
Laura,
different
Brian.
colors. I was someone who always
Great time for bras.
Included within those people, you mentioned you have a brother Kevin, is that correct?
Yes,
Is he a police officer as well?
he is.
And where is he?
He's a detective in Canton, Massachusetts.
And was he down at this funeral as well?
He was.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And was Brian Higgins at this funeral service as well?
Yes, he was.
And how is it that you know Brian Higgins?
So I know Brian Higgins initially from work, professional relationship. I've known him known of him for 10 or 15 years. And then the past few years, more recently, we worked together on a closer basis, and I became better friends with him.
And fair to say that when you became better friends with him, you also sort of socialized with him outside of work?
Yes.
Now, as far as your return trip from New York, what, if anything, happened?
On the return trip from New York, we drove back.
Why did you drive versus fly back when you flew?
So that weekend there was anticipated snowstorm, and I believe the flight that we were taking with JetBlue may have even been canceled. And Brian Higgins was leaving in a vehicle that morning, so we ended up driving. Or after the funeral, we ended up driving with him.
And so it's yourself, Mr. Higgins, and then if anyone else went with you on the drive back to Massachusetts?
Eddie Hernandez and my brother Kevin.
And when you arrived back in Massachusetts, where was it sort of specifically that you went first?
I initially went to the Charlestown to pick up my vehicle.
Where was your vehicle parked in Charlestown?
It was at a police station, Charlestown Station. It's a satellite station located in Charlestown.
And that was in reference to proximity to the airport, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would have been Logan that you flew out of and intended to fly back into?
Logan Airport, yes.
And after you were dropped off with your vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
That was a Ford Edge.
Was that a personal vehicle or a work vehicle?
Work vehicle.
And so you get dropped back off at your work vehicle. Where did you go?
So from Charlestown, I drove back towards the Canton area, and I met Brian Higgins at a restaurant bar called the Hillside.
Is that in Canton as well?
I believe so. It's on the Canton-Milton line. I believe it sits in Canton.
And what was the purpose of you and Mr. Higgins going?
After the drive home, he asked if I wanted to get some food and stop off, and I said yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Hillside with Mr. Higgins?
I want to say around 9:30, perhaps. Not entirely sure.
When you arrived there, what did you do?
So we went into the establishment and had a drink and hung out for a while.
And did you order any food there?
I did not. I believe Brian did, though.
And while you were at the hillside with Mr. Higgins, what, if any, communication did you receive from your wife, Nicole?
So around that time, I talked to my wife, I think more than once, and she had let me know that her and a few people were at another location in Canton, and she had asked if I wanted to come by and see them.
What was that other location?
That other location was the Waterfall.
Is that an establishment you were familiar with?
Yes,
You've been there before several times?
I had been there before, yes.
And so you drove then from the hillside to the waterfall?
Yes.
About how long a drive is that?
Maybe 7 minutes, between less than 10 minutes.
And so as you're going on that drive, the snow that was anticipated coming in, had that, anything related to that started yet?
No, I at that time, I don't recall any snow.
And in relation to the waterfall, where did you park?
In the parking lot for the Waterfall, which is adjacent to the door to go inside. So it's to the left if you're looking at the building from Washington Street.
And when you come into, now, when you left the hillside, Mr. Higgins stayed there?
Yes, he stayed.
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, was there?
So when I walked in, I saw my wife, my oldest daughter, Caitlin. I saw my brother, Chris, his wife, Julie, my brother-in-law, Matt, and my sister-in-law, Jen.
And your brother-in-law, Matt, and your sister-in-law, Jen, their last name is McCabe, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of how you were related as far as what year it is.
So my brother Chris's wife is Julie, and then Nicole's sister is Jen, and then Jen's husband is Matt McCabe.
And
Again.
is it fair to say that you've probably known Jennifer McCabe about as long as you've known your wife, Nicole?
Yes, since she was a little kid, maybe 6, 7 years old.
And you see these people, and where are they sort of situated in the water?
So there was a high top table kind of in the front area as you walk in, kind of in the middle of the room. And everybody was just kind of around the high top table.
And what, if anything, was there as far as live entertainment at the waterfall that night?
There was a band playing there.
And with reference to the people that you've just spoken, as far as your wife and your daughter specifically, were they at the high top table closer to the band or further away?
So they were on the side of the table that's, I guess, closer to the door as you come in. And then there were other people on the opposite side of the table that was closer to the bar area.
And after you came into the waterfall, went up to the group of your family, what did you order anything? What did you do?
Yeah, I kind of just said hi to everybody. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure I ordered a drink. And then just kind of hung out with family and friends.
And following your arrival, who, if anyone else, showed up and eventually sort of joined your group?
There was another couple at the table. I don't know if they were there initially when I walked in, but there was another couple at the table whom I believed were there before I got there, but I just don't know what their names were.
Do you know how they were related to your group?
I don't. I think they're friends with Jen and Matt, but I'm not 100% sure.
And where were they situated in reference to where your wife and your daughter were?
So they were, I believe, to the right of this pretty large high top table.
So towards the other end of the table?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were you drinking then?
I don't recall. I usually drink beer, Mick Ultra, but I can't remember that night what I was drinking.
Now, following your arrival there and you meet up with your family, were there other friends or family that eventually showed up at this establishment and joined your group?
Yes.
And who were they, sir?
So after I was there, maybe about a half hour, Brian Higgins arrived at the location.
And if you recall, what, if any, sort of communication did you have with Mr. Higgins, or how did Mr. Higgins know to come to the Waterfall specifically?
Because while we were at the hillside, I had mentioned that I was going to be leaving to go to the Waterfall to see my family who was already there. And I invited him to come by if he wanted to.
And at any point in time, sort of throughout the course of the day, yourself and Mr. Higgins, you had each other's sort of information and cell numbers, things like that?
Yes.
And at any point in time throughout the course of the day or the evening, did you have occasion to text or phone call or anything with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Higgins arrives, who, if anyone else, came into Waterfall and joined you?
Probably after about a half hour later from Brian Higgins arriving, John O'Keefe came into the Waterfall with the defendant.
And that would have been probably about 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And John O'Keefe, if you could tell the jury, well, first, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night. But I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him.
Some stories.
And as far as the Boston Police Department, it's a fairly large department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And about how many members or how many people on Boston?
Depending on the year, I mean, sometimes it's upwards of 2,000.
And through the course of your work over the decades that you worked with the Boston Police, did you ever work with or have any professional sort of interaction with John O'Keefe?
No, I don't remember working with him directly within the Boston Police Department.
Were you aware of sort of what his role was or what he did within the Boston Police?
Yes, I knew where he worked.
And where did he work?
I believe he worked at the SORI unit, which is the Sex Offender Registry unit.
And you mentioned just briefly before that you had heard of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you had heard of?
Well, I knew him to be a friend of my sister-in-law, Jen, and her husband, Matt. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Chris, and my sister-in-law, Julie. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Kevin's. I've heard his name mentioned multiple times, and I knew that he had a horrible couple tragedies in his family, and I knew that he stepped up and decided to take care of his niece and his nephew when they tragically lost their parents.
And how would you sort of describe your relationship with John O'Keefe at this time, January 28, 2020?
Although I didn't know him well, I considered him to be a friend, and our relationship was very, very good, cordial, and I considered him to be somebody that I could hang out with and have a good time with.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe walked in around 11 o'clock to the Waterfall with the defendant. Just for clarity purposes, you're referring to Karen Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
Sure. She's a female at the table in front of me with a black top on, long sleeve.
Just ask the record to reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, had you met Ms. Reed prior to that date of January 28th?
I believe I had met her one time a week prior.
And do you recall any specifics about that meeting or how it is that you came to meet her about a week prior?
I do.
And if you could explain to the jury what those circumstances were.
Sure. I met her at the hillside. I believe she was there with John a week prior.
And as far as your interaction with her on that particular evening, anything significant stand out to you?
No.
Now, when they came in, and by day, I'm sorry, I mean, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the Waterfall, where did they go in relation to where you were sort of situated at the high top?
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law Jen and my brother-in-law Matt were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, your side of the table, excuse me, and what, if any, interaction did you have?
Yes, I remember having an interaction, or more than one interaction, with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that conversation or anything stand out to you?
No, I think we were talking mostly about work. I think he let me know that the sergeant, I guess, that worked in his unit was leaving, or left, or transferred, and he was jokingly saying that I should try to get a job over it where he works.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversation or interaction did you have?
I don't remember having any interaction with her whatsoever.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe came over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what he was wearing, clothing, anything like that?
I don't really remember what he was wearing for clothing. I believe he had a baseball hat on. Other than that, I can't remember his clothing.
And specifically, do you recall anything as far as like a winter jacket or a big coat or anything like that?
I can't say. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't know.
And as far as just his general features, as far as what you could observe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
I observed no injuries at that time.
And over the course of the evening, you had a couple of interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked a few times, kind of hung out, stood next to each other for a while, like you normally would do at a bar restaurant.
And is the band playing while this is going on, is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
Now, Mr. Albert, how would you describe sort of the general mood or demeanor of the group while you were at the Waterfall night?
In one word, it would be fun. Everybody was in a great mood. People were getting along. It was friends and family, and it just seemed like a great night.
And do you recall about what time things started to wind down or things started to sort of end for the evening?
I believe the band stopped playing probably, close to 12, and things started winding down, a little before 12.
And if you know, from the group that you just described at the high top table that you were a part of, what was sort of the order in which people left the establishment, starting with the first?
So I believe the first to leave was myself, my wife Nicole, my daughter Caitlin, and Brian Higgins left at that time as well.
And had anybody left from your group prior to when, I'm sorry. So the bar starts to wind down around 12, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the bar winding down, had anybody from your group left before that?
I didn't remember or notice that. I'm not sure.
And so the first to sort of leave from your group when the bar is winding down is yourself, Mr. Higgins, your wife, and your daughter?
Yes.
And when you exit the establishment, where do you go?
Into the parking lot to my vehicle.
Let me take it back just for a moment, back into the Waterfall. During the course of the evening, what, if any, conversation was had by you or amongst the group that you observed as far as where to go next, or what were you doing following the Waterfall?
Okay, so there was some conversation relative to people going to my brother's sub shop, which is across the street, and he was maybe going to make some pizzas for people if they were hungry. So that was discussed.
And did that end up happening?
No, some people didn't want to go over there, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
Because the pizza sucks.
Beyond that, was there anything else that was discussed as far as where to go after the Waterfall?
Yes.
And what was that?
So it ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday. So at 12 o'clock, he would be 23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him. And I know my wife, Nicole, mentioned it to Jen and Matt, and it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And so was that sort of an open invitation that was extended to pretty much anybody that was around the high top table?
Yeah, sure. Anybody that was there was welcome to come by if they wanted to.
And as far as you knew, as far as awareness of who was coming over to your house at 34th Fair, who from the group were you aware of coming over?
I don't really remember the responses. I don't think I knew for sure if anybody was going to come, except Brian Higgins said he would come by.
And he had left around the same time as you?
Yes.
And had Brian Higgins been to your house before?
I believe he was at my house for a high school graduation party.
And high school graduation probably in the spring, is that correct?
It would have been the summer prior to that time. So my twins were graduating high school, and we had something at the house, and it was spring, summer of the year prior.
And around that time, so that would have been 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
So around that time, there was still sort of vestiges or whatever of the COVID pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, actually, that was just getting over, I think.
And so where was this graduation party at your house? Was that inside your house or outside your house or something?
It was actually out back. It was more of a cookout type thing.
And so as far as you can recall, prior to January 28, 2022, had Mr. Higgins been physically sort of inside your house for anything beyond using the bathroom?
Besides that graduation party, I don't believe he had ever been at my house. I'm sure he walked into the house, to use the bathroom or something that day, but I didn't really notice, whether he went in there or not.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, there's just a couple of very short clips that I'd like to publish with this witness in reference to what's been marked as Exhibit 53, video from the Waterfall.
Oh, we're going to watch the Waterfall video again, but not the parts where Karen Reed is supposedly drinking.
And Ms. Gilman, with reference to channel 3, if I could have the fourth video now. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 18 minutes and 50 seconds. Now, Mr. Albert, directing your attention up to the screen to your right here. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
The waterfall.
And this is, at least according to the timestamp, about 11:57 p.m. on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's up there is that, to the best of your recollection, a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the waterfall looked like, absent sort of the quality of the video.
Yes.
And sir, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. You just press that button and point at the screen. What I'm going to ask you to do is if you could draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, within this sort of still frame of the video that you recognize, if any.
With the time band across the top there, I can't really. I can see some people around the table that we were standing, which would be this table area here. Tough for me to say from here who everybody is. I believe that's Brian Higgins there, but I'm not 100%.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this, and what I'm going to ask you to ultimately play is up to the 19 minutes and 58 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it there. Now, Ms. Mr. Albert, from what you observed up there, as far as the door that you came in and came out of on that evening, do you see generally where that door is?
Yes,
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where on the video screen it is.
doors this way.
And from just prior to in this video, when I was stopped at the 11:57 and 52nd mark, you see a group sort of making their way towards that front door, is that correct?
Yes,
And from this vantage point, are you able to recognize any of the people in that group that made their way towards it?
yes, I believe I saw my wife, my daughter here maybe, and then I think I'm over here. But again, it's a little grainy and I can't really see great from here. And I saw Brian Higgins, but I don't know if he's in here somewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could just press play again for about 30 some odd seconds.
Let's watch them actually walk out the door just to be sure that they didn't teleport. Who's in the puffer there? Is that a guy from the band with the guitar? Looks like it.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You could take that down, and then Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for one other video from channel 1, the second one down. If I could ask you to fast forward that to about 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
Make sure we see them coming out the door, that they didn't fall into a wormhole in the doorway at the waterfall. Got to be sure.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, generally speaking, what was just played up on the screen, Mr. Albert, you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it looks like the exit of the waterfall, and we're kind of walking out.
The same group that was just walking through the front door, now walking out the front door and into the parking lot?
Yes, and I believe there was somebody else there. I don't know if it was somebody from the band or looks like a different person out front there.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
Because we heard it was so bitterly cold that they're just standing around outside in front of the door. Okay.
Now, Mr. Albert, when you get to the parking lot, you get in the vehicle and you drive to your house, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and specifically, you're the one driving, is that correct?
yes.
And who is in your car with you on the drive back to you?
My wife Nicole and my daughter Caitlin.
And about how far a drive is it from the waterfall to your house?
I would say five minutes.
And the weather, as far as when you walk out, get in the car, and then start driving, what, if anything, had changed about the weather from the time you came into the waterfall to the time you came out?
Yeah, so it had started snowing a little bit more heavily. You can kind of see that on that second video. So the ground was beginning to be, coated, it looked like.
So coating on the ground, but could you, as you were driving, could you still sort of see the blacktop of the roadway?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you get to your house, and what, if anything, happens sort of as you're coming into your driveway?
It looks like that had looked like Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out so I could pull my car in.
And as far as the vehicle that Mr. Higgins was driving on that evening from the waterfall, was that the same vehicle that he had driven with you back from New York?
No.
And what kind of vehicle was the one that he was driving back from New York, and what kind of vehicle was the one he was driving that night?
So the one back from New York, he was driving a full-size pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model, but it had a cab on the back, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the Waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
So he had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it looked like he had done something to the driveway?
He may have skimmed, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have plowed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in.
And as far as vehicles at your house, how many, around this time of January 22, between yourself, your wife, kids, how many vehicles do you have?
I believe 3.
And what type of vehicles and who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had we had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge that I already spoke of, and I believe we had one more vehicle that one of my kids drove at that time. And I'm just trying to remember. It might have been an Escape, maybe a Ford Escape. Someone could have had that at college. Someone could have had that at school. So I don't remember if it was there that night or not.
So all the vehicles were essentially like SUV type vehicles.
Yes, we didn't own any sedans or any cars.
Now, as far as when you pull into the driveway, the house at 34 Fairview has a 2-car garage.
Yes.
And is the garage something that you or other members of your family would utilize as far as parking the vehicles?
No. So unfortunately, we didn't use the garage a lot because we kind of used it for storage, and we had a lot of stuff out there. So we very seldom used it.
And if you recall, as you're pulling into the driveway, did you pull into the left side, the right side, or?
I believe I pulled in on the left side of the driveway.
And you mentioned that Mr. Higgins had sort of scooped with the plow, like in the driveway, and then parked on the street.
What?
Do you recall where in
There's no snow
relation
yet.
to your house or your driveway he parked?
So no, I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked. I remember him pulling out so I could pull in, and then I didn't really see where he parked.
And you then go into your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And are all of you, and by all of you, I mean yourself, your wife, your daughter, and Mr. Higgins all sort of coming in around the same time?
Basically, yes.
When you come into your house, do you recall how many doors in the front of the house are there?
So we have 2 front doors.
And one would be sort of by some steps, is that correct?
There's actually steps on both doors, but one of them is, I guess, considered the front door with a large set of steps.
And they would be sort of brick steps, is that right?
Yes.
That leads into a foyer area of the house?
Yes.
And the other door, where does that lead?
So the other door opens up right into the we call it the family room, but right into the family room den area.
And do you recall specifically which door you utilized on that evening to go into the house?
I believe I went in the door on the right, which goes into the den. Not really sure what other doors people used.
And when you came into the house, who, if anyone, was present beyond the people that you would come in with?
So my son Brian was home. He had 2 friends, I believe, Julie and Sarah.
And these were people that you had known as friends of your son from prior vacations?
I didn't know Sarah. I had met Julie once or twice.
And as you were walking in, who, if anyone else, beyond your son and his 2 friends?
And my nephew Colin.
That'd be Colin Albert, is that correct?
Yes, Chris and Julie's son Colin.
About how old was Colin around that?
I believe he was just about 18. 17, 18. He's in high school.
So you're still in high school at the time?
Yes.
And when you walk in, where was Colin in relation to your son and the 2 girls that he was with?
He was just kind of standing in the kitchen with Brian and the 2 girls. Brian and the 2 girls were at the kitchen table, and Colin was just kind of standing there.
And from the time that you arrived home, how long was Colin at your house?
No more than 5 minutes.
And where did he go?
He left. He just said he was getting picked up.
He said he was getting picked up, and a few minutes later, he left your house.
Yes, I went and used the bathroom. I came out and he was gone.
Now, at some point subsequent to that, who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house?
Yes.
Nobody else arrived at the house.
Your sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, at some point, did they come by?
Yes, I thought you were referring to after they showed up.
So when, my question is, do you know whether or not when Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe arrived at your house, was Colin still there?
I don't know if he was still there or not. I believe he left before they came, but I'm not 100%.
So you come home and you go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you go to use the restroom, Colin's there, correct?
Yes.
And the McCabe's are not?
They are not.
When you come back from the restroom, Colin's not there?
Yes, Colin was gone.
And the McCabe's are there?
No, I don't believe they had arrived yet.
Okay. So they arrived sometime after Colin had left?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening of the 28th into the early morning of the 29th, did anybody else come into your house, or did anybody else come into your house at any point?
No.
Now, in addition to yourself, your wife, and your son, did you have any pets at that time?
Yeah, yes, we did.
And what kind of pets did you have?
We had a dog.
And what kind of dog was that?
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And what was the name of the dog?
Chloe.
And how long had you and your family had the dog?
We had Chloe for approximately, at that time, maybe 6 or 7 years.
Do you recall how you got the dog or where you got the dog from?
The dog was from a shelter in Dallas, Texas, actually.
So essentially a rescue dog, is that correct?
Yes, rescue dog.
And when you got home after you went to the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do with reference to the dog, Chloe?
At some point, I went upstairs to grab the dog and let her out back to use the bathroom.
And so when you would take the dog out, or when anybody would take the dog out to use the bathroom, how would that be accomplished? So what I'm asking is, would the dog be on a leash, or would it be let out in the yard? Or?
No, so the backyard's fenced in, so I would open up the back door and she can go out, use the bathroom, and come back inside.
So how did you manage to
the
escape
entirety of your backyard, that's a fenced-in backyard?
from
is
your
that correct?
Yes.
fenced yard?
And beyond that,
negligent
as
dog
far as your
owner.
abutting, what sort of abuts the back of your property?
So behind the back fence, there's a railroad track. I believe it's a commuter rail that's behind the fence.
And is there any sort of opening or way to open the back of that fence to get in sort of any wooded area between your house and the tracks?
Yes, there's a gate back there.
And the gate, as far as when you let the dog out in the back that night, did you stay with the dog while the dog was outside?
I stayed at the doorway, and the dog went to the bathroom and then ran right back in.
So about how long was the dog outside?
She was out back for maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
So went outside, went to the bathroom, came back in?
Yes.
And when the dog came back inside the house, where did the dog go?
So the dog kind of walked around in the kitchen for a few minutes, and then I took her upstairs.
And when you took her upstairs, where upstairs did you take her?
So the dog liked to sleep in our room, mine and my wife's room. So a lot of times she would go up there on her own. Sometimes I would walk her up, and I walked her up to our bedroom.
And at any point in time for the remainder of that evening or the early morning, did the dog go outside at all?
No.
And you mentioned that there are train tracks that run sort of close to your property, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that just the commuter rail, or does the Acela go by, or anything else?
I believe there is, in addition to the commuter rail, there's other trains that use that track, yes.
And how often, sort of on a daily basis, do trains go by your house on Fairview Road?
So it depends, I guess, schedule-wise, if it's the middle of the week or if it's the weekend. But on any given day, they can go by 5 or 6 times, morning, more towards the rush hour times, morning, at night, and then sometimes at night and sometimes during the day. So really all day and night.
And when the trains go by, about how loud is that as far as from your house?
So it's loud, although having lived there for a period of time, I feel like at least I'm kind of immune to the sound. I don't really hear it as much anymore.
So something essentially based on how long you've lived there, you really don't even hear it anymore?
Not really, no.
Does it vary with the type of train going by?
Now, you let the dog out, you bring the dog back upstairs, and then where did you go?
So after I brought the dog up, I just came back down and hung out with everybody else.
And where within your house was everybody else sort of situated?
So everybody was in the kitchen, and then we have a connecting dining room, but it's opened. It's only, a difference of 5 feet. And then we have the family room den that's adjacent to the kitchen, but they're all close proximity.
So the kitchen and the dining room are sort of the same room, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what if anything is between the kitchen and dining room and the living room that you were talking about?
So there's a wall, but there's a doorway. So there's really no barrier to go from the kitchen dining room into the family room.
So if somebody's standing in the family room and somebody's standing in the kitchen dining area, they can sort of see each other?
Yes.
Now, in the kitchen area where everybody was, or in the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of where people were and what they were doing around that time?
Yeah, I think people were just sitting around, having drinks. Someone had a speaker and they were listening to music and just talking and hanging out.
And as far as the sort of group and sort of the overall mood or demeanor of the group back at the house, how would you describe that?
Pleasant, fun. Everybody was having a good time. We were wishing Brian a happy birthday and everything was going great.
And at any point in time, while this was all going on, did you, other than your situation with the dog, was there any point in time where you were not with the group in the kitchen dining area?
No, I was there basically for the whole night, except I think at one point I may have shown Brian Higgins some photos that were in my son's room that were upstairs.
And what kind of photos are we talking?
So my son Jack, who's one of the twins, was in the Marines or is in the Marines, and we had put some plaques and some stuff in his room upstairs. And Brian Higgins was prior military, as am I, and I thought he would want to see the photos, so I had him look at them.
And that period of time that you were outside of sort of the kitchen dining room area looking at the photos with Mr. Higgins, about how long a period of time was he talking?
Very, very quickly, 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes.
Now, at some point over the course of that morning, things started to sort of wind down at your home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And about what time was that things started to wind down, people started to leave?
I think Brian left at around 1:30. I believe he was the first to leave. And then others left after that.
When you say others left after that, after Mr. Higgins left your house, where did you go?
So after Brian left, I had gone upstairs and hung out and watched TV up in my bedroom.
You had a long day that day, is that fair to say?
Yes, I had the funeral in New York that morning. We had the long drive back, and we had been out, and now we're hanging out at my house, and it had been a long day, yes.
And so at any point in time, after you went upstairs, after Mr. Higgins left, did you come back downstairs at all?
Yes, I think I popped back down at one point just to see kind of how long people were going to be there, and then went back up.
When you popped back down, how many people were still there?
I think Jen and Matt was still there, and the two, Brian's two friends were still there, and my daughter Caitlin.
Now, as far as beyond Mr. Higgins when he left, was there any other occasion that you can recall where somebody from your house went outside and then came back?
Yes.
Who was that?
So while we were hanging out, I believe the girl Julie Nagel's brother came to the house. I never saw him, but I could hear them saying that he was out front. And I think Julie Nagel had walked outside to talk to him.
And at some point after she walked outside, she came back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time, if you know, was she outside?
I didn't really pay attention to how long it was. I don't think it was that long.
And as far as the outside of your house, after you had let Chloe out and back in, what, if any, observations did you make outside of your house? Did you look out? Did you see anything outside of the house?
Just that we have windows in the back of the kitchen area. You could just see that it was snowing.
Is that sort of like a bay window in the kitchen?
Yes, it's a large bay window in the kitchen.
When you look out the bay window in the kitchen, what part of your property does that face?
So it's the backyard. You can see the backyard. The bulkhead is right under that bay window, and you pretty much have a view of the whole backyard if it's in the daytime. But it was obviously a little dark.
So can you see the front of the house at any part of the front of the house when you're looking out the bay window?
No.
So at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you look out front to see anything out in front of your house?
No.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you hear anything from front of the house, the back of the house, anywhere around the house that drew your attention outside?
No.
Now, at any point in time during the evening, did you know or did you become aware of either John O'Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
No.
And at no point in time over the course of that evening or the early morning there, did John O'Keefe or Karen Reed physically come into your house?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
And so you go up to bed, and the group is still sort of downstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, your wife, Nicole, who you share a bedroom with, did she come upstairs?
Yes.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was probably 2-ish. Not exactly sure, but around 2 or 2 o'clock.
And the doors to your house, as far as the front doors and the back doors, what is sort of the situation with regard to locking the doors before everybody goes to bed?
Can you rephrase that?
With when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, there were a number of doors to the house, including 2 doors in the front, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that? Let me ask you this. Would it be unusual for the front doors of your house to remain unlocked overnight?
No.
Is that something that happened on occasion where people were supposed to lock the doors but didn't lock the doors?
Yes, from time to time, the doors, people would just forget to lock them, or we just didn't lock them.
And so your wife comes up to your bedroom about 2 a.m. or so.
Bad upset.
As far as you knew, was everybody else had left the house at that point?
Yes.
And you're up for a period of time with your wife, is that correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that time, so sort of following 2 o'clock in the morning, do you recall any sort of phone call or phone conversation with Mr. Higgins or anybody else?
No.
And at some point you fall asleep, do you recall about when that was?
I don't, but it was obviously after 2 because that's when she came upstairs, watched TV and kind of hung out together for a while, and then went to sleep.
And the dog, Chloe, was she up in the room where you had brought her up before?
Yes.
She was there overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to later on that morning or beginning of that morning, daytime morning of January 29th. Obviously, at some point you wake up, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that wakes you up on that morning?
I was awoken that morning to my sister-in-law, Jen,
They made prepaid the new contract? Tello Mobile keeps it flexible. Go for the unlimited plan for just $25 a month.
You suck, you
It was early in the morning, between 6 and 6:30, I would say.
And fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No.
And when she burst into your room, can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came?
She was very upset, almost hysterical.
Hysterical. That word
And
again.
what, if anything, did she say when she came in?
She said something to the effect, John is dead.
Objection. Next question, please, Christine. Unless you have foundation.
Did you know who she was referring to when she initially comes into you?
I initially did not.
And at some point during the course of that conversation, does Ms. McCabe make reference to going downstairs?
Yes.
And prior to that, not the content of the conversation, but as far as the length of the conversation, about how long was that length of the conversation that occurred in your bedroom between yourself, Ms. McCabe, and your wife?
Probably a minute.
And the demeanor that you described as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned is almost hysterical. Was that continuous throughout that initial conversation?
Yes. She was very upset.
And who, if anyone, did she indicate was downstairs, or why did you go downstairs?
She said that the police.
This I'm going to allow in with that foundation.
Go ahead.
She said that the police were downstairs.
And so you went downstairs to talk to them?
Yes.
And when you go downstairs, what do you see when you get to sort of the bottom of the stairs?
I saw a Canton police officer downstairs.
So inside your house at that point?
Yes.
And the door to your house, was it still open or shut or something?
I don't remember.
And the Canton police officer that's inside your home, did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who did you recognize him?
Last name, Lank. So Officer Lank.
Was he someone that you were familiar with?
I knew who he was, yes.
Did you socialize or friend or anything like that?
I didn't socialize with him. I knew him to be a Canton police officer. I had met him, multiple times, and I knew him to know my brother Chris.
And so knew him is essentially what I'm asking, knew him in a professional capacity, personal capacity, or a little bit of both?
I would say more of a professional capacity, and I knew of him, but did not hang out with him socially.
And initially, when you first see Officer Lang, is he by himself, or who, if any, other officers are with?
I believe initially he was by himself.
Did another officer join yourself and Officer Lang at some point?
Yes, I believe another officer came into the house.
You know who that officer is?
I don't.
And as far as them coming into your house, they were welcome in your house? You didn't say get out or close the door or anything like that?
No, of course they were welcome in my house.
Of course.
And where did you go with the officer sort of in your house? Where did you spoke with the officer, I'm presuming?
Yes, we spoke in the kitchen area.
And when you're speaking with the officer in the kitchen area, who is there?
So my wife, Nicole, her sister, Jen, and I believe Jen's husband, Matt, arrived almost the same time that I came downstairs, maybe a minute after.
And how long a period of time was this conversation that occurred in the kitchen of your house?
I don't remember the exact time. I wouldn't want to guess. I don't remember. He was 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe initially.
And when you say initially, was there a subsequent conversation that occurred after that?
Yes. The Officer Lank returned to the house sometime after that.
And when he returned sometime after that, was he alone or was there another officer?
I believe that time he was with Lieutenant Gallagher, perhaps.
And were you familiar with Lieutenant Gallagher prior to that one?
I knew who Lieutenant Gallagher was on a professional level. I had not hung out with them on a social level.
And again, they were welcomed into your home and you spoke with them, is that correct?
Yes, the second time they were there, they were invited back to the house via a phone call.
And that second conversation within your house, where did that?
Same area, family room, kitchen area.
And if you know about how long a period of conversation was that second come back to the house?
That may have been longer, maybe a half hour.
Now, going back to sort of that initial conversation, as far as, so it's yourself, it's Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, your wife, and then the police, is that correct?
Myself, my wife Nicole, my sister-in-law Jen, her husband Matt had arrived, and the police, yes.
And in between that first speaking with the police and the second time that the police came back to your house, who, if anyone, did you call or notify in regard to the situation that was going on in front of you?
I called Brian Higgins.
Why did you call Brian?
Because I think it was important for him to know what was going on and that what had happened.
And as far as you knew with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, what, if any, relationship, friendship, anything were you aware of between Mr. Higgins and either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms.
I was not aware too much about a relationship with Brian and either person. Brian had mentioned maybe even that night that he was friendly and knew John. I knew of no relationship between Brian and the defendant.
And following your conversation with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone else, came over your house?
So Brian Higgins eventually came over to my house. And my sister-in-law, Julie, also arrived at my house.
And do you know why your sister-in-law, Julie, came by your house?
Yes.
And why was that?
So she has a routine that when it's someone's birthday, she likes to come by and bring like coffee and donuts. So it was Brian's birthday that night. So my sister-in-law, Julie, was coming by to drop off some donuts and coffee, I think.
And where was Julie when you first saw her that morning?
She was out front in the driveway.
And what, if anything, did you ask Julie to do when you saw her out in the driveway?
I asked her to come inside.
And when she came inside, is that when you informed her of what had happened?
Yes. I don't know if it was necessarily me that informed her, but people that were there were explaining to her what happened. It was a very, very chaotic, unbelievably chaotic morning.
And as far as when that was described to your sister-in-law, Julie, how would you describe sort of her demeanor or her reaction to the news regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Shock. That's how I would describe it. Everybody's reaction that morning was utter shock. And she was upset and looked very, very in shock.
And so the second time that the Canton police officers come back to your home, who was there at that point?
I know I was there for sure. My wife, Nicole, Jen, her husband, Matt. Brian Higgins may have been there at that time. And I'm not sure about Julie. Julie at one point left the house and I think she came back later in the morning, but so I'm not sure if she was there.
And at some point when your sister-in-law, Julie, came back to your house, who, if anyone, came to your house with her?
Her husband, my brother, Chris, who's her husband.
Was this before or after the second time that the police had been in?
I believe they came back after the second time, but I'm not 100% sure. The first time that Julie came with the coffee, the police were not there.
Now, when you first sort of get up and come downstairs and the police they're basically in your doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see outside as far as what was going on outside at that
Not from downstairs, but I had looked out the window after Jen had come up into my room and explained what had happened, and before I went downstairs.
When you looked out your window from your bedroom, what did you see?
I could see at least one police vehicle. I could see that there was something going on out front, and that was about it. And I just went straight downstairs.
At that time that you looked out your window, did you see either an ambulance or a fire truck out there?
I don't remember if I saw a ambulance. There were emergency vehicles out there, but I can't remember exactly which types.
And at any point in time, at that time or subsequent throughout the course of the day, did you go out to that area of your yard where you saw the cruisers and the sort of lights?
No.
And why?
I didn't see that there was a reason to go out to that area. The police had already been in my house. They had already talked to us about what was going on. It was a snowstorm at that point. They were trying to conduct an investigation, and I didn't want to interfere with it or have anything to do with it.
Now, as far as what you're learning, sort of when Jennifer McCabe first comes sort of urging in into your bedroom at 6 to 6:30 in the morning, at any point around there were you made aware of where John O'Keefe was at that point?
Yes.
And what were you made aware of?
I was made aware that he was taken to the hospital.
So by the time that you're awoken by Mrs. McCabe, John O'Keefe is, to your knowledge, not outside.
To my knowledge, I believed he was on the way to the hospital.
Now, later on in the course of that day, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And if you recall, who is it that you spoke with?
So I spoke with Trooper, last name Proctor, and then another trooper, and I don't know the last name, first name Yuri.
Would it be Sergeant Buchanan?
It could be.
And had you met either of those troopers prior to that date?
I had never met Trooper Proctor. I had met Trooper, I forget, what is the last name?
You met Trooper
Yuri. I had met him once or twice before.
Was that in a professional capacity?
Yes.
And where did you speak with him on that day?
At my sister-in-law Jen's house.
And if you recall, about what time of day was it that you spoke with him?
It was late morning, early afternoon, the day of the incident. So I don't know the exact time. Before noon, I think.
And why was it that later on that day that you were over your sister-in-law Jennifer McCabe?
Well, my sister-in-law Jen and her husband Matt were leaving my house. My sister-in-law was distraught. I wanted to be comforting to them and be there for them if they needed anything, and I drove to their house.
And this is, and speaking of your sister-in-law Jennifer, this is someone you've known since she was how old?
7 years old. She's like a little sister to me.
And at the point that you're going over to the house, did you know that there were going to be troopers from the state police over at the house?
Yes.
And fair to say they asked to talk to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who, if anyone else, they spoke to at your sister-in-law's house that day?
I believe they spoke with Jen, my sister-in-law Jen, and then her husband Matt, and then myself.
And so was that done sort of in a group setting, or was it separate or something?
Separate.
And so they spoke to you in one area of the house while Jennifer and Matthew McCabe were in another area of the house, and vice versa for you?
Yes, I spoke with them at the dining room table, and Jen and Matt were not present. I believe they may have been upstairs or somewhere else in the house.
And if you know, where were you when the troopers were talking to either Jennifer McCabe or Matt?
So I was upstairs when they were being spoken to.
I may have one moment, Joan.
Yes.
Be hard to run out the clock. I'm in my afternoon lull, I'll say that for sure. Ready for some excitement here. Can we get to cross?
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 8 photographs. I've asked you to review them and look up.
Oh, no,
Sure.
we've got to look at the snow photos again. He's trying to run out the clock. He doesn't want there to be any cross before the weekend because that's going to be all anybody talks about. Can you take longer looking at the photos?
So what I've just presented you with been previously marked as exhibits 58 through 65, and generally speaking, you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So the photos appear to be the front yard in front of my old house at 34 Fairview Road.
And from those photographs, they appear to be a fair and accurate portrayal of what your house and your yard.
You've already
look like
been
around that time.
admitted.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury.
You're going to look at him
discuss.
again. Oh, my Lord. This is pathetic.
I'm just wondering if you could start with exhibit 58.
Is the jury as napping?
Mr. Albert, sir, there should be on the desk in front of you a laser pointer. Actually, we already talked
I have
about
that, yes.
So what's up on the screen currently, do you recognize, is that what's depicted in exhibit 58?
Let's see.
When were these photos
I
taken?
have them out of order here. Just give
Because
me
I'd
one
like
sec.
to know why the snow on the grass there is all shoveled up towards the bush. It's way past the road. Why
So
is it
yes,
all
this looks
cleared
like
where
the
John
photo exhibit 58 that you handed me.
found?
And this is a photograph of your house, or if I'm standing on the street to the left side of the property, correct?
Yes.
And on this sort of left side of your property, let me ask you this first. As far as between the roadway of Fairview Road and your front lawn, is there anything there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that?
No, there's no sidewalk. So the grass area goes right to the curb, and then there's the street.
And the curb that's in between the grass and the roadway, is that like a straight curb, a straight edge curb, granite curbing, or like rounded curbing? How would you describe that?
I would just describe it as a regular curbing. It's not granite. It's the color is black, so it seems like a tar curbing.
And
Can
in
you have
this
some more
area
details about the curb?
of the left side of your property, what if anything of note is sort of in that area of the property?
So in that area of the property, first of all, that's basically the property line from the neighbor's house. If you're staring at my house from the front, the neighbor to the left, that's the property line area. But there's a fire hydrant there. There is a flagpole with the American flag and the Marine Corps flag. And there is we call it like an electrical box, but I'm not sure what the purpose of it is.
Then why do you fly your flags during
So
an active
for all the
storm?
years that you've lived there, either as a child or as an adult, you really don't know what that electrical box does or what it is.
Yes, I don't know if it's operable. Sometimes the door is open. If it's windy, the door of the box blows open, and sometimes it's closed, and we don't really have much to do with it.
And the general area where, when you looked out the window in your bedroom on the morning of the 29th, as far as where you saw the police vehicles or the cruisers, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes, that's the same general area.
The same general areas you were describing with the fire hydrant, flagpole, things like that.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit 59. And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
What was it, 59? Yes.
And from this photograph, sir, this is again a picture of your residence around the time of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say this is
Okay.
taken after some of the snow has sort of melted from the storm before? If you can tell.
Yes, it appears that there's less snow in the front there.
So less snow than what you saw when you looked out your window or at some later point on the 29th.
So when did it stop
Yes.
snowing and start
And
melting
from this
on the day
photograph,
of the
if you could
29th?
just direct the jury's attention to the driveway and the garages and sort of where is that located?
So my driveway is, or was, this area right here. And that's
I don't
the
know,
garage
maybe-
doors.
Maybe by the garage?
And from within this
That everyone
photograph
can
as well,
see
you
with their
mentioned
own
that there's
eyeballs?
two doors to the front of your house, one that leads into a foyer area and the other leads into a living room of some kind. If you could direct the jury's attention to where each of those doors would be on the house.
Sure. So the door right here we consider it the front door, and that goes into a foyer area. And then, not from this photo, you can't really see it, but there's a door in this, I guess, breezeway area, and that opens up into the family room.
What happened to respecting
One
the
last,
jury's
thing
time
from this
and
photograph,
not
sir,
going
is
into this
the
pointless
window,
cumulative
that you were
stuff?
Looking out, see that window in this photograph as well, and can you draw the jury's attention?
Yes, I believe it would be this one right here. Yeah, in the corner.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 60.
You say 60?
60. And sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that as what you have before you as exhibit 60?
Yes.
And from this photograph, as far as the roadway and the sort of width of the road from the curb to the double yellow line there, is that generally what it was on January 29th, that's what the roadway looked like?
The morning of the 29th?
Well, the morning of the 29th, it was snow, correct?
Right, so the roadway, I believe, would have had some snow on it.
So what I'm asking is, when you came home that evening or early morning of the 29th, is that essentially what the roadway looked like, absent whatever the snow was covered?
Yes.
The next
What?
photograph, Ms. Gilman. And again, now looking at what is exhibit 61, is that correct, sir?
One second. Yes.
This is essentially a closer up image of the area of the fire hydrant and electrical box and the flagpole that you were talking about before.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, this would be, and I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Is this 62?
62. It appears to be, yes, 62.
So you were mentioning earlier in your testimony that the area where you saw the police cruisers when you looked out the window on the morning of the 29th was near sort of where your property abuts the neighboring property, correct?
Yes.
And do you happen to know what number that next door neighbor's house is? Up or down from 34?
I honestly don't. I don't know what number that is.
And do you see sort of the property line in between your house and the next door neighbor's?
Yes, I believe that row of trees is the property line.
So the row of evergreen trees there is sort of where it delineates between your property and the next door neighbor?
Yes,
Yes.
they appear to be in line from
That is
almost the
literally what he
street to
just
the
said.
white fence.
And that white fence sort of in the back right of that photograph, is that the fence that you were talking about before that encloses your backyard?
Yes.
And the next photograph is coming, number 63.
More of the neighbor's house.
Again, this is just another photograph of sort of that area of your yard, is that correct?
1 second. Sorry.
He is watching that time clock.
Yes.
Tick
Now-
tock, tick tock, Wally.
With reference to this area of the yard at your house when you were living there at 34 Fairview Road, is that an area of the yard that would be of particular use, or did you go in that area of the yard all that much?
No, we didn't really use that area too often. There's a large wood chip bed. You can't see it because of the snow, but it kind of covers that area. So we don't really go over there that often.
And now, sir, with reference to this area of the yard, was there any sort of overhead, like ambient lighting, street lights, anything like that in that area?
No, so that's a very dark part of the yard. There's no street light there at all.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, I believe this would be number 64, is that correct?
Yes.
And with reference to this, can you describe to the jury what are we looking at in this particular photograph, Exhibit 64?
So that's the front right door, I guess you could say, to the house. And again, you can't see the door, but it's inside that breezeway area to the left.
If you could, just using the laser permanent direct.
Oh, yeah.
And these bushes in the front,
So the door would
are those
be
a yew
right in
or
here.
are they some type of cypress? Do you have to prune them manually?
From the driveway leading up to that front door area you were talking about with the foyer once you get in, what if anything is sort of leading you up to the steps there?
To the other door,
To the other door, to the front?
there's a brick walkway.
So brick walkway leading up the brick steps into the foyer area of your house.
Yes.
And the last in this set, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, this would be number 65.
This is where he wants to
Do you
end
recognize
with
what's depicted in
a
this photograph?
tiny ass little piece
Yes.
of plastic.
And what do you recognize?
So that's the picture of the ground in front of the fire hydrant, which is to the left front of my yard.
You can take that down. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Albert, with the days that sort of followed from January 29th, as far as your home was concerned, what, if any, sort of police presence did you observe or notice sort of in that area in the front yard of your home?
He already said.
So over the course of the
Asked
next
and
couple of days,
answered.
there were emergency vehicles and police personnel that day and days following in front of the house.
So later on in the afternoon of the 29th and continuing on for days after, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather was concerned between the date of the 29th and the days that the police presence was outside of your house?
I believe it rained a few times during that time.
And as far as the snow that had been piled up on your front lawn, what, if anything, was occurring with the snow as the days went on following the 20th?
I believe so. Some of the snow was shoveled out, I believe, during the crime scene, and then some of the snow was just dissipating due to the fact that it was melting and it had rained a bunch of days.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to your house, and obviously at some point you moved from the house on Fairview in Canton to Norwood, correct?
Yes.
And when was that sort of first discussed between you and your wife as far as selling the house?
That was discussed in October, November of, it would have been 2021.
What was it that sort of precipitated that discussion as far as selling the house?
Around that time, and it was post-COVID, the housing market seemed really good. And my brother, Chris, had sold his house, was in the process, and ultimately sold his house around that time. He got a great deal on it. I had known some other people that had sold around that time. And it was a little early for us because our children weren't all necessarily gone yet, but it was close and we thought we could get a good deal for the house. So that's when we started exploring it.
And who, if anyone, did your...
So you told it a year later at a totally different time.
So he put me in touch with a realtor that ultimately sold his house.
And at some point you sold the house?
I did.
And when was that?
So we didn't end up selling until April of 2023.
And as far as prior to selling a house, what if any?
When did you list it is the question you're looking for, Mr. Lally. When did you list the
Did
home for sale?
the sale of your house have anything to do with what occurred there on January 29, 2020?
Absolutely not.
I have just one moment now.
Yes.
She's going to let him go for the day. Thank you for your patience. We'll let you go a little early.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a second?
Oh, we have
please?
to do a sidebar first, then we'll excuse it because there's going to be, big complicated things that have to be dealt with before we can get to the cross exam. I mean, honestly, Judge, it would be a favor to let Mr. Yannetti wake this jury up a little bit before they have to go home. I mean, really not just to them, but for the safety of everybody else on the road. I mean, they're basically in a hypnotic state right now, so could go ahead and shake things up a little bit. I mean, I'm so glazed over myself, guys. I don't even know what to say here while we wait. Sorry about that. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. I do wonder, I mean, the defense could be objecting to cumulative. They could be objecting to asked and answered. Judge Bev has already signposted that we shouldn't be doing all of this pointless repetitive stuff. So that does seem to suggest that those types of objections would be sustained. They're choosing not to. I mean, maybe they think that the Commonwealth is just hurting itself by going down this road. I don't know. Somebody in the comments saying, talk about the Tyson fight. Yeah, might as well talk about the Tyson fight while we're waiting. What do you want to know about the Tyson fight? I mean, good Lord, he's like the baddest man in all of boxing. He still looks pretty good for being in his 50s. He's fast, he's quick. He's always been extremely hard to hit. Jake Paul couldn't keep Tommy Fury off with his jab. Okay, so I don't know how he is possibly going to deal with the baddest, most scary pressure front foot counter puncher of
Thank
all
you, Your Honor.
time.
All right, so Jones, rather than
start, we're going to finish for the day.
Of Mr. Albert, we're going to let you break for the day. And I did want to give you some scheduling updates because there have been questions from you folks and requests So originally, so next week will be a full week. We're here every day next week. Again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be full days. I'd like us to pick up the pace a little bit here, no repetitive testimony so that we can move things along, but we are moving things along. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday will be full days. Tuesdays and Thursday next week will be half days. The week I wanted to address with you, where we were already going to be off the 29th and 31st of that week. There's been a request and it makes sense. We will now take the 29th, 30th, and 31st off rather than have you folks come in. So you'll get 3 full days, sort of maybe in the middle of this trial, to be able to just kind of regroup. And I figured everybody would welcome those days, but I am going to ask you to give us a full day on the 28th. So think about that this weekend. So the Tuesday will be a full day, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'll be down. Okay. June
Trial is
7th.
going to go
we're off.
long. Is that what I'm
And
hearing?
June 6th at noon instead of 1 o'clock. Okay. All right. So I do have to give you those 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. I always like to tell jurors, just leave everything here. Your notebooks, literally, figuratively, just leave it here. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning.
Rise to the jury.
Anything they're going to discuss? Let's see. Or are we all done? Go home for your nap now, guys.
Here we go. Thank you.
One session. Any other evidentiary issues I should be prepared to spend some time on this weekend?
Not for the Commonwealth, no. No, we can wait on that.
Well, I heard you say we can wait on that, but I'd like to know, is there anything that I should be taking a look at?
Right, no, I wasn't, I was talking about something different. I think with regard to Brian Albert, there's really nothing other than I wanted to talk to my co-counsel over the weekend to get the court to potentially revisit the ruling that you just made, which whether you do or you don't, Your Honor, I think you've heard, we can hear more potential. But with regard to Caitlin Albert, Your Honor, there is the issue of the
Still outstanding.
photos between her and Katie McLaughlin. I just wanted to flag that for the court. I think we've addressed that already, and I think the court had said we'd take them on a photo-by-photo basis.
No, what I said is you need to approach. So before she testifies, let me know where we stand.
Will do.
Okay? Or before your cross-examination.
Will do.
All right. Do we expect to hear from her next week?
Yes.
Okay.
I think probably Monday.
Probably Monday.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Thank
No,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Caitlin Albert, probably Monday. Well, there we have it. I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. Sorry about the ads, guys. I swear it's not because I'm cheap. I don't mind paying for stuff. It's just that I don't like giving my money to people that I don't really like. And I realize this is ironic coming from somebody who is personally streaming onto YouTube. But, it's mainly because they're the only real game in town. It doesn't mean that I really support them and want to give them my money with their, great algorithmic empire and their hostility to free speech and stuff like that. But yes, I might suck it up just because that is getting to be a little bit annoying with the ads popping in at extremely inopportune times. Well, okay. So she just made some kind of ruling about Brian Albert that is clearly gone against the defense because they're going to want to revisit it. Don't know what that's going to be. And then dealing with the Caitlin Albert photos as it comes up on Monday during cross-exam. Great. Otherwise, not really much worth coming back from lunch for. I mean, we could have just stayed checked out, guys, and I think we would not be any worse out with respect to this case. I wanted to share something with you guys real quick because somebody shared it with me, and it was, let me find it here. Sorry, it's over here. Oh gosh, I gotta find it. Over here in my bookmarks. Okay, here we are. I'm trying to get it big. Okay. I'm gonna share this. This is apparently Brian Albert boxing. I think that's who it is. So let's see what he's got.
Sergeant
Oh no,
Albert
this
cut
is
his teeth as a Marine in
yeah,
Operation
okay.
Desert Storm.
This is him wrapping his finger.
Uses
Pretty
work back
good.
in Boston
Does
is
the between the
equally
finger method. I approve. Oh,
and
he's
he
just going
knows
to be
it's
on
just as
mitts.
dangerous.
Mitts are boring. Okay. Even Ronda Rousey looked all right in mitts. Oh no. Okay, they're doing a little light spar. He's really open to the overhand, but overall, yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Sergeant Albert cut his
I'll
teeth
go
as a
ahead and
Marine
watch
in
that
Operation
again
Desert
and see
Storm.
what I see.
Uses
The
work
little
back in
up
Boston is
double
equally
go to the
important.
body. That was a pretty good
And he
move.
knows it's just as dangerous.
So this is just light sparring for to kind of just to see what's coming, but he's totally open to counters there for the short man. Don't really like his range. He needs to be getting inside on that guy, and he's
Albert cut
fighting
his
too
teeth
much
as a
in the
Marine
other
in
guy's
Operation
distance.
Desert
It's just
Storm.
because the other guy isn't throwing
He
back
uses work back in Boston
that
is
he
equally important.
looks like he's sort of
And he knows it's
accomplishing
just as
something there.
dangerous.
One more time, I'll take a look. Yeah, that guy's just not throwing anything back. So anyway, all right, that was okay. That wasn't the best boxing I've ever seen, certainly, but he's not a slouch. He's clearly been doing it for a while. Knows how to move around. Knows, is able to see what's coming. So it's, something that he's probably sparred quite a few times, and that's what he looks like to me. Somebody who has a fairly moderate level of experience in a boxing ring. So yeah, if someone's saying there's longer clips out there, if anybody sees them, then yeah, please feel free to send them my way. I love to break down people's boxing stuff. But yeah, I mean, as far as what I see, that guy versus somebody completely untrained, he's gonna dominate that person. The most significant thing when you first step into a boxing ring, the very first time you spar, is just the chaos. Like it's just crazy. Like your adrenaline is high. It's so unfamiliar to you. You don't know what's happening. It's so hard to see what's going on. Like your first fight, it's very common. You go sit down after the first round and you have absolutely no recollection of what just happened. The coach might be trying to tell you like what to do. And it's extremely hard to incorporate all that just because, it's a pretty wild state of mind you're in. So he has done this enough that he's comfortable with it. He's not panicky or whatever, but somebody who is brand new to this, doesn't have the eyes, can't necessarily see what's going on and have the, on immediate reactions and stuff like that to it. That person is just going to get smoked. Like there's a massive skills gap in boxing, guys. Okay. Such a skills gap that for me personally, I have not been sparring lately. I'm getting a little old for this, guys, and I've been having like my shoulder's been hurting. I'm taking some time away from it for a little bit. So like with the new kids that spar, we'll get like a new kid, late teens, early 20s, something like that. And for probably like the first month, maybe 2 months, I can hang with that kid. I can dominate that kid. I can work that kid over, just because the skills gap is so significant in those real early stages of learning. But once then they start to get comfortable, they start to settle down, they start to be able to see what I'm doing, then I am just at such a massive disadvantage because of their guys, and they're just so much faster. Nobody's trying to like take my head off in there, it's just sparring. You're not trying to hurt each other, so it's not like the fact that they can hit so much harder than I do really matters so much in sparring. But just the explosiveness is the big difference that you see. There's timing is really, really critical in boxing, and just the ability to see and react and counter and stuff like that. It's extraordinary what the difference is. If you haven't done it personally, it might be kind of hard to believe how big the differential is, but that is very much my experience. Massive sex differentials with things like combat sport guys. So the fact that I can hang with them for like a month to maybe 2 months should probably say quite a bit about how much the skill factors into that. Because from just a pure athletic standpoint, I'm completely dominated. But I have the skills, up to that point to be able to, tag them at will pretty much. So that was kind of fun. Maybe we'll get to see some more of that. Got just a couple of super chats, and also a couple that I commented that I went ahead and starred. So guys, just so you know, I can't really follow the chat when these things are going on. It's hard for me to talk and read and watch the TV and all this stuff at the same time. So I'm often not, super attentive to what's going on in the chat. But I do, sometimes try to peek over, and if I see something that catches my attention, I'll pull it up or try to address it. Tim Harris, maybe the DA is putting all these bad witnesses on because the more people in on the conspiracy, the less believable it is, exponential within, while the evasiveness only harms them linearly. I mean, I think this is a pretty valid point. This was something that we also talked about a little bit in Depp versus Heard, which is the challenge of alleging, a big conspiracy or a cover-up or a hoax, is that it's hard to believe. And especially the bigger it is, the more people that are involved with it, the more difficult it is for somebody to buy into that as conceivable. It just becomes so complex. It's hard to imagine this many people would be willing to participate, that this many people would all stand strong. Nobody breaks. You always have a prisoner's dilemma problem anytime you have more than one person involved in a crime. So the more people you have involved in something nefarious like this, the more likely it is somebody is going to break ranks to try to save themselves. We have, of course, had some hints that somebody might have done that. We're going to have to find out at some point in the trial if the famed proffer that was referred to about Brian Higgins is related to that. Hints would be that it is, but, can't certainly say for sure until something happens. So, yeah, I mean, I think that is an advantage that the Commonwealth has, and something that I think the defense could perhaps help themselves with on this is just continue to emphasize that it doesn't require all of these people to knowingly participate in a cover-up for this situation to unfold the way that the defense is alleging that it had. And I'll use as a specific example the firefighters. When Alan Jackson was cross-examining, I think it was that first firefighter. Now I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he was very detailed about the the processes and the medications and all of this type of stuff. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on his name. Ellen Jackson did something that I thought was very, very effective, which is he used this expression, memory's a funny thing. He was addressing the guy, well, you know, you thought he had this big puffy jacket on, but now I'm going to show you the photo of the guy, and it's just actually a little thin sweatshirt. He didn't get on the stand and lie to say that. You know, you don't have to make that allegation. You can get to the point there with just the fact that memory is a funny thing. People misremember things. And the problem with this type of situation, we're getting back to that white hat, black hat type of scenario where the way people's minds work, we will read things into situations, we will project things onto situations in order to make those situations conform with what our expectations of them are. And so if our expectations are that people are behaving in a certain way, that people are doing certain things, then we're very likely to remember those things happening, even if in fact they didn't. So there's so much fascinating stuff out there with memory science and the studies that have been done about like how easy it is to alter people's memories. Just the words that you use can have an effect on how people remember certain events. Things like if you say that a cars collided, people will remember, they'll estimate the speed as being very slow. If you describe it as cars smashing, they'll estimate the speed as being a lot higher. So just all of these different ways that little things can affect people's perception. That's really where I think the core of this case is, that you have so many of these, you know, police officers, law enforcement, first responders, and all of these people have an expectation that this is a clean investigation, that this is something that the Canton police and the trooper proctor, they are making a good faith effort to solve the crime and figure out what happened. And so they are remembering things in accordance with that expectation. So if you happen to see on the news, you know, or something like that, that the investigator is reporting that Karen Reed, you know, admitted that she hit John Keefe, that she said something like, I hit him, you're going to naturally assume that's probably true. He probably did hear somebody say that. Now I'm going to incorporate that into my memory of how I remember this event unfolding. So they don't have to prove a big, massive conspiracy. They can really moderate that quite a bit. And I think that was a good start that they got with that comment with again, I'm blanking on his name, but that first firefighter paramedic who testified with the memory is a funny thing. I'd really like to see him do some more of that. If Karen Reed, this is just a question, if Karen Reed is acquitted, is it possible she's suing the state for mishandling an inappropriate investigation for the murder case? I think that would be more interesting. Well, yeah, it would be more interesting, but it's not going to happen. And the reason why it's not going to happen is because prosecutors have absolute immunity from suit. And law enforcement can be, you can sue law enforcement officers for violating your civil rights, for violation of Section 1983. But they are nearly always going to have qualified immunity, because the way that the courts have interpreted this doctrine and your ability to go after law enforcement officers for, you know, malicious stuff that affects you is that unless there is a prior court case, a published precedential court case in your circuit where you happen to be, that deals with an almost identical set of facts and says that that constitutes a violation of a person's civil rights, that's pretty much the only circumstance that you get to go forward, because you have to prove that the officer had notice of what they were doing, and the fact that it was a violation of your rights. So courts have all of these ways of being able to find little exceptions in the facts, like, well, this case looks like a nearly exactly the same scenario, right? They're both situations where the police officers make an arrest on somebody without probable cause and then take him to the ground without any type of violence on his part, and they beat him and kick him. But see, the difference is that in the case where we decided that was a violation of the civil rights, they kicked him like 25 times, and And in this particular instance, they only kicked him 10. So the officers, couldn't have known that was going to be a violation. This sounds ridiculous, but I swear, if you go down into the rabbit hole of the qualified immunity cases, it really does get to be that bad. Like this much of a hair splitting to basically excuse police from having liability for those types of decisions. So the bottom line for this is basically no, she is not going to be able to sue. The indictment is pretty much a insulation against any type of allegation that they did anything wrong here. This is just the process working the way that it is supposed to work. Maybe Brian Higgins. Okay, I know this is going to have to be packed his car in Harvard Yard, something like that. Is that how it's supposed to be? I sort of enjoyed this accent, honestly. I mean, maybe that's just me. Maybe other people are getting irritated. I find it kind of fun and pleasant, and I think part of it, I'm sure it's because it takes me back to Click and Clack. Okay, the old days on NPR and Car Talk. I always loved that show, and of course those guys had the same accent. So me personally, I have positive associations with it. It doesn't particularly bother me. Andrea, love your content and your audio is fine. Good. It's definitely the courtroom. Also, here's a free month of YouTube, so no ads. Haha. Well, thank you. Like I said, I appreciate it. It's not an issue of not paying for it. I just haven't wanted to because I don't really like YouTube all that much, despite streaming onto it. But your point is taken. I do understand the ads are annoying for everybody. I'll take care of that, guys. Andrea, have you ever seen a DA use so many what, if any, who, if anyone, where, if anywhere, as Lally does? Oh my God. His verbal tics are so annoying. The one that gets to me, with respect to, I can't handle any more of the with respect to. You can just say what you're talking about. You don't have to qualify it and throat clear it in all of these ways. You don't have to say with respect to the snow, was it cold? You can just say, was the snow cold? I feel like this is probably reflective of either just not knowing really how to be direct, how to answer, how to ask a straightforward, direct question, or it's simply he doesn't know what his point is and he has to kind of wander around verbally until he figures out what it is exactly that he's trying to ask. And so these are ways that kind of help him get there. The what, if any, who, if anyone, where, if anywhere, this is super annoying to me because I've talked about this before. This is just the supposedly catch-all way to get out of an objection for asking leading questions. This is so ridiculous because Mr. Lally leads his witnesses constantly. And the way that you can tell he's leading the witnesses constantly is when there is a correct at the end of his sentence. That's how you ask questions as a defense attorney. You say whatever statement it is you want them to endorse, and then you say correct, or is that right? Would you agree with me? Something like that. That is a leading question. He does it all the time and nobody's objecting to it. So he's getting away with it. I think we saw Ms. Little object to maybe one of those earlier in the day and it was sustained. He had to re-ask the question. So it's just, it's not really doing anything. It's not it's kind of performative. It's not avoiding him from being leading in any sense. He's just not getting objected to. So yeah, it's really annoying. Who oversees the judge? Is there recourse for the defense to file a complaint or have someone review her performance? Well, technically, yes. So there's two avenues. Of course, the appellate court is going to, if Karen Reed is convicted and she does appeal, The appellate court is going to get the entire record of this trial, including the stuff that's being transcribed that we aren't being able to hear, like these sidebar conversations and stuff like that. So they are going to be able to evaluate all of her rulings made over the course of this case. That said, a lot of these rulings, like the ones that we're seeing in this courtroom right now, they're dealing with admissibility of evidence, and the standard of review for that is extremely deferential to the trial court. It's considered largely discretionary. So she has pretty broad leeway to decide, I don't like how this question is being asked, I don't think this is necessarily relevant, etc., etc. It's very difficult to get those types of rulings overturned. Not impossible, but usually the main way that you get there is if you can show that the judge's ruling is predicated on some type of error of law. So not just I exercise my discretion in a way that you don't like, but I misunderstood what the evidentiary standard was. And because of that, I let in evidence I shouldn't have, or I excluded evidence that was proper. So that avenue is not always all that satisfying from a standpoint of, getting any kind of real recourse for what may very well look and feel like unfair, unequal treatment from the judge. I can tell you as a defense attorney, you frankly just kind of get used to that type of thing. A lot of times the prosecutor is just another adversary that you're fighting in court. You're often fighting them just as hard as you're fighting the other side. And you do the best you can. I've had a judge that was so incredibly difficult in this respect that I just stopped having cases in front of him. I wouldn't take criminal cases in front of him for pretty much anything other than an uncontested plea, like plea agreement in a non-sex case. That was about all I would take in front of him. If it's going to trial, if there's going to be any type of motion or something like that, I would affidavit him. It's in Washington, you get to disqualify a judge for pretty much no reason up to a certain point in the case, basically before he's made any discretionary rulings in the case. So when I get that case file, I read through the police report. I know instantly this one's going to be a fight. This one's not going to be a fight. If it's going to be a fight, he's out. I'm not doing it in front of that judge. So it sucks that you have to do that type of thing, but that's what's going to be best for my client. So I'm not going to do it. The other alternative for, judicial oversight is they do have their own ethical, boards or panels or whatever, commissions that oversee judicial conduct and have the authority to sanction judges all the way up to potentially removing them from the bench in particularly egregious cases. But much like the bar that oversees attorney types of complaints, it can be pretty hard to convince anyone that a judge has done anything wrong. We sort of joke around, I guess, that, about the only thing you can do for a lawyer to get disbarred is to mess around with the money, mess around with the trust account. That's the clear way to get kicked out of the bar association. But, leaving your clients hung out to dry, not communicating with them, not doing a very good job, taking things that are out of your competence level, very unlikely to get any kind of recourse from the bar. So very similarly with the judicial oversight types of proceedings, I would just, be very suspicious that there's going to be anything here that would rise to the level of even like proceeding with a case, even like a reprimand against her, anything like that. I just really doubt it. They give judges a massive amount of leeway to run the courtroom as they see fit, and as long as they're not like abusing people in the courtroom, which quite frankly it does happen sometimes. It has happened. There have been judges, that have had to be reprimanded or whatever because they're just so abrasive and obnoxious to the people appearing in front of them. That the commission will step in, but it's an extremely high bar. Judge Bev makes rulings that we don't like, and she makes rulings that appear to be largely favorable to the Commonwealth. But this is not unusual. This is very, very common. It's sort of what has come to be expected as part of the ordinary range of what would be acceptable for a judge to do. So, from a practical matter, there, I don't see anything that's very likely to go forward with a complaint against the judge. How many of this judge's cases get overturned? You know what? It's a great question, because I will look it up. I'll see if I can find anything out about that. I don't know. We would have to check the Massachusetts Court of Appeal and the Massachusetts Supreme Court and see if we can get a sense of her appellate record. Making a note here. All right. So I'll see if I can get an answer for you on that and come back to it. So, what did we get today? We got, we got those 6 a.m. phone calls. We got that deflation. We got that deflation of Nicole Albert. And that's really most of what happened today. So ultimately, another day of nothing productive for the Commonwealth. We are no closer to even establishing that there was a motor vehicle incident, let alone that Karen Reed was involved and that it led to John O'Keefe's death. No closer to establishing that Karen Reed was under the influence at the time. We've seen some more snow. Now we've seen an electrical box. We've seen some additional close-ups of the house. None of these things are going to add anything to the elements that the Commonwealth is going to have to prove to get the conviction here. And once again, all this is accomplished is allowing the defense to score points off of these witnesses. Monday might be a little spicy. I'm kind of expecting there's going to be some fireworks Monday. So, guys, I really wasn't expecting to stream this entire trial or anything like that. I was actually planning on leaving Sunday. I was going to go to Indianapolis and watch the Richard Allen trial. Haven't really talked about that case much at all. It's one I've been sort of following, but not really analyzing much at this point. But it's pretty alarming because a lot of it has just been really cloaked in secrecy. Things are happening behind closed doors. Hearings are not being held that should be held. Motions are being decided without any kind of argument and stuff. And the trial is not going to be televised. So it's one where I thought it was going to be important to, be boots on the ground just so that, not to overly, pat myself on the back or anything, but good Lord, we all know how bad legal journalism it is. If we had trusted the mainstream news reporters when we were watching Depp versus Heard, we would have known nothing about what actually happened. We would have just gotten some kind of fictional accounting of what was going on in the court. I mean, they gaslit us bad enough as it was, even knowing that millions of people are watching this with their own eyes for themselves. So I thought it was going to be important to, have accurate reporting about what was actually going on in the courtroom. Well, that trial has subsequently been continued. It's being kicked down the road now to October. Got some complex feelings about that, given just how long it has been before trial is taking place. And one of the significant issues here is that this guy has been held in prison, in solitary confinement, in custody, in jail, for almost 2 years now. It's been over 500 and some days, and he hasn't been convicted of anything. It's so alarming that happens. I mean, it's bad enough to be held in a kind of crappy local jail cell or whatever. But in the prison environment without any type of conviction at all, it's a whole different level of this. So it's very disturbing. Was really hoping that he'd finally be able to get his day in court. But it's a situation where for a variety of reasons, the defense just hasn't been given what they need to be able to be prepared within the current time frame. So it's been kicked down the road. So I will not be going to Indianapolis on Sunday, and now I am free. And given that this is going to be so spicy on Monday, I am going to plan to be here on Monday. I don't know if I will do every single day of this trial from now on. I can't make that promise. I do got other things going on, but we're finally, it seems like, getting into some of the interesting witnesses, some of the interesting evidence, and that is a lot of what got me interested in this case in the first place was when I learned about the federal investigation, the TUI stuff. So I'll just real quickly tell you guys. So my understanding of the background here, I don't even know how people became aware that the feds were involved, but somehow the defense, the Commonwealth, they became aware that there's a parallel investigation that the feds are doing of essentially the same incident. And not a situation where they would have jurisdiction to be doing their own homicide investigation. This is not a federal crime. There's, although, I mean, I guess it involves a police officer, but he's not a federal officer. There's no indication that it's, for witness intimidation or something like that. Those can be, potential hooks for federal jurisdiction. But none of that really seems to be an issue here. So it doesn't seem like they're investigating the homicide itself. It really seems like they're investigating the investigation, which is where all of this has gotten a bit spicy. And so when I learned that there have been no federal indictments returned, we've heard a lot about a grand jury process, but no indictments. This whole process is apparently still ongoing. And in spite of this, the feds voluntarily turned over like several thousand pages of their own file, their own materials to the Commonwealth and to the defense under the TUI process. This is quite shocking to me. TUI is a doctrine that I actually just did a video about it on Brian Koberger because it's coming up in their case. It's a doctrine that the federal investigators can hide behind. They don't have to give state investigators, participants in state level cases, they don't have to give them any information at all that they don't want to. They are not subject to subpoena. Basically, they will decide when and if they show up in court, when and if they produce documents and things like that. It's because the federal government has sovereign immunity. You can't sue them unless they say that you can. And so there is a case, this TUI case, that basically established circumstances where if an agency has kind of its own process for disclosing like public records requests and things like that, then that's your avenue to get that information. You can't subpoena some inferior, some investigator who's not like the attorney general of the department. You can't subpoena him into court related to any of his official conduct. You can't subpoena his file. So Department of Justice has their own TUI regulations that basically say what you can and can't get. And the massive exemption that is in there that they always invoke is the investigative exemption. This is an ongoing investigation, and revealing the information would potentially jeopardize it. They didn't invoke that here. They turned all this stuff over. And so as a result, we're hearing about things like the grand jury testimony of Nicole Albert that was referenced earlier today, the phone records, the Celebrite extraction of Nicole Albert's phone that we heard about earlier today. These are not things that happened in the state process. In fact, the defense attorneys tried to get a lot of that information, and they were denied by I don't remember if it was Judge Kearney or there was a previous judge on the case before her. I don't remember which one it was, but they weren't allowed to get any of that information. Well, it turns out the feds had gotten it, and so they have turned a lot of this stuff over. That's where this stuff is coming from. So that got my attention because, yeah, that's unheard of. Feds just voluntarily handing over a whole big, massive chunk of file on a case that they're still investigating. Yeah, phone records, things that they can claim privacy exemptions on. Methods and techniques that show how they do their investigation. Yeah, no. If they don't have to give that to a defense lawyer, they're not going to. So for them to have just handed all of this over is quite extraordinary. That's what got my attention about this case. So we're just finally now starting to get to the point where, you know, more of that stuff is going to come out, and more of that is going to start being an issue with these witnesses that we're seeing coming up. So we already saw it with Nicole Albert. I mean, I can anticipate there's going to be some of this with Brian Albert. Don't know about Caitlin, you know, don't know about anybody else that we might see, but really starting to get into the meat of some of that stuff, and these layers of investigations that have occurred. So I am very interested in following that stuff. Can't promise I will live stream every day, but we are getting into the good bits now, and I do want to be able to follow as much as I can with you guys. So with that, yeah, 1:31 in the afternoon here in the Pacific Northwest. It's a beautiful day outside. We're at 84 degrees right now, just after 1:30. So I'm going to go out and enjoy some sunshine, maybe walk my dogs, maybe mow my grass, just have a little bit of a nice Friday afternoon. I will plan to be back on Monday morning bright and early. So if you guys want to see me there, hope we can catch up then. And in the meantime, got any questions, see anything you want to tag me in on Twitter, you know, hit me up, tag me, let me know. I'm more than happy to address that kind of thing when we have the slow moments in the stream. So with that, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for the super chats. Really appreciate everybody being here, and I will see you next time.